Good morning, YouTube, or good afternoon, good night, wherever you're watching. I'm Patrick R., along here with Michael Swinger of Hammers Murray for the July iteration of the AGE West Open Series. We're in beautiful, sunny Riverside, California. We were in New England just 2 weeks ago. We're back home. Michael, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good as always. Excited to get into what is now the second to last Players Open Series. And we've got a lot of flesh and blood coming up soon.
And I'm really excited. We've got at least 9 hours confirmed of Flesh and Blood coming right your way. But before that, Michael, we've got to go to our stories for the weekend. Starting first, we've got a new set.
Oh, yeah.
Super Slam. It seems to be beckoning our return to the world of heavy hitters, the pits, so to speak. What have been your initial impressions?
Initial impressions, it's a super interesting new kind of take on Flesh and Blood as we know it. The first thing that jumps out to me, Patrick, is playing around with intellect for the first, not really the first time. We had a little young hero that had 3 intellect in the form of what was her name? So no-named that I'm blanking on her right now.
Yeah, that's Data Doll. You're talking about Data Doll.
Thank you, Data Doll. There she is. Thanks to our producer. But yeah, the first adult heroes with differences of intellect, and it's not just 3, it's also 5. So that has me very excited to see, where things go in terms of how the game plays when you have different numbers of cards. We also have Vynnset, which kind of is like a pseudo 3 intellect hero. But that was the first thing that jumped out to me. Of course, the thematics, going back to heavy hitters. Mm-hmm. We've got the Guardians, we've got the Brutes. And as a Guardian player myself, I'm very excited to get my hands on some of these new cards and new tools and play around with it.
And as a Brute enjoyer, I'm excited to go Unga Bunga. But I do think you brought up a really riveting point, which is LSS seems willing to explore this design space that I think lots of folks, myself included, have been very excited about, which is playing with intelligence. And you mentioned Data Doll in Blitz, of course, having such a hero ability that was really so powerful that it felt like in Classic Constructed you almost couldn't have it. So if you're going to give a hero only 3 intellect to play with, it seems like there has to be some sort of balancing mechanism. And I thought with Tough Nut, I believe Bumbling Hulkster is the full name, has that sort of play around, that way to sort of have a fourth card in the same way that you said Vynnset sort of loses one.
Yeah.
Tough Nut has the the pitch from the top, and I think what's getting a lot of folks interested, and myself as a Brood enjoyer as well, is we finally have a reason to play with Rock. As we saw, I don't know if you're following the TCG
I've
player
been following
stocks
it.
of Marvel Rock.
Sure.
And we have that, and then of course we have the Lyeth Goldmane, I believe is his name, Vile Savant. Who's going to
half rounded up, of course, to both power and defense of all your cards. So defense reactions get cut in half, attack actions get cut in half, which makes those 2 blocks going down to 1 really, really painful. And even the 3 blocks going down to 2. But of course, the benefit, you get an extra card to work with.
Yeah, and it really, it remains to be seen. Obviously, we have the vast majority of the set yet to come. We're just engaging in some fun speculation here. But you have to imagine Lyeth is going to want to take advantage of the extra sort of life gain. I'm glad we don't live in the count your blessings world anymore with Lyeth around. But it's gonna be some fun ways to sort of engage in getting full value from, despite that halved limitation. But also a really cool flavor play there by Lyeth, I feel.
Yeah, and it seems like these new, what I'm assuming to be talents, not completely confirmed, but it seems pretty straightforward, cut and dry, that we've got Reviled and Revered as the new talents coming in. And the Reviled one looks especially baked into this idea of having low power attacks that you just pump way beyond their base, with both KO putting base power from whatever it is up to 6. So 1 you'd get the most value out of.
Yeah.
And then Lyeth, the only card that you can effectively not get punished for running is a 1 power attack. So we saw a couple cards revealed that say base 1, but if a condition is met, it gets +4 or 5 or whatever the numbers are. So I've looked through the existing cards, and it looks like there aren't a ton of things that you can really break in that form. But like one that comes to mind is Vipox, where it's like on its surface it's so easy to block. It's just this 1 power, but then when it hits, it does 5 damage or something. Or no, I think it's damage based on the number of cards in hand, so up to that much. But then if you just like pump that one up, that's one option of getting all the value that you can out of it.
Yeah, and you're going into the design space, which I think is going to be really interesting, and so much of the set yet to go. Maybe we're going to get a lot more support. In fact, I would expect we would get a lot more support. But I also love the flavor of sort of this dichotomy with the Reviled and the Revered. Maybe one of us can be Reviled and the other one can be Revered for the.
Of course.
I'm in black. Maybe I'll be Reviled.
I was going to say I'm a Revered type of guy.
yeah. You're very honorable. And so. It's sort of like an analog to sort of like baby faces and heels in wrestling that sort of fits this like the crowd cheering mechanic. I was listening to the Punkage in Hayden's podcast. Oh man, it's me. But they were speaking about
the
how
Arsenal Pass.
Arsenal Pass,
yep,
of course. And they were sort of speaking about how it feels like a blend of heavy hitters and Everfest, and I think that really hits it on the. Hits it right on the nose.
Yeah.
I personally was a huge fan of heavy hitters. It still remains my favorite draft format probably of all time, just because of all the heroes we had to play. And it seemed like I was still relatively new to the game, but at least with the way folks were talking about it, it seemed like the first time that we were really LSS had nailed the draft format. Was that your impression?
Absolutely. I think the draft has continuously gotten better. Almost every set, it feels like it just becomes more balanced, more deep, the depth of strategies and the depth of synergies across the board. Draft is one of my favorite formats, and I am continually impressed every set. Even like High Seas recently, so much fun to play that set.
Yeah, and you are, of course, a skilled limited player. You're talking to somebody who went 4-0 in the sealed.
Yeah, 4-0 at the sealed. And actually, I think the only positive win rate I have at AGE when I did play is in draft events. I got top 8 at the hunted one, which helps with my win rate when it does flash on screen, because my classic constructed has not been all that great. But low sample size. Well, to be fair.
You'll always be revered in my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much. One other thing I wanted to touch on before we switch is that not only is it this like wrestling theme, which for those of you at home, the wrestling kind of idea, at least in the US, is kind of very much like you love it or you hate it, which I think is really interesting because the talk about this set has been very divisive as well. And it's about divisive heroes, reviled and revered. So there's kind of this like love-hate thing going on the subject from what I've seen online, where people are like, oh yeah, I really don't like the theme very much. I don't like wrestling.
Sure.
And ironically, that's what wrestling's all about. It's about loving it or hating it, but it evokes that emotion. So I thought it was really cool to see that initial reaction being like, oh, this set looks horrible. I'm like, that's awesome. That's wrestling.
Yeah.
And then, of course, for those of you who don't like what might be the main content of the set, they're doing this new thing where they put 31 expansion slot cards in, and I think that's something that everyone can get excited about.
Yeah, your pet hero can get the card that finally breaks them. Maybe 2 cards that finally break them. Maybe they'll get the assassin treatment in the expansion slot. So lots of exciting news with respect to that new set. But that's not the only product that's sort of hitting the shelves or has hit the shelves very recently. And I'm referring to this Friday was the debut of Armory Deck Ira, introducing some cool new tools for both Ira and Katsu, I would say, but also introducing a whole new way to play by Ira, going through the Edge of Autumn weapon, which was traditionally perceived as being a little underpowered relative to Kodachi's. And we are yet to discover where these new Ira lists are going to go with this new tool.
Absolutely. I have been loving the way that LSS introduces an entirely adjacent way of playing the hero. We kind of saw that with Max, although the power level maybe left a little to be desired. They moved him away from this Nitromechanoid build and into a wrench build. And here we're seeing that again with Ira, this time maybe hitting the mark with the power level, actually asking, the question of like, maybe we want to switch over to this Edge of Autumn in a competitive environment. Giving that extra option is super cool to see. And I love it when LSS makes these armory decks, not just, hey, here's your favorite hero, or here's a hero that you might want to play. Come pick it up out of the box. You can play it. But out of the box, you can play it. And it's different from how you could have otherwise done it.
Yeah. And my initial perceptions, I've been lucky enough to picked up my copy of the deck. I've played a couple of games with it. I'm iterating, still figuring out, like every other Ira fan out there, I think right now, is that it does feel powerful to me. There's something to work with. Some folks jokingly call it Armory Deck Katsu. Who knows if that's to be the case? But whether it's Katsu or Ira, I think will be a material gain from this deck. It's not quite... and I don't want to dog too much on Max. The Max Armory deck, I don't know if it's quite as marginal as that felt at the time. Lots of design space to go with that one. This new headpiece, Iris of the Blossom, I think gives Ira a lot of game into aggressive decks. For example, maybe Cindra felt like something you wanted to shore up that matchup on. Now, once you've hit with your Edge of Autumn, you can use your Iris of the Blossom to go drop a Whirling Mist Blossom, and you're presenting a 4 power attack that is going to threaten 2 cards on the draw. And, your Cindra, you don't want to block anyway. So I'm thinking this is going to give Ira a lot of games specifically into aggro decks.
That's awesome. Yeah, really cool to see those tech cards coming up. And, Ninja already has a lot of powerful head slots. So to see another one that's good enough to compete for that space is... It's a little bit scary. Yeah,
the fact that we're even discussing replacing potentially replacing Mask of Momentum in a Gravy Bones format seems crazy. But then again, your Whirling Mist Blossom can trigger on hitting a Gravy Bones. So you seem spoiled for choice if you're playing Ira right now. And I think you and I were talking a bit ago about the new arms that Ira got as well, the Okana Scar Wraps, and how that introduces some the mini game with respect to the Edge of Autumn.
Yeah, it looks... I love the way that it has such a powerful effect on both ends of the table. If you get it off, you have this consistent +1, like all game long.
Yeah.
I can always pump it, But if you block it, I'm going to lose my weapon.
Yeah.
So it's a really cool, it's like with great power comes great responsibility type of thing, and I love that in game design.
Yeah,
Very cool.
And especially in this game, at least for me, I love those moments where you can sort of take that maybe you're behind, and maybe every inch matters, and you figure, I'm just going to go for it. They might have the D-Rack, and I may just lose the game on the spot, but if they don't, I'm inching ever closer to getting back into this. And to your point, Michael, I think anything that LSS creates that facilitates more of that gameplay is going to be really, really fun to watch develop.
Absolutely.
And go ahead.
I was going to introduce our next topic.
Please.
PT Singapore up third on our weekend stories. Did you catch it? What's going on in Singapore?
I believe we're starting up on Thursday our time, Friday, because I think they're a little bit in the future over there. We obviously remains to be seen if our last topic, IRA, will have any effect on that, whether it's in the Katsu lists. I'm sorry, the new IRA tools will have effect in IRA or any of the Katsu lists. Also, of course, we're going to have two, I think, glaring omissions, Michael, in that these two heroes that have very recently reached living legend status.
True. We've got Azalea and Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, sailing off into the sunset. I think Dash hit living legend last week, and just this weekend or a few days ago, I'm not sure exactly when the points were collected, but we are expecting an announcement tomorrow about the last week that Azalea will be legal to play, just crossing over that threshold.
Yeah, and Azalea sort of was at that point where I think she was at exactly 999 living legend points, which everybody had a good laugh at. And I think a lot of folks, myself included, sort of expected her to stay there. And then, of course, getting a battle-hardened victory that sort of came out of nowhere, it felt like, and pushing herself over the threshold. So Azalea, not poised to be something to be reckoned with in Singapore, but lots of powerful decks still out there. I'm thinking, Michael, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I'm going to ask you, what do you think is the deck that wins Pro Tour Singapore?
Ooh, let me run through it real quick. So a couple things that are happening that you already just pointed out, but to kind of make into bullet points, we have new ninja tools, ninja stonks going up. We have Azalea gone, Dash IE gone, both very different in terms of what they would target and what they were kind of designed to play into. But Azalea is like the premier aggro disruptive deck. Azalea was the aggressive deck that could punish you for bringing an aggressive deck. So with that being said, I think the ninja stocks are really kind of going up. That being coupled with being very strong into Gravy Bones, like you mentioned, the Mask of Momentum, or even if you're using Ira, the Ira specialization can just free on hits all day long. You want an on hit to connect, boom, throw it into an ally. It makes me wonder if the Gravy Bones deck that came out with such power might be a little bit less positioned, especially considering Azalea was one of the better matchups. Of course, it wasn't you weren't perfectly countering the Azalea, but without a weapon and without like a really strong way to contend with all of these allies, not a lot of go again. It just incrementally, I'm seeing Gravy Bones get a little bit worse, and his counters getting a little bit better. So I think now to answer the question of who wins it all, it's got to be Oscilio.
Wow. A bold prediction from our local Oscilio enthusiast, Michael. So here's what you said there, that you felt Azalea's presence would be a vacuum. Right. Because she was an aggro hero who disrupted other aggro heroes. My pick, I would argue, did that better than Azalea, even when Azalea was around. And that's Arachne slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because
I think it's Arachne. I want it to be Oscilio, but go ahead. Arachne's looking good.
Arachne's looking good. I think Arachne has, well, it's one of the premier aggro decks in the format, along with Cindra, which is certainly very powerful. And if the field is all Gravy Bones, Cindra's just going to eat those up. But Slippy in that Cindra matchup, I think, is putting out similar, maybe not quite as good damage output, but additionally tacking on the disruption. And Slippy, right now, it feels like the natural predators of Slippy, which would be, I think, the Earth heroes. Verdance is still going strong. Florian has fallen a bit out of favor with Gravy Bones sort of bullying him out of the format, I think. And then Mario, which I think has as a favorable matchup in a Slippy, I think also struggles into Gravy Bones, or at least that is the perception I'm getting so far from the Mario players I've spoken with. I don't quite have the neurons to be playing Mario myself. So I think Slippy's in an interesting spot. That would probably be my pick, but it seems hard. Even though the meta is adapting to Gravy Bones, it seems like our best and brightest are continually trying to figure that deck out, and it's consistently iterating, as you were saying. So I don't think Gravy Bones won any nationals this past weekend, which is a little bit surprising to me given how much it gets played. But maybe I would not be surprised. Let me put it this way: I would not be surprised to see a Gravy Bones at top of the mountain post Singapore.
I will say though that I've personally witnessed a ton of different heroes winning a ton of different events, and I see whisperings through social media about this being one of the most open metas, if not the most open meta we've ever had in Flesh and Blood, which is incredibly exciting for me as a caster and probably for you as a viewer. It gets a little bit stale when you just see the same decks over and over winning and winning and winning. So the question of what deck will win, you just walked through, okay, well, if it's Slippy, you can counter it with Mario, but Mario's not good into Gravy, so if you get too much Mario, they're going to get it. And yeah, we have this really, really fluid meta right now. So at the very end, oh, 1 second. We're getting a live update from our metagame, our producer. What was that?
We have our metagame here.
Oh my
wow,
gosh.
prescient by me.
9 Slippies. Well, you got it, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'm really surprised, and we'll talk about that in a second, but I'm really surprised, Michael, to see that we have 4 Mario as the third most represented deck, I guess, suppose, tied with Verdance, although...
oh, this is new.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. To clarify for the watchers here, this is the meta of the New England AG Open Series, which is happening concurrently with us here in Los Angeles. We do not have our meta breakdown here quite yet. Nevertheless, Mario, tied for third most represented deck, despite, I think, potentially having that scary Gravy matchup.
Yeah, and for those of you at home, this event is going on right now. It's not being casted live, but it is currently happening today alongside us, parallel, on the East Coast. And just like you were saying, man, that Slippy at 9 is, it's sitting there looking like maybe best deck in format, at least according to what the players think. And then that Mario coming up in third just to counter it.
I'm a little surprised to see here 3 Azalea. I guess maybe I shouldn't be surprised there are folks who are trying to get in their last go, as Azalea will, I think, be announced as Living Legend on Monday. Likely will be some point in the future will not be available to be played. But also only 1 Ira. I was expecting to see more, and no Katsu at that point. So nobody in New England, or only 1 player in New England potentially trying out those fun new cards.
Well, the deck came out today, right?
It came out on Friday, I believe.
Oh, it came out on Friday. Okay.
Yeah. I was able to get my hands on one at my local game store. If you are listening to this and you're interested in trying these new cards as well, I would urge you to also drop by your local game store to do the same. But we've also got these sort of one of Marlin fighting the good fight. Will maybe giving their Death Dealer build one last go too, as that will Living Legend and transcend a Living Legend at the same time as Azalea.
Right, the signature weapon of Azalea is Death Dealer.
Back to our stories here. So, Singapore. Last note on that one, I want to say. It's to your point that there does seem to be these 4 or 5 decks that are occupying the top of the meta. But I wouldn't be shocked, given the openness that you were just talking about, that we saw a dark horse really do well. And if we had to pick a dark horse here, and I'm going to put you on the spot again, but I'll start this time.
Sure.
I'm going to pick a dark horse that one revered Michael Murray took to Armory and recently got a 4-0 on, which is Victor Goldmane.
That's a light horse, my friend. Nothing dark about that shiny gold armor.
Which I think seems pretty well positioned into the more aggressive decks that are going around the format, perhaps.
Absolutely. I was crushing Cindra's all night with that. And if you're going into both Assassin and Ninja, he can really prey on. So I like that as a dark horse pick.
Yeah, and I think you're maybe hoping to dodge the gravy still at this point, and maybe the Verdance is
No,
as
you
well.
don't want to see the gravy. Verdance may be a little bit easier if you can high roll the damage, but those are both very tough matchups.
Yeah, and Guardian not seeming super well positioned in general right now. We do have somebody in the room, Brian Gutierrez, who I will say for my money is one of the best Guardian players in Southern California.
Definitely.
Here, who I am going to, I don't know this for a fact, I would wager quite a bit, is going to be on a Guardian today, and which will remain to be seen. But, Michael, before we move on, I did put you on the spot. What's the dark horse?
Does Kasai count as a dark horse? She's been getting so much recognition recently that I'm wondering if that's even a fair, like she's kind of being put in the top of A tier. But I think Kasai is just one of the most well-rounded. You don't have any great, like you're not, countering anyone, but you don't lose to anyone either. You've got a good gravy matchup. You've got good ninja matchups. You're kind of good across the board, even into Verdance and things like that. Kasai brings more damage than Victor. So I know that you can race the Verdance down. You'd rather be on Kasai than Victor when you hit those counter matchups. I think Kasai is kind of, test the pilot type of deck. And if you're good enough at that deck, you can just win it all.
And maybe, I think, depending on the build, of course, and which I'll say more about in a second, but I think Kasai may be also liking their Slippy matchup, which again was my pick and the most popular hero at AG New England. And so I'll be eager to see which, if there is a Kasai that succeeds, will it be this more draw swords aggressive version that I believe was pioneered by Andrew Rothermel, or will it be a more defensive version that is more like what our local Colin Kasai is consistently finding so much success on?
Well, I believe that Colin, the boy wonder Erickson, is one of the world's best Kasai players. So if you're not doing what he's doing, you're probably doing it wrong.
And yeah, it'll remain to be seen if Colin Child Prodigy Erickson can get it done. I believe he's in the room today. Can get it done today. I'm hearing from our hands in the sky, Justin, producer Justin, that we have 51 players in the room.
Huge turnout. I was not expecting that this late in the season.
Yeah, I think there are folks who are excited to test out the mettle of their decks going into the Pro Tour. And we certainly have a lot of folks traveling. We have our usual smattering of Southern California locals, heavy hitters in their own way. And then we have folks, I think, traveling from the Las Vegas area in the room as well. So really excited to see how everybody performs. Why don't we take a look at how folks are positioned here? Because we have to keep in mind, Michael, what are we playing for?
Yeah. I was saying, we're playing for those sweet, sweet AGE points.
Yes, we are. So this is where we stand currently. As mentioned, the child prodigy, Colin Erickson, #1 with a bullet at the 83 points. Hard to imagine, given that this is the penultimate Players Open Series. The last one is next month, that Colin is going to fall out of the top 16. But, of course, jockeying for position, always important.
Yeah, and looking there at #2, that guy seems to be a killer.
Yeah, I would say maybe not a lot of points will be accrued by that particular player.
You don't think he's going to do well today?
Not in that traditional way.
I still got to talk to Justin about getting casters their participation points. I don't think it's fair that I have 0 for the season, and I've been here for every single one.
Yeah, well, I nevertheless, feeling good about my position there at the second spot. I would also highlight we have Zachary Wallach in 6th place. Zachary had a little bit of a slower start than is typical for him to the Open Series this year. Really strong performances. Finished in 2nd, losing to Anthony DT Zichella last Open Series. And of course, Zachary, our last year's Players Championship winner. So very excited to follow him. And Michael, I know that you have a very special relationship with the player we have at #9.
#9, baby. Yeah, I know for a fact that he is sailing out on Azalea today, repping black in paying his respects to the last time he's going to be playing his favorite ranger, as far as I know, since the game ever released. Azalea Ace in the Hole. He was playing her before the Armory deck came out. He's a true Azalea player. Yeah, so
Paul in a little bit of mourning. We'll be rooting for him today. Of course, we've got Clark Moore of the Pitch It To Me podcast at #11. Clark, I've been really impressed with his performances this year. I know he has mentioned to me several times that was really looking. He's known as more of a limited player, I think. and was looking to sort of shore up his performances in Classic Constructed. And kudos to him. He's done a great job and is in a really firm position. Not listed on this top 16 thus far, and is interesting to me, Michael, is Brian Gutierrez, the winner of, I believe, the April, maybe March iteration of the AG Open Series, not in the top 16. You with all those points, not there. So he's in the room today. It will be interesting to see, can he break into this? Because you do not want to be in the position of winning, having won an Open Series and not getting into the top 16.
Absolutely. And he's showing up a lot, too. It seems like maybe Guardian is just struggling a little bit in the field this year.
As mentioned, we've got at least 50 players in the room here. The energy is frenetic. I'm feeling really excited and privileged to be here with you for at least the next, 9 hours of
With this many people, we're definitely doing 6, I think, rounds before top 8. We could break into the 7 if a bunch of people flood in the doors at the last minute, but it seems like we're probably going to have 6 rounds of Swiss today, followed by a top 8, which is 9 total rounds, so 9 hours plus break.
Big news for AG fans,
Oh, yeah.
or maybe folks like me who watch it while doing laundry and the dishes. Can't be quite in the room with us, whether you're not here, you're joining us from somewhere other than Southern California, or you've got other life things going on. We're nonetheless very excited and privileged to be bringing this to you. And I think with that, we'll go to break here, and we will be back with you with our first round selection.
Don't go anywhere.
And we're back with the July iteration of the AGE West Open Series. Patrick R. here again with Michael Mad Dog Murray. I just made that up on the spot.
I like it. We're switching it.
We got a packed house here, Michael. We were at 52 players. Quite a jump from our last Open Series, which I think was on the coattails of Vegas.
And it looked like at least 10 brand new players that have never played in an AGE West before. So that's really exciting.
And most exciting to me of those new players is we have in the room an AGE East mainstay, and that's Daniel Flavin, who we saw on stream just 2 weeks ago piloting an awesome Puffin deck. And he's got a deck tech video out for that one that I think he shared with us on the AGE Discord, if you're so inclined to take a look at that. But nevertheless, you're right, Michael. Huge showing of interest in this Open Series, despite the fact that we were moving, and maybe perhaps because we were moving towards the end of the circuit. So lots to look forward to, lots of different heroes. But before we look at the heroes that we'll be seeing in this first round, we have the winner of last month's AGE Open Series, Anthony DT Zichella, will be on feature, and
there it is.
There, we got the right one there. And so DT last month was his first Open Series of the year, if I believe.
Wow.
And winning it, getting all 30 points for himself. He's still about 10 away from the top 16, so going to need another strong finish here. Our producer Justin here asked the folks who filled out these wonderful baseball cards the important crunchy versus smooth peanut butter question. DT going smooth on this one.
Yeah, he's a smooth guy. You got to expect he reflects that in his peanut butter choice.
Very funny that you would say that, especially considering that folks won't see this quite yet, but DT is dressed quite to the nines today. So
yeah, do you know what that's about?
I assumed he's just for the AGE. Why wouldn't it just be for AGE?
That's a good point. I'm dressed to the nines.
Exactly. Revered as always. And then I think an interesting but apt answer on the fries dilemma, which is to go with the aptly named Del Taco crinkle cut fries. Yeah. What do you think on fries?
Let's see. Curly fries, waffle fries, crinkle cut. Which is the true fry? Hot take. I just like original, and that's not even listed. Give me like a regular, long, straight. I don't need it cut weird. I don't need it to curl.
You don't need it. You don't need any special waffle situation.
No, I like a regular French fry. That's what I go for.
All right. Well, we mentioned that Anthony won last month's AG Open Series. Let's talk about the ones that are coming up, Michael. Today, happening concurrently, as we've already mentioned, we have AG New England at Great Stories Comics and Games in Massachusetts. On August 9th, we are back here in Top Deck Keep in Riverside, Southern California for the final AG Open Series of the year. And then at the end of the month, Michael, August 30th, back at Grave Troll Games in New Hampshire for the what would be the, I believe, penultimate AG East Open Series. And, of course, Grave Troll Games, owned by store owner Katie, who Bryce had a wonderful interview with during last month's AG East stream.
So this is it. We're wrapping it up all here on screen. We see today's events as well as the final two AGEs for both the West and the East before that coveted Players' Championship.
And I think producer Justin here is letting us know that our players are ready to go. And so we will transition over now to see what are they on.
And look at Anthony Zichella, DT, showing up, as you said, dressed to the nines. I can't tell if he's fresh out of a bachelor party or on his way to join Gravy Bones on his swashbuckling ship. But either way, looking very dapper.
I think just wearing clothes befitting of an AG Open Series champion, perhaps, repping Cindra, which he was on and won on last month. Bryce here on Verdance, which is the last time Bryce was on stream, I think, was a AG Open Series a few months ago, where he top 8'd on Zen. Rest in peace, of course, to Zen.
Yeah.
Players getting ready to go here, and we can't see what DT is presenting equipment-wise here. Looks to be a nice child in the head slot. But we've got a pretty standard loadout for Bryce, what I would expect from Verdance. I suppose that those Stonewall gauntlets in the arm piece could have a lot of application in this matchup.
Yeah, I also am seeing the Claw of Inserakai. Is that how you say that card?
Yeah,
the Spell Void dagger?
You nailed it, yeah. And we saw this last month at the AG East Cindra build brought by Joshua Tavares, who ultimately took down the event. He brought it into, I believe, even into Runeblades, not just Wizards. And I was skeptical, Michael. I didn't think it was quite the right answer. Joshua, blowing me out of the water, got the win here. Let's see how this does feel like a matchup where it would have more use. So let's see if DT can get all the value that he would otherwise be losing by not having the other dagger.
Yeah, just a few extra points of life can go a long way when your goal is to race your opponent down. And of course, on the other side, Verdance's game plan is going to be to try to withstand all of that aggression as Anthony starts things off here with a Ronin Renegade on turn 0, coming in for 3, just blocked up by Bryce here.
Interesting choice by DT to attack on turn 0. Maybe I always feel that's a little bit risky into Earth Heroes, just because you're giving them a chance to basically for free put some Earth cards into their graveyard to be decomposed with, but not getting punished thus far as Bryce blocking not yet with an Earth card.
I completely agree with that take, and at the same time, if there is a hero that can push damage turn 0, it's got to be a ninja. All the breakpoints, the potential to flick daggers. I can see the reasoning behind it, and I see your point as well. You don't want to give those Earth heroes the fuel to fill their graveyard quicker than they otherwise would, as we now see Hunt the Hunter coming down. 5 damage, no go again, so this should be the last attack of the turn, with a mark being conferred as well.
Yeah, and so I guess DT getting some value here, getting to, at very least, mark Bryce, and actually going to leak a point of damage. Bryce, not leaking the point. I think he's got an ability to prevent some damage at instant speed in hand, perhaps. But nevertheless, Anthony will end this turn with Bryce marked. But Bryce getting a Ponder token for his trouble, so I think if you're in Bryce's seat, Michael, you're pretty happy with this.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about. The attacking into that Wizard player ends up favoring the Wizard, and unless Anthony wanted to filter that hand for some reason, I do not know if he gained any equity by playing those cards out.
The card in hand Bryce chose to keep there, it was, I believe, a Felling of the Crown.
Okay.
So clearly Bryce prioritizing having one of his power cards for later in the game. I can't imagine he's going to send it this early. when it only is sending for 4 damage. So maybe I think prioritizing just having it for the later game over having an Earth card in his graveyard.
Yeah, and Bryce here just sending the Destructive Aethertide for 1, followed with a Waning Moon. That's a 4-card 3. Pretty weak turn overall. Maybe trying to set up a little and get that graveyard rolling. As you mentioned, he didn't have the Earth cards to play the Felling of the Crown. Just went ahead and IP'd himself instead. As now Anthony is attacking. Just the Kunai of Retribution, pitching a red card, notably.
And that's a good answer to the Kunai of Retribution. Bryce going to be able to prevent the 1 damage from leaking there and with the mental block and carry over 1 more instance of prevention. Hard to get cleaner than that. And you have to imagine DT here. He can't flick at it because his other dagger's unavailable. So he pitched a red, is not going to be able to float a resource off of his Blood Spatter vest. So really a perfect answer for Bryce in that spot.
Yeah, he's really hoping to go 3 wide so that he can buy both of these daggers back as he now sends in the Blade Dance, blocking up clearly with that Felling of the Crown.
This time, Bryce saying, I've already got Felling of the Crown in my arsenal. I don't think I need this second one. I mean, I'm Felling rich at this point. I think I just need the Earth cards in my graveyard to actually give some text to my decomposed cards. I think he's really hoping to see ways to decompose that are not from Felling at this point.
Yeah, I'm glad to finally see an Earth card hitting the graveyard. Looks like a little bit slow on that piece of the game plan as Anthony now reacts here, but this is still being covered, I believe, by that floating prevention. So no on hit. If Anthony wants to keep that Mask of Momentum live, he will also need to flick on this Chain Link. But of course, still being able to draw the card, as Ancestral Empowerment doesn't require the hit to do the draw.
Yeah, and DT maybe just wanting to see another card in hand at that point, because to your point, losing the value from the going 1 over, it seems unlikely we're going to see a Mass Trigger this turn.
Yep, and just to display loyalty, making another fealty here, or making the first fealty, as that first one was not actually conferred as the mark was replaced.
And this will represent the 3rd Draconic Chain Link for DT, so he will at the very least be able to buy back both daggers at the end of this range of attacks.
And the flick knives comes through. This time, no floating prevention means that damage will connect, and the mark will go away, and a fealty will be made.
Fealty, DT doing a good job of generating his fealty early. I think this isn't Pham, where fealty is you sort of live and die by fealty, but you definitely want to see those fealty early for Cindra, as it gives text to a lot of her cards that otherwise are going to be sort of a fraction of their power.
One more attack coming through. Demonstrate Devotion. There we go.
Yeah. So for 4, DT here. I said just a few moments ago that I didn't think we'd see a Mask Trigger this turn, and I'm starting to think that may have been a little. I may have said that spoken a bit too soon, because if this hits, DT will be threatening a Mask Trigger on this next attack.
And 5 coming through with the Lava Burst. That's a big final chain ender. And Bryce is going to have to commit either armor and a card or 2 cards if he wants to stop this Mask of Momentum trigger. The way that he was blocking looks like he'd like to keep his hand. We'll have to see how he decides to respond to this threatening on hit.
He could do it with a card and his Stonewall Gauntlet, assuming this card in hand is a 3-block. You have to imagine if you're going to use the Stonewall Gauntlet, you want to do it earlier in the turn, so you sort of its continuous effect can have text. But no, I think, and I don't hate this decision on Bryce's part here. Maybe going to have a defense reaction that I don't see. Let's see if we can take a peek here.
And defense reaction, it is no Earth cards in the graveyard means that Rootbound Carapace will not gain the +1, but it won't matter in this instance as 4 covers 4 cleanly and prevents that Mask Trigger. That being said, I'm sure he would have liked to be able to get those Earth cards banished just to start getting online.
Bryce here, classic Command and Conquer. Unfortunately, not going to have a Arsenal to disrupt, at least as far as I can see. It's a little hard to see on the... Oh, no, I guess his sleeves are white. No Arsenal to disrupt on DT's side, so just 6 damage. Maybe not how you want to be utilizing the Command and Conquer there, but he's got a Ponder token anyway. He's sort of priced into the 2-card 6.
Yeah, I think that works out pretty well when you pair it with the Ponder. But Command and Conquer losing equity, and this is something I've noticed about DT in particular. He's really good about using all the cards in his hand. There's so much arsenal disruption in this game at the moment. It seems like he's just learning to not give that option, as he's now starting off his chain. 3 into 3. First attack connected. This would be the second, as we see a clean block and a flick knives as expected.
And it's on the second chain link and onward that Rising Resentment is. You'll use it as a chain starter if you need to, but it's when it's really threatening, because then you're getting a free 1-for-4 from hand that you can play.
Right you are, as Brand with Cinderclaw comes through, being blocked out completely once again. Anthony, no reactions. Ends with a lava burst.
Wow, he's got it again, Michael.
Good damage being presented. No on hit this time.
You take this if you're DT. I think he's got full tempo in his hand right now, in his space right now, and Bryce doing a lot of blocking. But you know what he's not doing a lot of, Michael?
What's that?
Decomposing. So
yeah.
he's not really going. That's one of the most powerful things about Verdance and Florian, those Earth heroes, is they have that defensive value while still going forward with their game plan. Not going to be the case for Bryce team.
Yeah, it does seem like Verdance really needs to get online in order to go above rate and start really playing that value game. A 2-card 6 just isn't quite enough when you're facing down something like Ninja that's getting 4 value out of most of the cards they put on the table. As I say 4, we see Oath of Loyalty, 0 for 4 coming in. Breakpoint threatened and no blocks on Bryce's side.
DT doing a great job at finding his chain starters early in this matchup. This is an awesome one to find here, as he's sitting at 3 fealty, so even if he otherwise has a hand that doesn't have Draconic cards, he's going to be able to convert them, Michael.
Yeah, those fealty, as you say it, coming in now, allowing him to continue this chain. Pain in the backside coming through. This one does have a somewhat meaningful on hit. If it hits, a dagger can deal damage, and it won't even destroy the dagger. I really like this card.
Yeah, effectively a 0 for 4, sort of delayed 0 for 4, with maybe more in an Arachne list. Here, just a true 0 for 4.
I don't know if I hit, I hit down, but I don't know if it actually registered.
Bryce blocking with one of the newest cards to be added to this Verdance list, Burn Bear. I think that card really, players may be having a bit of a judge call here.
Yeah, it looks like Bryce thought he hit the life, but isn't sure if it registered. Now the players need to verify whether the life totals are currently correct. I'm sure those who have been paying attention know.
Yeah, well, while the players figure this out, I think always important to assess. Right now, it seems like DT has a lot of the tempo required to close out the game. I do feel like Cindra is generally favored into Verdance because, to your point, of all those little pokes, all those little damage leaks you're able to do, even when you're wanting to block as Verdance. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
Yeah, I don't know the matchup that well, but I do know that as the Verdance player, you would much rather face somebody that kind of dawdles around and lets you set up a big one-hit kill combo with the health potions. That's an easier guaranteed win that allows you to just sort of, deterministically guarantee the W, whereas against an aggro deck, I think it has a lot more to do with, do you get your power cards online early enough? Can you keep up in the value game enough to keep life parity? And right now, with 0 Earth cards banished and no Ring of Roses on the table, it kind of seems like none of those boxes have been checked yet for Bryce.
Yeah.
So I would have to put him on the back foot, but of course anything can happen. And if he's able to get those pieces online soon, we might have the a game on our hands yet.
And looks like the live totals have been corrected to reflect any potential miscommunications here as DT continues his turn with not just a Blaze Headlong, an extended art Blaze Headlong, Michael.
Yeah, and here is a breakpoint on Chainlink 3, and that asks for 2 cards. Bryce saying, no, I will not give you that Mask of Momentum trigger. Anthony saying, no problem, I'll just give you 5. And there's a Ring of Roses being blocked with, so Bryce not valuing that on the table, which I think makes sense. It is a card that gains value as the game goes on. So if this is a fast game, just cashing it in for 3, I think can be more value than trying to trigger it 3+ times.
And this is DT's game to lose, I think. Anthony's game to lose. Bryce in a tough spot. DT's been able to present a lot of pressure, but Bryce is no slouch. Bryce, I know this because he's a local of mine. Turn Zero Games in K-Town is a former Digimon national champion. So not at all a card game unknower, so to speak.
Absolutely. As Anthony comes in with the Ignite, this is one of the premier chain starters, can reduce the cost of your next Draconic action by 1, which is really helpful when you're running a red line deck and don't want to pay for those daggers.
Yeah, and I think this signals, I mean, yeah, to your point, at the very least that we have a dagger to follow up for free. I think
that's the floor, right?
Yeah, the floor. What you really don't want to see is a demonstrate devotion. But here, just as my revered colleague foretold, sending a kunai for 1.
And here we have it. Chain Link 3. Let's see how Bryce decides to respond. Once again, a breakpoint. This time, the Flick Knives has not been used, so it looks like, okay, Bryce covering it up with the Fate Foreseen. The Flick Knives still on the table, allowing this to hit with one more Chain Link potentially offering a draw and another breakpoint, hopefully. And okay, no defense reaction means Bryce will commit the armor.
Yeah, and Bryce really wanting to keep his 2-card hand. I believe he's got a Fouling available to him, or at the very least, not electing to utilize his equipment rather than keep whatever card is remaining in his hand. So, Bryce, I really do feel, Michael, that his inability to decompose thus far in this game is going to be a massive hindrance, considering that he's already at 18 life.
Yeah, and we see Bryce blocking with another option for decompose, that Plow Under. Of course, without being online, Plow Under does not represent a whole lot of value at 2 power base. So I do like the option to block with it, but Bryce really needs to start decomposing using those defense reactions.
And right on cue, there he comes with the Felling of the Crown. I believe this one will only come in for 4, unfortunately, but nonetheless, any card you can strip from a Cindra's hand is going to have escalating returns.
Yeah, and in this case, I think, yeah, like you said, being able to strip the card is far more important than the damage, although the damage would be nice.
Yeah, anything to we've got a bit of a gulf in the life totals thus far, so
yeah,
anything to sort of get to that would be great for Bryce. But as mentioned, I think in the Verdance seat here, you are in a bit of a tough spot with just the amount of damage Cindra can put forward if they draw well, which thus far it looks like DT has.
Snap no blocks on the side of Anthony DT Zichella. And it seems like we know exactly what his game plan is. He is going aggressive. Starting the turn, popping a fealty in order to play a Ravenous Rabble, turning it Draconic, coming in for 4.
And this signals to me that this is potentially a turn where the Dragon Scalar Flight Paths get used, because those are counting Draconic Chain Link. So there may be a reason I can't otherwise figure out, but that's what I'm thinking right now.
If that is the case, then Anthony missed 1 block last turn.
That is true. So maybe not. We look, we have to give kudos to Anthony. We're talking to a reigning champion. Until we crown another winner at some point this evening, I think that's fair to call him that.
Yeah, and showing up, winning his very first AGE of the season, just going to show why he's the reigning champion, as he looks to be in a great spot to start the day out once again.
Yeah, and we have to remember, Michael, what's at stake for DT here. He's got 30 points. That's 10 away from, right now, the 16th seed in the Players Open Series has 40 points. So it would be really great for Anthony to get another strong finish today so that he can firmly plow into that top 16. Because I think there are some folks in the top 16 who maybe they started a little higher and maybe results haven't been going as well for them.
It would be pretty incredible if he could just show up to the last 2 AGEs and then take it down and make Players Championship.
Yeah. Maybe he'll win this one and the next one. He'll end with 90 points, and that wouldn't even be enough to unseat Colin Erickson.
That's true. Yeah. As we see now, a Display Loyalty coming down, another clean block. It looks like Bryce is just blocking on the back foot, not really having a lot of meaningful responses yet so far, but at least trying to do what he can to stay alive and maybe get online enough to heal his way back up to a comfortable position as Anthony goes ahead and flicks that dagger, keeping the Mask of Momentum trigger alive. Thinking a little bit. 2 cards left in hand, 1 in arsenal.
Interesting that Bryce would choose to block with Command and Conquer this early on the chain link, I think. Maybe signaling, because it's such a strong disruptive piece for Anthony's game plan. So you have to wonder if maybe he kept another Earth decomposing power card in hand, or maybe he thinks this is just going to be a blocking turn.
Yeah, blocking Chain Link 1 and 2 kind of feels like a dead hand that you just block out with, but It's hard to say for sure as Anthony plays the Blood Runs Deep. When it attacks, each dagger deals 1 damage.
Yeah. So some true damage leaking
pseudo
through.
Flick Knives effect means that the chain link is going to stay live here as well, whether this is blocked out.
And this explains why DT used a fealty on his Ravenous Rabble, because he wanted to, I believe, to be able to have bought back his he wanted to give go again to his display loyalty as a follow-up, but then also maintain enough Draconic Chain Links to be able to buy back his daggers, which is exactly what he's going to do. So,
Cleaning up without daggers?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Maybe a little bit of quick play and lapse in thinking there.
Yeah, well, he does have Bryce down to 10 life, so he may be smelling blood in the water here at this point. But nevertheless, I mentioned, blocking with the CNC. What does that say to me? You got something better in your hand that you want to be doing than sending Command and Conquer. There aren't that many cards better than Command and Conquer to be played out for Verdance against a Cindra, and this is one of them, Michael.
Yep. Felling of the Crown, the premier power card. 8 damage conferred this time around as the Earth cards required to boost it by 4 are now in the Banish Zone. And this is just such a good value proposition. 2 card 8 plus discard.
Yeah, and I think that explains why Earth heroes are sort of always going to be powerful, even if they are not well situated in the meta, because they have access to Felling of Crown, because they have access to Rootbound Carapace, because they have access to Plow Under, these just inherently incredibly powerful cards. And here DT doing what you called out last turn, Michael, which is blocking with his Dragon Scalar Flight Path. He will now be able to do some interesting moves, perhaps as they relate to fealty, to be able to present even extra evasive damage into Bryce.
Right you are, as Oath of Loyalty is being played out here for damage. So far, Bryce has done a good job of covering up these breakpoints with D-Reacts. This time reaches for the last piece of temper on his Earth chest piece, blocking out 4. But 21 plays 10 here. It's looking a little bit harrowing for Bryce.
Yeah, and this is suggesting to me that this might be blocking on the first chain link against Cindra with Mask Momentum. Signals to me that there are going to be lots of blocks conferred on this turn, because I think if you're only looking to block with 1 or 2 cards from your hand, you really want to block later in the chain link when you will be stopping a mask trigger. And then here also Bryce getting his Embodiment of Earth earlier in the turn, so that if he blocks with a non-attack action, as he does here, he's getting the full value from it. DT, following up with the Rising Resentment. This will have text on it. Pump by 1 by the Tenet of Fist. First Strike, I believe is the name of that card. But blocked out cleanly by Bryce. A smart move on his part to block early with that Embodiment of Earth. With his channel, his chess piece that created a Barskin of the Millennium Tree. Thank you, producer Justin. Which will now allow his Scour to cleanly cover this Rising Resentment.
Yeah, no, I think he had a really nice blocking turn, didn't take any damage, and Anthony with no daggers up until this moment to flick is now just hitting for the first time this chain link, but only 1 card left in Arsenal.
This turn's not over, Michael. DT floating a resource, going to follow up with a Demonstrate Devotion here. That should takes up his last resource here. So,
wow.
Yep. Yeah, so Bryce really pricing the blocking there. Kept his Sink Below was going to be his last card in hand if DT didn't present something there. So would have been an interesting turn if DT had just said pass, but Bryce looking very smart for keeping it.
Yeah, the problem here is while he's not taking any damage, he's not really progressing the game state. And eventually he will need to do something proactive in order to start to chip away at that life difference. As Anthony comes in here with a Brand with Cinderclaw, 3 damage, chain link 1.
Yeah, Bryce may be playing to his Earth power cards. We've already seen at least 2 Felling of the Crown, maybe the third even. I'm not even quite sure. Maybe looking for Plow Under, something that can simultaneously disrupt DT while presenting non-embarrassing amounts of damage.
Yeah, I think the disruption pieces are key. I will also say that a lot of the time what happens with these highly defensive heroes is when they get on the back foot, they just block, block, block until the opponent stumbles. And that's the window to start to even things out, because there's a lot of consistency in the value of blocking, whereas sometimes on the offensive side, it just doesn't line up and you can fall a little bit flat. That being said, Cindra is the least likely deck that I can possibly think of to have a brick on offense. And we're seeing it here. Anthony just having turn after turn of consistency. This time pumping up that chain link 1 up to 4, conferring the hit, drawing a card as Bryce goes from 9 to 8, leaking just another point of damage.
And every point is so crucial here, Michael. 8 is not very many. To your point, Bryce is gonna have to start putting some pressure on DT's life total. I guess the bright side on that is he does have Storm Striders. He has Burn Bear in his graveyard, so he effectively only needs to get DT down to 5 in order to kill him with a Burn Bear on DT's own turn. That being said, I don't know if his prospects of getting there are great right now.
Yeah, it is looking rough. We'll have to see what kinds of things play out in the next couple turns. But another damage going through in the form of Flick Knives, and 3 on the chain. Mask of Momentum being threatened. We have...
Yeah, so astute observation, Michael. We had the 1 leak over on the brand with Cinderclaw from the Ancestral Empowerment on Chain Link 1. The Flick keeping the 2nd Chain Link alive here, and the third Chain Link threatening Mask Momentum. At the very least, DT getting to buy back his daggers and at least keep a card in Arsenal, if not present 1 more card of damage.
And we know Bryce just committed 3 cards to block, meaning a disruption piece is impossible, if not unlikely.
Oh, and DT with another, Blood Runs Deep?
Yeah, Blood Runs Deep.
Threatening 2 effectively true damage, unless Bryce has a way to, has a damage prevention effect in hand. He's not running that many of those, so every point, Michael,
yeah.
it does feel a little bit like Bryce is just slowly being bled dry by these little dagger pokes, little 1 over every turn.
Yeah, that is one of those cards that is so helpful into the defensive matchups, just for closing the game out, as you just see Anthony peppering him with pings of 1. Bryce this time coming through with the 1 card play, triggering Verdance. It looks like maybe Verdance is online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe Bryce has I think he has the requisite amount. A little tough. Fortunately, not representing with the dice the exact amount, but he has decomposed the requisite amount of times such that he should theoretically be online here. So interesting choice to go with the Enlightened Strike to put back on the bottom. Oh, I suppose, yeah, he's limited by the amount of life he gains, so it's not like he can get a Fouling of the Crown back or some other. I'm sure he would have loved to have gotten a Fouling of the Crown back.
But that being said, we've finally entered that point in the game where Verdance is online, and as long as Bryce is able to block out effectively and heal a little bit, Anthony is not going to stop that chip damage. So this is the point in the game where Bryce might be able to start slowly inching his way back in. As long as the healing lines up and the arcane pings line up, he's got a lot of work to do, but you just saw his life go from 5 to 6. And while that doesn't sound like a lot, that's 20% of his life right here that he just gained back. So that is a really important thing. And for his sake, I'm hoping that he can line up some more of those heals while still being able to block all of the damage on the chain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, Michael, but I've definitely lost games to Verdance where I've gotten them down to 2 or even 1 because of just the amount that they're able to push their life total back up once they're, especially once they're back online too. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say absolutely Verdance doing her best Prism cosplay, as it feels like that last point of life, that last 1 is the hardest to take. And oftentimes you think the game's in the bag, but not with these heroes that can gain life.
Ooh, and Bryce saying no blocks there. I mean, you have to feel at a certain point, if he wants to keep any cards, he's going to have to say no blocks on something, and rather a 2 than a 3 or 4. DT following it up. It's going to be 5 physical damage, followed by, I don't think he made, I don't think he made this Draconic, so no 2 true damage leaking through.
Interesting choice. Maybe has the blue for the boots.
The flight path activation. Possible. It's perhaps just not having an otherwise inoperable hand. No continuers.
If this is the end of the turn for Anthony, then this is exactly what Bryce needs. I was just talking about how unlikely it is for Cindra to brick, but an IP on a turn like this at this point in the game could be exactly what Bryce needs to start to claw his way back.
Well, if he really doesn't want, he doesn't have, even without a blue, right? He could activate Dragon Scalar Flight Path, give this go again by paying 1, because he has 2.
It's not Draconic, so he would need to pay 2.
Oh, you're right, exactly. Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Michael. Yeah, interesting. It is.
Why did he not make it Draconic?
Yeah, no, there's
Bryce is at 2.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure.
Did he make it Draconic?
I don't think so.
He did pop a
Oh, he
field
did.
team.
Okay, all right.
Woo.
Yeah.
He's too sneaky.
I missed the down tick.
Slide a hand. I did too. I was like, how? No, but the fact that Bryce is at 2 means definitely that was popped. And here's the 1 red being pitched to activate the flight paths. Okay. Whew. Thought Anthony really misplayed that hand. No, we've got 3 coming through now, and Bryce, giving up. The which one is
Heartbeat
this?
of Candlehold. One of the power cards in his deck. A way to crawl back. That's 3 life represented.
3 life gain just on the board. Can't play it. Of course, the 1 cost makes it a little prohibitive, but that is sad to see. Blocking with healing cards.
Yeah, and Bryce, unfortunately, and as I mentioned, an excellent card game player in his own right. It looks like the writing is on the wall here. If he doesn't have some instant speed life gain or prevention effect, he will just lose to a Flick Dagger. Never mind everything else in DT's hand.
Yeah, and we will see what Bryce can do about it, as not only is there a dagger being threatened here, but there's a 4 power breakpoint, and you see Bryce's head go into his hand as he's thinking about what he could possibly do in this position. It looks to me like the writing is on the wall. Maybe he can find something to pull it out, give himself just that extra bit of breathing room. But when 20 plays 1, this is just about got to be it.
Yeah, and if there is a way out, I will trust Bryce to find it. But things looking grim. This is probably the best chain starter Anthony could have hoped for, in that this will come in for 0 for 4 go again, and then also, to the extent it even matters for the tapestry of his hand, reduce subsequent Draconic cards. And okay, that's one way to do it. Seeds of Tomorrow from Bryce's hand. That will produce 5 prevention here, because he's doing in the reaction step, though. Unless Bryce did this in response to the attack, which is very possible.
It is possible. We'll see what other blocks come down, and there is one. So I like that, preserving the prevention a little bit more valuable than static block on the field.
Yeah, so this is, I think this is, again, it's hard to say what's exactly what Bryce needs given his position in the matchup right now, but I think that is exactly what he needed. I think he needed a way to prevent not just one instance of 1, but multiple instances of 1 damage leaking through. And so his odds of surviving this turn, in my eyes, have went up tremendously.
Absolutely. It looks like maybe he can live to play another turn. Of course, still up against that problem of Anthony sitting with 20 life.
Yeah, and follow up Ronin Renegade, so maybe nothing that could be discounted by the name
Art of the Dragon Blood.
Yes, thank you. Nothing to be gained there, but nonetheless, following it up with the Wrath of Retribution.
Woo!
I'm going to go ahead and presume that will present the last. That will present enough.
Well, only 1 went through, so Seeds of Tomorrow still has 2 floating on it, I believe. Or no, I'm sorry, 3 floating.
Yeah, but he's also going to be able to attack with each of the daggers again, which will come in for 2. So it's...
I think, flicking here followed by a Cindra hero activation. That could be it. We're seeing...
so block 3 here. This is going to be for free because Wrath of Retribution prevents it. That's 2 damage leaking through, or I guess getting prevented, eating into the prevention.
Does it prevent instances of 1 or just damage?
Damage, period.
Okay, cool.
Players maybe just making sure the damage prevention is being accurately reflected on the board.
Yeah, this is it.
And that will do it. Anthony DT Zichella defending his title in round 1 with a nice, clean Cindra victory. As I mentioned, Michael, I think it was incumbent on him to lose the game, and he did not fumble it. He secured it all the way through.
Absolutely. Showing us why you should be bringing Cindra to these tournaments. Absolute premier aggro deck. And when it pairs up into one of these more defensive heroes, it really has the potential to just eat them alive, as we saw here on camera for round 1. Cindra taking it down.
Yeah, and it'll be DT off to a good start. We'll see if he gets paired into. He got to sort of feast on one of his prey in the meta, Verdance. Maybe he'll get a Graving Bones next round. That's another one I'm sure he'd love to find. So DT off to a great start. We'll see if we will confer with producer Justin and see if we will have DT. And I'm getting confirmation we will have DT available for an interview in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, Flesh and Blood fans. I'm joined here with the winner of round 1, Cindra pilot Anthony DT Zichella. How you feeling?
Good.
And we've got the awesome. Glad
Great.
to hear it. We've got the floating question. What's going on with the suit?
I don't know. What are you talking about? What's going on with your suit?
I feel so underdressed.
I mean, I'm just showing some chest hair. We're basically wearing the same thing.
Showing up looking classy. You kind of looked like you were either about to hop on a pirate ship or just got back from a bachelor party on camera there when we first started the game out. Looking very sharp.
It's somewhere between yacht vibes and the Hangover 4.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was just talking about when you got on screen how you've got 30 points. You've only been to 1 AGE this season. And with a W on round 1, obviously you got 5 more rounds to go. But what are you thinking about your chances for Players' Championship?
I don't know, man. I'm just here to play.
Don't think about it.
I'm not thinking about it. I'm just here to have fun.
That's the way to do it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Cool, man. Well, you've been playing Cindra now on camera and at our locals for a long time now. Doing anything spicy with the list? How are you feeling about this as a meta choice?
I thought we were doing some spicy stuff, but looking at the Nationals Championships list, we're just doing Cindra stuff now.
So it was spicy, then they saw your list and copied it.
It definitely wasn't my list, but I think that there was some early adopters like Travis. I jumped on that bandwagon pretty quickly. And then everybody was like, oh yeah, this is better.
Are we just calling it Redline? Is that the list?
It's still just Redline. It's just different card choices. It's a little less draconic. Yeah, there's just some fun inclusions. It's a little less draconic. It's more like, how do I get as many over-rate attacks as possible in? How do I make as much fealty as possible so I can make those turns work?
Yeah, you were rolling in fealty.
I had a lot of fealty.
It was nice to just for the consistency of all of those turns.
Yep.
And the other thing I noticed, especially going into a defensive deck like Verdance, is the amount of ping damage that you do unpreventable not unpreventable, but not blockable over the top damage. It just made it seem like once he was sitting at like 5 life, the game was sealed.
Yeah, it feels like it's kind of the ninja problem, right? Like you're doing okay until you get under 10, and then it's like a little sweaty. And then if you're under 5, you're just blocking and like praying for a brick. Like there was a few plays that I made just pressuring, like popping flight path, just to throw an extra 4 damage at him, just to make sure he didn't have any breathing room. It's a Kodachi lock, you know?
Yeah.
It's not exactly, but it's the same principle. You're just like, how do I make this as difficult for you as possible?
And I'm curious about that matchup in particular. Where would you rank Verdance in terms of like, this is the easiest deck and I like eat Verdance alive to this is, the hardest matchup? Where is Verdance on that matchup spread for you?
It's a skill check.
Okay.
I think it's a skill check. Yeah.
So then what
Bryce
does the Verdance do to win that matchup?
You
What
have
is
to
the
play
skill?
the deck like Icelander.
Like
It's
Icelander.
it's like Icelander without Frostbites.
Okay.
It's a lot of like, how do I trade value the best? The problem is trading value with Cindra's kind of hard.
Right.
So you really need to like pick your spots. It's just, I feel like Bryce is a really good player. His first couple of hands were kind of awkward for him.
We noticed that there were no Earth cards in the graveyard for at
a
least
while.
3 turns.
Yeah. So if everything is going well for him and everything is going well for me, it's totally a skill check. If things are going poorly for him and they're going average for me, it's really hard to get out of that.
Yeah.
Because it's just pressure.
So assuming both decks draw well and both players are extremely skilled, it sounds like 50-50?
I would say it's pretty close to that.
Okay.
You'd have to pull up the February Talishar data,
Sure.
but I think it's pretty close.
Yeah, that data can always be a little bit skewed by just having everyone who's ever played the deck.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get, flavor of the month heroes can tank a little bit just because you get everybody playing them.
100%, yeah.
But yeah, it definitely looked convincing. Like you knew exactly what you were doing into that matchup, and you just held the tempo the entire game. And
Yeah, just head jab 4.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
easy. Yeah, it's fine.
Awesome. Sounds good.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything outside of Flesh and Blood you want to talk about? Any shout-outs or things going on in your life?
Oh, yeah, I just got back from Japan,
Oh,
Justin says. That was
did
fun.
you? Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you doing out there?
Japan things.
Cool.
You know what I didn't do at all? I brought my decks, and I didn't go to a single card shop.
Whoa.
I know. Because I was only there for 7 days. So I was like, do I want to blow a whole night
Yeah.
playing Fab? Not really.
I wonder, obviously they speak Japanese in Japan. I
Yeah.
wonder what that language barrier would have been like if you went to a card
I don't think it's
shop.
that bad.
Yeah.
I've played enough foreign players at big events that it's usually fine. Also, like a surprising number of people that I met in the bigger cities, like had enough English, and I had like just a little bit of Japanese, so we could like figure it out.
That's cool.
Google Translate's also a thing.
Yeah,
I
that's
had
true.
a pretty sick conversation with a taxi driver over Google Translate.
Nice.
I asked him if it was possible to get a ride somewhere and get a ride back on a cab because it was out of town. And he said, what time? And I said, I don't know, probably like 4. And he's like, call me, I'll pick you up. And I was like, oh, that's not what I meant, but okay, I have a personal driver now, so that's cool. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it's with technology, it's easy enough.
Yeah. No, I definitely remember because I was there for the world premiere of Part the Mistvale, and I played against a lot of Japanese locals. I wasn't sure, though, if since it was kind of like an English first event, it's just that's what the Fab community is.
Yeah.
If maybe they were showing up with more English practiced than
I feel like with a card game, as long as everybody knows the rules and everybody knows the cards, you don't really need to talk.
That's one of the things I love so much about card games is it's a way to interact with everyone, and you can just play a game of Flesh and Blood, and you don't even need to speak. It's the language of games.
Numbers are numbers.
Yeah.
You know what the card does in Japanese. I know what it does in English. We should be fine. Yeah.
Awesome.
But I wish I had gone. I just didn't have time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, next time.
Next time.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to shout out?
Shout out to the fam, my wife and kid. Thanks for letting me come out.
Awesome. And I'll give a quick shout out to Ella and Stacy walking 17 miles today in San Francisco. Yeah, it's a trail that they're doing, a hike. And
Just casually?
Yeah, they may be tuned in now or may not. I'm not sure, but crazy, 17 miles in a day.
That's like a cancer walk or
Yeah.
like an AIDS run, but
They're
they're
just doing
like,
it for fun.
we're just gonna walk up this mountain.
Pretty much. It's a 17-mile trail, and I think they're meeting her brother.
17 up, 17 down, or 17 all around?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know.
Could you imagine a 34-mile walk?
Yeah, they're not walking back. They're definitely driving back.
Do you think they're playing that song while they're walking it?
Yeah, I don't know what song it is, but surely they'll have enough time to get to it. 500 miles.
a night.
Yeah.
It could be good.
Yeah.
Shout out to them too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, my friend.
Good luck in your next round.
Thanks, dude.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
We're back with the July iteration of the AG West Open Series, the penultimate Open Series of 2025. And Michael, we've got a treat for the viewers. We finally have the metagame breakdown for the 52 players in the room.
Let's
today.
see what we got. Ooh, 6 Gravy, 6 Slippy, 6 Verdance, 666 sitting at the top. Looks like, unlike the East, we have a little bit of a more even spread there. Still lots of Gravy and Slippy being represented, with Verdance also up there at the top. How do you feel about this spread of top 3?
Devilish spread for sure, Michael. It's a Gravy is a bit what you would come to expect from the locals in this area, who are very enthusiastic about their illusionist, faux illusionist, Lewis Flow illusionist and Gravy Bones. Slippy, which I thought was a strong contender in this meta. Clearly, a lot of folks agree. We just saw a Verdance on stream last round. Verdance a popular choice, and of course, not featured on the left side of the screen, but you would expect to see the Cindra. Cindra is doing quite well in that they feast on 2/3 of the top 3 meta choices.
Yeah.
Are there any rogue decks that are jumping out to you, Michael?
Well, going from the bottom up, we see a Jarl, a Rhinar, a Riptide, an Arachne, not Marionette, a Huntsman, thank you. The Arachne Huntsman. I haven't seen that deck. I feel like it's been a year since I've seen anyone show up to that.
Arachnes of the past returning once again. I'm also intrigued by a few of the one-ofs we have in the room. We've got a Rhinar in our midst. We have a Dorinthea, which we will see on stream just a bit shortly as a little spoiler for those watching from home. And one Riptide, only 2 Azalea. A little interesting. Maybe folks deciding this is going to be, this is Azalea's very much in the past, as opposed to trying to get this sort of last hurrah with Azalea.
Sure there. But we've got at the top of this list here, Cindra, Oscilio, Kasai. I mean, by the time you get to Kasai, we're already dropping down to the 2-ofs, but I do like to see the 4 Cindra represented, and of course, I think Oscilio is a fantastic pick for this meta. And then in the middle there, we've got 2 Iras, people trying out the new cards, 2 Florians, a hero that looks like he's maybe fallen off a little bit. It was, for a moment there, Florian was talked about as maybe being the best deck in the format. Does not seem to have panned out that way. 2 KOs making a return, as well as 2 Katsus. Again, probably trying out those new cards, wondering if both Katsus are on Edge of Autumn.
And interesting to see 2 Kasai present in the room to me, because we happen to know, being here physically, that our resident Kasai expert, Colin Erickson, is not playing Kasai today. No, that's not a mistake. He is not on Kasai for the first time in, man, at least this year.
I don't think I've ever seen him play a tournament not on Kasai.
Yeah, and maybe we will see, I don't quite know how his tournament is going thus far, but I believe he is on Gravy Bones. So, and I'm getting word from our producer, Justin, here that we are ready to cut to our featured match for round 2. And do you know what it is, Michael?
Oh, yeah. We got Dorinthea versus Mario. That's Arachne Marionette. Adam Saiewitz here is a first-time AGE player. This is his first time at this event. Looked a little bit nervous going up on camera, but I'm looking very forward to seeing how these newer players match up against our experienced players. Richard Truong, of course, he's been our resident Dorinthea player on camera for at least the last couple AGEs, and he's been a force to be reckoned with. So Adam certainly has his work cut out for him to win. That being said, I've heard that they play off camera quite a bit, so I think Adam knows a thing or two about how to play into Dorinthea. Looking forward to seeing how this match goes.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Adam's first game on stream, first AGE. I urged him to come. He's a local of mine. We were both at as well as Richard, play at Turn Zero games in Koreatown. They are both, I think, unofficial members of the unofficial Turn Zero team over there.
Starting things off with the Hunter's Clave, pitching 2 reds, looking probably just to filter a little bit here, clean up the hand as Richard decides to block with a Trot Along, really standard stuff. And a CNC, interesting choice here, opting not to keep an Arsenal.
Yeah, or perhaps not shredding, because that yellow shred would have allowed, I believe, that yellow comes in for subtracts 3, so I think he would have been able to leak the mark there, but here electing instead to just try to push some damage into Richard.
All right, bit of a wash on that turn 0. Things turn over to Richard as he thinks about his options here.
And Richard, I know Richard's Dorinthea lists tend to play a bit more of a Warrior's Valor focused.
Trying to see the colors here. It looks like he's a little bit resource flooded, all yellows.
He's playing Prism. And there's a Warrior's Valor. We've got an Iron Song Determination following a Warrior's Valor. This will present a lot of damage. That's 6 dominate on hit, go again. Going to be very difficult for Adam to block this out, given that he has no arsenal.
Right, and despite that sort of yellow flood starting things out, unless equipment are committed, like you said, no arsenal means definitely no defense reaction for the Dominate. Very likely that this Dawnblade will connect.
And Richard looking very comfortable here. He has been a mainstay, a feature at AGE. Has not been able to make his way onto the leaderboard thus far this year, but hoping to change that.
And it looks like blocks 3 given, 3 taken, and the first Dawnblade of the game has connected. We'll see how Richard follows it up.
And this will have go again. To your point, Michael, having to pitch a yellow there, has no resources floating, so Richard going to opt to just send in this Dawnblade for 1 extra point of damage, adding to the 1 from the Iron Song Determination, figuring that Dominate is probably going to be enough anyway.
Yeah, this is a little bit low value in terms of, 4 card 11, no arsenal. However, getting that counter online this early is a big deal for Dorinthea. So things starting out very well for Richard.
Yeah, and Richard is, I mentioned this already, but it really cannot be said. He's been playing Dorinthea for a very long time. He's one of the adherents to Dorinthea, and this is a Dorinthea favored meta, I would think, right now, given that there are Gravy Bones and the perceived favorable matchup therein.
Here we see a Hunter's Clave coming in, no blocks, followed by a Hunter's Clave being flicked. Mark, unmark, mark. And you got to believe there is a Graphene Callistra on the horizon.
Yeah, it seems like the only reason Adam would do this, and sure enough, here we are going to be able to send in at least a 4-power dagger, if not a pumped attack action. We'll have to see how Adam chooses to come. 5-power dagger because of the extra 1 from the Arachne Marionette Hero ability. This will have go again because Richard is marked.
Coming in, 5 go again, 1 card in hand. Richard may want to let this connect just because he is currently marked to prevent the flip at the end of the turn. Sometimes that's the right play. Sometimes you want the Arachne to flip to remove that go again clause on the natural hero text. As we see Richard saying, no blocks, taken 5, happy to keep a full grip and try to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, playing against Mario, I tend to like getting hit by vanilla damage when I'm marked. Remove any possibility of having either being attacked with by any sort of attacks that care about the fact that I marked to disrupt me, or a Savor Bloodshed perhaps. So I'll take it on vanilla damage, I think, most of the time.
And an Unsheathed coming in. This card is one of the best cards in Dorinthea when you've got those counters on, especially Dawnblade coming in for 7 means go again is online and a breakpoint to deal with in terms of stopping that first hit. This is one of the tricky spots that Dorinthea can put players in. Front pumped attack with 2 cards in hand represents a lot of possibility.
Yeah, and I don't think Adam has a defense reaction, definitely not in hand. And here Adam choosing to just block 9. Richard, importantly, 9 is not 10. So Richard, with any 3-power buff, will be able to go over and leak this 1 damage from Dawnblade.
And I'm seeing a 2-power buff, unfortunately for him.
And maybe very wise block by Adam there. Maybe knowing this matchup because he plays with Richard enough to know that Blade Flurry is a very real concern.
Well played by Adam, stripping the counter off Dawnblade and giving Richard an IP penalty effectively, as the go again doesn't matter when you can't swing a second time.
That was huge for Adam, Michael. To your point, Richard was really threatening having the acceleration that Dory really craves in what is ostensibly a bit of an aggro mirror, and here Adam answering it perfectly.
Just coming in with a Hunter's Clave, pitching a yellow, no floating.
We'll just confer the mark here. Adam, I think, just happy enough to have reset that 1 Dawnblade counter and just confer a mark. No, going to follow it up with a Codex of Frailty. That's going to be great here.
Bonds of Attraction, not the choice that you would like. That being said, better than nothing.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I think maybe Adam there just valuing, well, both valuing the ability to present another attack and then also confer a Frailty token to Richard, perhaps?
Yeah, the Frailty and the Ponder are extremely valuable in and of themselves. So getting an extra attack on top of that is nice. And one of the kind of hidden values of this Bonds of Attraction, one of the things that just continually annoys me every time I go against these assassins, is the fact that it can heal them. Healing in this game can be so strong as it kind of breaks the traditional math and gets you outside of these breakpoints, especially when life totals are lower. But at any point in the game, being able to banish that card and gain a life, I mean, you can see it here where at life parity, that could bring it up to 32 plays 33.
Yeah, but you know, to your point, this is going to strip the mark now, and then, you know, he really would have liked to have like a leave note witnesses or something that can more materially. But no, I think you're right. This is not as if this is just one vanilla damage, or I guess 2 vanilla damage because Richard was marked. Definitely getting an extra point there, and every point will matter in this matchup.
Yeah, so Adam taking a bit of a lead. Richard not blocking anything, but those Frailty tokens are so meaningful against Warriors. -1 on all weapon attacks. It's pretty good into a Warrior.
Yeah, the sort of thing you would look to see on a turn where maybe things are getting a little out of control. The Dory is building up counters. Feels like the Dory has all the tempo. Not quite the case here, but nevertheless, Richard does have a 5-card hand. So this will be, I would imagine, very likely to generate 2 value from one from each lane.
Yeah,
the Frailty token.
We'll see if this connects here. That's always the age-old question. How many cards do you give? Guess right, and you've completely shut down the Dorinthea. Guess wrong, and you are getting steamrolled all the way down.
Yeah, and just last month, we saw a matchup where Richard, unfortunately, did exactly that. He steamrolled our friend, Paul Selinsky, in a similar-ish dynamic of a matchup, in as much as it was sort of aggro disruption versus Dawnblade, which is just going to punish, which is really seeking to punish those other aggro decks. So, yeah, it'll be really key to see how Adam blocks on this.
When a Dorinthea has this many cards in hand and no counters, value not blocking the first Dawnblade. It's always one of those things that I think it depends a lot on the construction of the Dorinthea deck, and if you don't know what it is and you don't know the attack reaction density that you're expecting, it can make that decision even harder. But here we see Adam putting 2 cards down, just a natural block, saying, show me the reaction.
Yeah, and the heuristic there, and Richard having the perfect answer. Adam played around the Blade Flurry last time, not so this time. Richard, you know, the common heuristic is do not block, quote-unquote, naked Dawnblade. I think that changes when Warrior's Valor comes into the mix, and I think that's why Richard is really, I believe, I've traditionally known him to play Rainbow, all 3 colors of this card, maybe really liking that interaction.
Yeah, I think you're right there, because if you can stop the go again, or you can stop the first hit, it just completely shuts the turn down. We even saw that last turn, so I do not fault Adam for blocking, but we see here that Richard did have the reaction to get over and still has 2 cards to work with in a floating resource, meaning the second Dawnblade here feels very likely to connect.
And the last card in Richard's hand, I believe, is an Iron Song response, so I would expect that to be played on the second Dawnblade swing here, which is coming in for 4, buffed by the Blade Flurry and debuffed by that Frailty token. Adam getting a little bit of delayed value from his Codex from last turn. Just going to say no blocks here, it looks like. No, maybe just taking his time. This is, Adam is learning quickly, but is still relatively new to the Flesh and Blood scene. And what is commonly said about Dorinthea, of course, is that she is the new player punisher. So we'll have to see to what extent Adam will be punished by this Dorinthea.
Yeah, no blocks here means no reprise for the Iron Song response, instead just being pitched to Grains. So Adam getting away with saving 3 life there by not blocking.
But nevertheless conferring a counter onto Dominate. So Richard is going to start the sort of avalanche process again here. We'll have to see if Adam hasn't been able to present any really meaningful disruption to Richard thus far. That Codex turn that he had was a little tepid, so really we'll be hoping to do that. He hasn't been able to do much other than swing Hunter's Claves thus far.
Yeah, the Hunter's Claves 2 for 1 is a little under rate, so if that's all you're doing, you can fall behind. That being said, Adam is blocking well so far and presenting meaningful damage so far as we see the Pervasive Prognosis coming down. This is one of those cards that can be really nasty if it gets paired with a Justin Nick. Not sure if we saw that in Adam's hand.
Yeah, I couldn't quite. I don't know what's in Adam's hand. I will say this will present, I think, the first real on hit that Richard has had to look down thus far in this game. In that, not only is it the possibility that he takes. Let's pretend the on hit that he wasn't able to take a card from Richard's hand.
Sure.
Just being able to see what's in Richard's hand because he's a Dorinthea is crucial information. So this would be a great pivot point for Adam if he does have a way to push this Persuasive Prognosis over the top. And keep in mind, it's not just a Nick that'll do that. He does have a resource floating, so there are quite a few options that would threaten that.
That's a good point. And Richard just opting to block with the helmet, blocking 2 to this 1. If Adam has a reaction, he does not.
So Richard clearly not liking the card he had in Arsenal there and choosing to convert Crown of Providence into block 2 draw a card. Hard to fault that, depending on the texture of Richard's hand. As mentioned, he is a longtime Dorinthea player and will know what he's doing.
We see Arachne transforming into Arachne Orb Weaver
Orb Weaver.
Orb Weaver?
Yeah, I think so.
Orb Weaver Spinneret, is that a card?
Orb Weaver Spinneret is a card, I believe.
Okay, not that one. Just the Orb Weaver.
Right. Which will allow him to flick more liberally on his next turn. That's assuming Richard permits Adam to keep cards in hand, which this is looking really threatening, Michael.
Not only will he draw on a hit, but he's got the front pump and the counter to make this a really tough break point. When that sword comes through, we're looking at 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. Pitching a red. So that must have been why we saw the crown come out, searching for that resource card.
And one thing
we're short. No, we had the vigor. Excuse me. So we had the vigor pop plus the red pitch. If this gets stuffed, that's it for the turn. It looks really threatening, but we'll see how Adam chooses to play this. If he's able to sniff out a lack of attack reaction, which I don't know if that's the case. I haven't looked at Richard's hand. But if he's able to put 9 in front and Richard says no reactions, wow, bullet dodged. I'll just say that.
Yeah, and Richard, if you know Richard, I sort of jokingly call him Blue Block 3 Richard because of his affinity for cards that do that. He plays a lot of blues in this list, so it's pretty unfortunate for him that he wouldn't find one on what is otherwise looking to be an incredible power turn.
Yeah, seeing that red pitch must give Adam a glimmer of hope.
And I think in Richard's hand, to your point, at least one, I think I saw another Steel Blade Supremacy in Richard's hand, so that's the other card would have to be a reaction in order for Richard to be able to threaten the on-hit. He was probably really hoping that Adam just says, I'm probably not blocking this anyway, and send me the check. But
right. Speaking of reactions, I don't see any in Adam's hand. Defense reactions, that is. And I haven't seen any this game yet, so I'm not sure if Adam has them in the deck and just hasn't seen them yet, or if this is such an aggressively slanted marionette that he isn't on them. We'll have to see how the rest of the game goes, but you got to think that if you have defense reactions in the list, that you're bringing them into Dorinthea.
Yeah, if they're in the 80, they've got to be in this presumably 60 that Adam is presenting. But yeah, interesting that we haven't seen them yet. And Adam just saying, no value for you, going to block 12. Do you like that play, Michael?
I do, but there's always the risk, right? The risk of that twinning blade. And if Richard is able to get it here with a singing steel blade, then there's a lot of damage coming through. But that is not the card in his hand as he just pumps it up to 12.
And this will leak 1, I think, because I think doesn't Death Touch block for 2?
Yes, Death Touch blocks for 2. So at least Richard will draw a card and deal 1 damage. What this card is doesn't matter all that much because there's no go again. Oh, the boots.
The boots,
Excuse me.
Losing a point of value there, but I'm sure he's happy to do it. The way that this is sequenced, he can see the card he draws off of Steelblade Supremacy before deciding whether to crack the boots. Here, clearly feeling that it was worth it to do so. But, yeah, I mean, Adam, unfortunate that he was only able to block 11.
You know, he has the headpiece, and obviously hindsight is 20/20, but knowing the breakpoints of those reactions makes me wonder if maybe putting that up in front would have been the right play.
And Richard's marked, so he could have gotten trap from his deck if assuming he runs them.
Okay, so then that was definitely a misplay in my opinion.
Yeah, it's tough to say. You know, this is all happening, and you know, to Adam's credit, in that point, I agree with you. That line would have been better in that specific spot, but you probably think I'm giving this 11. I'm probably fine. He's pitched a red, but Richard, really a fan of Jagged Edge, a card that I personally took out of my warrior lists after Enigma reached Living Legend. But Richard thinking it has lots of application outside of strictly. I mean, he's playing it against a Mario, so not just a Prism card, I guess.
We see the second Codex. This time, certainly we'll have a few other good options in the graveyard now that he's had some time to fill that up with blocks and attacks.
And Richard delayed catching that he was unmarked there by the Graphene Calicera coming in. And we'll resolve Adam's Codex of Frailty here. Going to go ahead and grab a Death Touch. Float Tunic Resource and follow up with the Death Touch. I love this sequencing from Adam.
Yeah, really powerful sequence there. One of the best cards to grab with that Codex. The 1 cost 6 power plus on hit makes this effectively a 1 card 8 in this spot.
Yeah, if you presume the existence of the Tunic counter, which there we were able to, really just showing the power. I mean, and that's not even including the perceived value from the getting a Frailty token over to Richard's side because he started off with the Codex of Frailty, which of course enabled the whole play. So strong from Adam there. You know, I really thought when I saw that opening from Richard last turn and the fact that Richard is just accumulating Dawnblade counters, that Richard was getting himself in position to be able to just completely take over the matchup. Maybe exploiting a little bit of Adam's relative inexperience against Dorinthea, or I'm sorry, into the game generally. But no, clearly showing that I have this Richard locally. I've played against this Dorinthea. I can figure things out as I go.
Yeah, and I will say too that the addition of the Frailty counter on this next turn, plus the preservation of that headpiece. Of course, Richard's not marked this time around, but the preservation of the headpiece means that Adam still has that as an option in his tool belt. And as much as I criticized the play last round, in the game of Flesh and Blood, having more options later in the game is never a bad thing, as we still have life parity and the tools that Adam needs to potentially shut this down later on when it comes up.
Oh, and Michael, interesting. Richard choosing to deploy a Warrior's Valor blue from hand. Richard, I think typically somebody who, when he's presented with the 6 damage and an on-hit, is likely to give 2 cards, just cleanly covered up. But here, I think really prioritizing his Dawnblade counters, maybe figuring if I can just hit once per turn from here on, doesn't matter the value, I'm probably winning this game.
Yeah, he definitely has his game plan set out. Keep those counters and make them go higher.
Yeah, and especially with this Iron Song Determination, unless Adam has a defense reaction in his arsenal, which I don't believe he does, this at least the initial Dawnblade that's getting pumped to this level here, I think this is going to be up to 5, 6, 9? No, 10 because of Iron Song Determination.
And then 9 for the Frailty.
Oh, right, exactly. So this is, I think, unless Adam commits significant equipment block here, this is basically guaranteed to hit. So Richard, I think, valuing the value of ensuring his Downblade counters were going to continue to persist over the face-up value of just blocking 6 on the Death Touch last turn.
Yeah, that being said, oh no, if he hits, he gets the go again. We've got the Warrior's Valor. So yeah, everything Richard needs is on the table here for a huge double swing attack. Adam is up against Dominate as well, so even with committing all of the equipment, it's unlikely that without a defense reaction in Arsenal, this could be covered up. Makes me wonder if this is the time to take the hit and start to disrupt.
Yeah, but you have to wonder if he's taking this hit and a subsequent hit, which the subsequent hit is also swing is going to have dominate as well. And Adam, I think, forgetting that dominate was present on the Dawn Blade. It's hard to imagine Adam mounting enough disruption to stop a 3 counter Dawn Blade, but Adam having an astute play there, noticing that Richard, one thing I noticed about Richard is he loves to guarantee that his Dawn Blade is going to hit. He will not push all the damage that he can necessarily in a turn in order to park a reaction in Arsenal. This inertia token is going to say, hey, you don't get that option this turn.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Just saying you have to play all your reactions out now, otherwise down to the bottom of the deck they go. Richard having to think about what that means for the rest of his turn seems to be somewhat affected by that.
Seems a little displeased, yeah. As much as somebody who's about to get 3 Dawn Blade counters can be displeased, I suppose.
Yeah.
But just letting the damage go through, the Warrior's Valor will confer the very necessary go again. And I guess from Richard's perspective, at the very least, if you have like sort of ineffectual blues in your hand, those create Vigor tokens. So could be worse.
And it looks like that may be the line. 1 card in hand. And in this spot, yeah, you're taking a lot of hits. Yeah, you're giving the Dawn Blade another counter, but no blocks, keeps the reprise off and prevents Richard from being able to utilize that last card if it is a reaction with reprise. Then again, maybe he would have just played it in response to the defense reaction. So
yeah, well, yeah. If I think here, Richard wanting to ensure if this is an attack reaction, wanting to ensure this is going to leak through. I agree with you. This is almost, unless Adam may very well believe that Richard just has an attack reaction in hand, think I'm getting hit by this no matter what. But to the extent Adam commits a card from hand and his equipment to stop this hit, which he can do, then that'll at least ensure that Richard not just maintains his current Dawn Blade counters, but continues to proliferate them.
yeah, and getting up to 3 is such a dangerous spot.
Yeah, hard to imagine Adam coming back from that, right?
Yeah.
So Adam in a tough spot. He's navigated some tough spots already this matchup. As you've mentioned, Michael, this is Adam's first AGE event of not just the year, of his life. Mm-hmm. And, lots of folks are presented with the option to have one of their early games on stream, and we, fairly can decline that. Adam, we really appreciate you choosing in your first event to allow us to watch your gameplay here. And as I think he's already made some plays that I think he'll be proud of upon a rewatch.
Absolutely. Blocking, it looks like 5 here on a 6-power Dawn Blade.
And Richard does have the Iron Song response, so if Adam had not blocked with a card from hand there, that would have just been a lost card for Richard.
Yeah,
so.
I am a little bit surprised that Richard didn't just send that out against the defense reaction. But, of course, keeping it as insurance just to make sure that Dawn Blade hits also makes a lot of sense, as Adam drops down to 11 to Richard Truong's 20. And we draw back up. Adam's got a bit of a hole to climb out of, but 3 cards to work with, and being an assassin means that there is always disruption on the table.
Oh, and it's cut from the same cloth. That's one of the best cards you can play against a warrior or an assassin. Here we do have a Nip at the Heels, which will trigger the claws on cut from the same cloth and mark Richard. In either case, Adam's next dagger swing is going to get pumped by 4, which is relevant because Adam is presenting the Tarantula version of the Chaos Arachne, which will leak an extra point of damage should one of these daggers hit.
And I gotta say, the timing of that cut from the same cloth, seeing only 1 reaction in his hand and it's only conferring +1, Adam has everything he needs to know to be able to strip these Dawn Blade counters.
That's an excellent point, Michael, and hopefully Adam spent a moment there to just study what the tapestry of Richard's hand was, and yeah, you're right, far from threatening here. So I don't know if you have to wonder from Adam's seat. Next he's really going to be presented with the question next turn, and able to follow it up with a Savor Bloodshed, Michael.
Wow.
This is exactly what he needed.
With the mark from the previous cut from the same cloth. Oh, and the dagger itself.
Yeah, so this will be coming in for 5. Richard can just give a card from hand and a piece of his equipment because Graphene Callister does not have piercing. So it is a relatively easy or clean, at least, block for Richard. But I think the bigger problem, as you were sort of getting ahead of Michael, is that his hand is not the most threatening.
And just goes for the sink below to try to filter. I like this for 2 reasons. 1, because his hand was not very good. But 2, it actually hides some information from Adam. We just saw him draw. It looked like a blue hit and run. So
Yeah.
not what he wanted. But at least he can now bluff like he has something.
Yeah. And if you were paying attention to Richard's face, it sort of told it all about what was in his hand there. But Richard, always a fun person to watch game for reactions like that. Let's see what he can do to convert what is looking like an otherwise sort of lackluster hand.
Playing the
Commanding Performance, which is a card from heavy hitters that will punish a block with an attack action. It'll blow up an arsenal. I can't tell if Adam kept an arsenal. It looks like he did not. So here it's basically just going to be a front pump of 3.
Yeah, but this is that spot right now where Adam has to figure out if Richard still has that +1. Because if he gives 3 block, I'm sorry, 3 blocks, 9 block, Richard could still hit.
Yeah.
And Richard's showing 1 card in hand. It could be anything. So at this point, Adam's got to think about maybe putting 12 down if he wants to stop this entirely.
Yeah, and I think I would imagine Richard kept it just to have something. I mean, kept nip at the heels in his hand just to make sure that Adam couldn't just give 3 cards from hand to be able to cover it. But to your point, Michael, he could be working off of assumed information. Maybe Adam would simply assume that's something Richard would do, and if he didn't do it, he has the opportunity to just completely punish him by only giving 3 cards.
Yeah, the Flick Knives in this spot. It blocks 1. I wonder if it's worth considering, but it looks like Adam is just
going to block 3 here. I don't believe... Okay, so he does have a managed trap door, which will be able to allow him to take him up to 6 on the block here. Not going to fully cover it up.
interesting.
Yeah, maybe just liking the disruption that his 2-card hand possesses?
It could be that. It's a very... He must really like his 2 cards if he's justifying not blocking.
If you've already blocked the 2, you're thinking might as well
Right.
block 3.
And so
sure
there's
enough,
the nip at the heels.
yeah, so maybe correctly figuring out that there wasn't that much of a difference between blocking 2 and blocking 3, at least in terms of stopping the Richard from hitting with Dawnblade.
It could be Adam just saying, look, it could be a +3. I'm not going to risk putting 3 cards in front if I'm just going to get hit anyway.
Right.
And ultimately, just dropping down to 7, you'd love to see the Dawnblade counters drop off, but still has some life to work with and some cards to play with.
Yeah, that being said, at 3 Dawnblade counters, you have to figure, unless this 2-card hand is something legendary, Richard's looking like the favorite to be able to close this out within maybe the next 2 turns. Adam's starting off here with the Hunter's Clave, going to unmark and remark Richard here, effectively a 2-card 1. I'm sorry, a 2 resource 1. And following it up with a Savor Bloodshed. Okay, so this is something here. This is going to be able to present, I believe, 4, 5, 6. So Richard won't be able to do his simple 1 piece of equipment, 1 card from hand block that he did last turn.
How do you feel about playing Savor Bloodshed after swinging with the Hunter's Clave when your opponent's already marked?
I'm not quite sure about that. Look, Mario is one of those heroes that has a lot of depth. And so I probably would imagine I would lead off with it. And I get from what you're saying that you think you would do the same maybe, but Adam hasn't been in the game very long, but has almost exclusively played, if not Arachnid, at least Assassin during that time. So maybe figuring from some sequencing that my feeble mind cannot comprehend at this moment.
Yeah, it could be a way to preserve the mark. So I'm really thinking about it here. And if you play it up front, then you give your opponent the agency to block the first dagger, Then there,
Yeah.
I blocked. Never
It's hard to
mind.
imagine where Richard blocked the first dagger is the only issue with that particular line, I think, just because it's effectively just 1 damage, given that he's already marked. But
No, I'm saying with the alternative line.
oh, right. All right, so Richard blocking card from hand and both pieces of equipment. This will cover for exactly 6. Adam maybe having a think about whether to flick here.
I'm going to flick this Hunter's Clothing.
And electing to do so
That will trigger this.
Oh.
to draw. There we go. Okay.
Okay, I
So
like this a lot.
This will trigger Savor Bloodshed. Keep Richard marked.
He's praying for a codex, I'm sure.
Here's some mark,
Doesn't.
so
Yeah, I don't think he liked what he drew.
I'm going to transform.
Didn't get a chance to see it. I might have seen a blue strip in the pitch zone.
3. Just, Orb Weaver.
All right, and rolling back into our Arachne, the Calicera Orb Weaver version of Arachne. I'm got to think that maybe he was hoping for a 6 there, just to have a little extra blocking value to essentially just to draw a card.
Yeah.
While he needs to block here, because this is a turn that, given that Richard has 3 cards in hand and a Dawnblade with 3 counters, you have to imagine Richard will be able to present lethal.
I'm seeing a twinning blade in the hand of Richard here, so we've got one of those tricky turns that Adam is sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If this Dawnblade is able to... oh, it has the go again. So yeah, he's just in a tough spot here, no
Yeah.
matter how he blocks.
Yeah, and this looks like the writing is starting to be on the wall here for Adam, maybe.
I will block 6.
Blocking 6 on this first swing. And I believe Richard, all he's going to be able to do here, right, Michael, is to Twinning Blade and then do sort of a sidestep swing again. Maybe keep a well, but then if Adam just commits the last 2 cards from his hand, I suppose Richard will then be able to just pitch to... Oh, no, he can't pitch to Bracers because he didn't hit. So Adam might be able to block this out here.
Yeah, might finally get these counters off.
And, I hope for Adam's sake that he's got another 3 block. I think I see...
But he's got the equipment, at least.
He does, yes, that is true. That is true. So he just needs to avoid having 2 blocks. But then, you're playing the rest of the game without your flick knives available to you, which does seem like a tough position.
At some point, you got to pull that trigger.
Yeah. And Adam boxing us out from the view of his hand, keeping us all in suspense.
Maybe we can sneak it over here.
No, don't think I can quite make that out. But he's posturing as if, oh wow, is he gonna block with 1 card?
Interesting.
Block.
Yeah, Adam just maybe having a reaction. No reaction. Interesting. So Richard will keep his Dawnblade counters, create a Vigor. Gosh, you have to wonder, Michael, what does Adam have in his hand that he wouldn't have committed to the block there? Maybe a 2 block and not wanting to give up flick knives?
That could be the decision.
I can imagine
Adam here,
comments.
gonna need something big, and it is a
It is a
up
2
sticks
block.
and run.
5.
Deciding it's better to keep the counters than to
5 with go again.
And you're not retrieving?
No, I can't.
how is he retrieving this here? Oh yeah,
Not
he didn't retrieve. He
retrieving.
didn't retrieve, and he can swing for free because of the Orb Weaver. So presenting a total of, I believe Richard's marked, so this will be, or it doesn't matter because he's not Mario. So 5 damage coming Richard's way.
Yep. I think
No blocks, reaction.
I prefer giving up flick knives last turn. I think I block with that and give up the flick.
Yeah, I think maybe a decision in retrospect that Adam will regret here, but in any case, one thing about Dory, even if you are a more experienced player, if she forces you to think every single turn, and that
Absolutely.
has the mental fatigue of this game cannot be understated, Michael. At least for me.
No, definitely. I get fatigued just casting it. I can't imagine just playing it like this every single month.
So Richard starting with just a light 1 resource 6 here.
Yeah, being able to play that Dawnblade with the Vigor counter, hiding all the information in your hand is such a tough spot. Adam's setting it for life, needs to figure out once again how to navigate around these reactions.
It's tough to imagine a sequence that could get Adam out of this trouble that he's in, but Richard has been making Adam and us think throughout this entire game, so Adam's going to take a little bit more time here. Block just with the 6, and Richard able to glint. He will not be able to attack with a with Dawnblade again unless this hits. And sure enough, finding the reaction to push us up to 9.
Adam's still not showing. Oh, is it finally? Yes,
And
finally
he has
we
the
get a
inertia
reaction.
trap. That's the perfect answer. If Richard doesn't have a follow-up here, this will reset the Dawnblade counters, Michael.
Sorry, I reverted. I'm not.
Just cleaning up the board state there. Adam is actually in Mario form.
And Richard here, thumbing with his one card remaining in hand. Gotta wonder, and no, he will just concede the Dawnblade counters. That's huge for Adam, Michael. And with the inertia token live, that was the perfect answer.
Wow, really, really well timed from Adam, and still has a few cards to work with on the back end. So not only clearing up that Dawnblade, but looking to equalize life just a little bit closer here.
Yeah, I would say Adam's betting odds just went from like plus 10,000 or something to, I don't know, maybe like plus 150. He's not in a great position still, but like that, it can be understated how much more gain he just gained himself by blocking, not just well, but I would say perfectly on that
So
turn.
Adam choosing to send Graphene Callisto here for one, pitching the cut from the same cloth. I kind of like just playing it and passing and looking at the hand.
Yeah, and you would confer a mark too. That's some astute.
Maybe that's a little too heads up here, but
No, I think when you're at 4,
Yeah.
that's really valuable. And it's not just nothing. You're also probably marking them. And
Right.
Richard's not marked, so yeah, maybe
you can
another.
transform. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of options available there. I think that might have been a heads up play, but again, it's Adam having to use every brain cell available to him in that last blocking sequence. Maybe just not quite seeing that one.
Absolutely. Now 6 blocking 3. Sorry, is that 5 blocking 3?
I believe it's 6.
Okay. We got the puncture, pumping it up to 6.
And he has a blade flurry, so that's the ultimate punish here. So unless Adam has another cheeky trap to react with, this is going to leak some damage.
Checking the arsenal. It's not a trap.
Adam losing half of his life total there.
Big hit.
It's a big hit, and really on the back foot here, despite his masterful play line in the last turn of this game. Richard looks like he's just going to convert a otherwise pretty meager blue here into a Vigor and another one pump from Braveforge Bracers. Coming in for a total of 6, I believe?
Yeah. 3 plus 2 plus 1 is 6.
Yeah, so
Asking for the last 2 cards in Adam's hand.
and one of them's a Codex. That's so sad
Ouch.
to see blocked with here.
This-
Adam, and you can see Adam's face. He does not want to block with that
Yeah,
Codex.
giving us the stank face there.
Yeah.
Reaching for those flick knives. It always feels so bad to give that piece of equipment. And is that two blocks?
That's two blocks.
So he
Adam's going to go
still
down to
gets
1, so he
hit.
needed to do it just to survive. Not where you want to be. Richard, very pleased with how that turn has went for him.
Yeah, despite clearing the Dawnblade counters, it looks like maybe it was just too little too late. And I can't help but think back to that turn where he had the option to block with that mask to strip those counters early on. It looks like he never really found another good position to strip the counters until it was a little too late. And here we see Richard with all the tempo in the world threatening another breakpoint right off the rip with Warrior's Valor.
Yeah. Richard maybe having to think here. Yep. Going to so we'd be able to swing this Dawnblade for a breakpoint. And so it seems likely if Richard has any sort of oomph available in his hand that this is going to have a go again conferred. I guess not that it matters because Adam's at 1 life.
Yeah, I mean, on hit death, best on hit in the game.
Yeah, so Adam, bit of, I've said the writing's on the wall for him a few times prematurely in this game. I think we've actually hit the point where that might be the case.
The writing's on the wall, the floor, and the ceiling. As he
Overpower.
pumps it up to 11.
And that will do it. Richard, Truong, Dorinthea, Iron Song, the Dorinthea aficionado, turn 0 local versus turn 0 local, wins the game, goes up to 2-0 to start this Open Series.
Congratulations to Richard, and props to Adam. First game on camera, first time at AGE. Really well played by both these players. We've got our victor here, Dorinthea Iron Song.
And Richard, as you mentioned, all full credit to Adam. We thank you for putting yourself on stream in your first matchup. And also credit to Richard, who now has won on stream early in 2 straight open series. He's an excellent Dorinthea player and a facet of our community that we really appreciate. So always great to see the locals coming out and doing well here. We're going to see if we can get Richard for a quick interview here. And we will, until then, why don't we take a look at our sponsors for today, Michael?
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. We've been neglectful. Top Deck Keep. Top Deck Keep has been hosting us now for the entirety of the last couple of months here for AGE Open Series. Much love to them. If you love Flesh and Blood and you want to come support, come on down to Top Deck Keep. We've got all kinds of cards and fun things that you can buy or just hang out here.
Even if you don't love Flesh and Blood, maybe the Top Deck Keep's got Pokemon cards. They've got, I eat their Chex Mix that they sell here pretty often.
They got delicious bottles of water I'm constantly drinking, staying hydrated.
As a reminder of our metagame breakdown here, Richard, the lone Dorinthea in the room, doing well thus far to defeat one of the only 2 Marios around, seeing 2 of the least represented decks going up against each other in this round. And I think important to keep in mind, Michael, what the players are playing for.
That's right. We've got $400 on the line for first place, $200 for second. Third through fourth get $100 each, and fifth through eighth still walk away with a little more than their entry fee at $50. But of course, that's not all that's on the line, right, Patrick? What else are we playing for?
I don't even notice the left side of the column, Michael. I'm looking at the right side of the column. I'm looking at the AGE Open points because that qualifies you for the AGE Championship Series. I know Richard Truong, who we just saw win on Dorinthea, is eager to bust into the top 16. I'm eager personally as a player myself to solidify my position. There's what do we play for? We don't play card games to make money, Michael.
No,
certainly not.
That is not a good investment.
We play for glory, and that's what is available to at least 12 of the players, 16 of the players here today. We can confirm we will have an interview shortly with Richard Truong. Until then, we'll be right back. And we're back with the July Open Series of AG West. I'm here with my friend, really my friend, Richard Truong, who we just saw deftly pilot Dorinthea Iron Song to a win over our local, Adam, on Mario. How did you feel, Richard, about that matchup?
So it sucks that it's a team kill, but I'm glad Adam got to be on stream. It's his first AGE, so shout out to him. The game itself was kind of like, I think we were both not drawing that well, but the way I describe it is sometimes you draw poorly, but it works out, and that means you actually didn't draw poorly. So.
Yeah, and there was a point in the game where you were just like really accumulating your Dawnblade counters. I think you got up to 3 or at least 2, and I thought the game was over. And Adam perfectly blocked, reset your counters. What was going through your head in that moment?
So there were a couple things where with Dory, sometimes you think about playing a hand that has the highest chance of keeping counters, and other times you can play the value game. And so I got to the point where I was ahead enough that I was like, I'm going to choose the option that is just a value play, even though like I'm probably not keeping my counters. At least I'll get some value. And it worked out. Like one of the value plays, he just had a bunch of 2 blocks, and it kind of worked out. So
Yeah. And this is now 2 straight opens where you've been featured on stream.
both round 2.
Both round 2. Won both into a sort of aggro disruptive deck, I would say. How are you feeling about your positioning in the Players' Championship race at this point?
So last time I started 2-0 as well and didn't make top 8. So hopefully this time will be different, but we'll see. No, I don't want to think about it too much. We'll see how it
One
turns
game
out.
at a time. Well,
Yeah.
let me ask you this then. How do you feel about, you've been playing Dorinthea for a really long time. I know that. I've told the viewers this now probably too many times. How do you feel about Dory in this meta, this post-high seas meta?
I think Dory in this meta is probably the best Dory meta since I've started playing the game, which means pretty good. But there's still some problem matchups like Verdance and Slippy, but none of them are as unwinnable as like the Florian rune chant making build or all the field of enigmas. So this is the best meta for sure.
And what do you think separates? So you mentioned you thought Slippy was not a great matchup. And how do you feel about Mario? Do you feel it's a completely different dynamic there?
I think it's almost the same, but Slippy is just a little bit harder.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, in selecting Dorinthea then, you mentioned several of the bad matchups that you're looking to run from. What are the matchups that you're preying upon?
So Gravy Bones for sure, and then every ninja. So Katsu, Cindra. There's only 2 ninjas now. Yeah, any ninja is good. Even Kasai. Like Kasai used to be a problem for Dawnblade Dory specifically, but now Kasai is running like an aggro list with lots of 2 blocks. I think Dory's pretty good into the Ranger. Am I missing any? I think just in general, pretty good.
And I mentioned several times on stream that you and Adam are locals of Turn Zero games in Koreatown. Have you played this matchup against each other several times? Do you think that because Dory's known as the sort of new player punisher, and we both know Adam's newish to the scene.
Yeah.
Do you think you taught him some things that he used against you in that matchup?
For sure. Like when we started playing, I was like, I shouldn't have told him all this stuff, but it's good that the scene is growing and everyone's learning how to play against Dory. I think it's more fun to play games where they know what your hero does. Winning because they don't know your hero is like it's not as fun. So.
Yeah. You want to win the right way. You want to win the pure way. I got it. All right, Richard. Well, we want to give you time to prepare for round 3. Hopefully give you on your way to I'll be rooting for you for hopefully getting a top 8. Are there any shout outs you want to give before we say our piece?
Yeah, so the first thing is shout out to anyone that comes on stream and has to do an interview, because interviews are the hardest thing.
What do you mean? This isn't fun?
Yeah, so shout out to anyone that has to do an interview. Shout out to the interviewer, of course, especially if you're named Patrick.
No, okay.
I want to shout out Michelle, who's just been super supportive of my Fab journey.
Who's Michelle?
It's my fiance. And
Shout out to
to Turn Zero Games. We have 11 people plus Patrick today from Turn Zero showing up at AGE, which is an insane amount of people. And yeah, the Turn Zero Fab scene is growing. Sunday, 5 p.m., K-Town.
All right. All right, Richard. It's been great speaking with you. I'll let you get ready. For everybody else, we'll be back shortly with round 3.
Can you bring it back to me, me? Bring it back to me, Bring it back to me, Bring it back to me, It's making me feel so weak. Feeling like a puppet controlled by some strings.
And we're back to the July AG Open Series. I'm Patrick R. here with Michael, Swinger of Hammers, Murray. Last round, we saw Richard Truong on Dorinthea Ironson take down Adam on, whose last name I cannot pronounce. I'm not going to try Adam, sorry, on Arcane Marionette. This round, we have an interesting hero, maybe one you might not have expected to see at the top tables, and that's John Kim on Rhinar Reckless Rampage. Some will call him the Ginar, versus Anthony Camacho on Arcane Slip Through the Cracks.
Yeah, looking forward to this match. This is another one that I do not have a lot of experience in seeing played on the top tables. So, do you know anything about this matchup or who we expect to be favored in this kind of game?
It's tough to say, if only because Rhinar is a hero that lends itself to many different. I mean, he's not exactly meta, so he lends himself to many different builds. And John, I know, likes to build his Rhinars in very different ways. I would imagine that John knows Slippy is a hero who's going to be very prevalent in this meta. He's a former assassin, or is a current assassin player himself as well, so he will be teched for this. But it'll remain to be seen, Michael.
So what I'm hearing you say is the advantage of information goes to John Kim, as he can build his deck either aggressively or defensively, and Anthony is kind of locked into what we are seeing. Slippy decks are very meta right now, so very face up in terms of what he's probably bringing.
Yeah, I'm just imagining that, because Rhinar can be, at least the way John plays it, a bit of a toolbox deck. If we're talking raw power, hard not to give the edge to Slippy, so we'll have to see sort of to what extent John has planned to play Slippy. And interesting on John's side here, we have a romping club as opposed to, I think, what most would expect. It's tough to say. Not a lot of, at least as far as I know, a lot of consistency in Rhinar builds these days, but not the two Mandible Claws.
I will say, seeing that romping club makes me think this list is leaning defensively. And I was just watching some the Card Guys streams. Josh Lau Dorinthea extraordinaire talking about how it may be possible to fatigue out a Slippy. So I'm sitting here wondering if maybe we're seeing that game plan live.
Maybe we're in for some fast fatigue action, perhaps. Here, John just choosing to send Romping Club here.
Yeah.
He lets Anthony filter, but to your point, if his end game is fatigue, that takes 2 cards out of deck.
Yeah, I think we're already starting to see the hints of that being the game plan, as John Kim is now up 2 cards on Anthony as the life totals remain at parity. Anthony now coming in, starting things off with a pain in the backside for 3.
And as you've mentioned a few times today, Michael, this is the 3, but effectively 4 because of the text written on a pain in the backside, which will ping John with one of those daggers. And here, it's more effective than it was when last time we saw it, which was Cindra, because it'll also confer the mark.
John Kim saying no blocks, so interestingly not playing straight to that fatigue plan that I was just talking about, as now Anthony is able to play a Mark of the Black Widow, one of the more disruptive cards, and John Kim respecting the pump potential, putting 6 in front of it.
Yeah, and importantly, that did have go again, so Anthony could have just sidestepped John there, but here he has the gas necessary to be able to push past that 6 block that John proposed.
Yeah, being able to pump just over the top there, conferring the Blood Rot Pox on hit, as well as banishing a card from John Kim's hand.
And E-Strike and Lane Strike seeming like a good option to banish when you're going to be forced to 1 card in hand anyway there. We'll have to see if what John elects to do. If he is going fatigue, does he send the Romping Club or does he simply pay into the Blood Rot Pox? Looks like he's opting for neither.
John making sure everything's taken care of before the turn starts. And looking wholly unperturbed by that attack.
Yeah.
Taking all that damage, seems to not really mind too much. Send packing coming through. Anthony, of course, not on an arsenal, means this is just a vanilla 6 damage attack. So right away, Anthony asking the question and John giving a bit of a wrong answer in terms of how he blocked. But of course, as the game goes, I think both players will settle and adjust and figure out the way that this should be played.
And unfortunately for John, I do see a Codex of Frailty in Anthony's hand here, so poised to have yet another disruptive and potentially powerful in terms of damage turn coming back his way.
Yeah, already 25% of John Kim's life gone. Makes me wonder once again if fatigue is not the game plan after all, as now an infect comes through. This has no go again, as there is no mark currently.
No, Anthony's Slippy, so this will give it. It will have. No, it's okay. We just
Slippy,
watched the Mario.
yes,
You can be
yes.
forgiven.
Thank you. This has go again because it always has go again on the
Yeah.
first stealth attack.
And here, John just blocking with Swing Big. That is one of the, larger forms of larger power attacks available in his deck. So you got to wonder what the rest of John's hand is looking like at this point.
John now dropping down to 30.
We have a Flick conferred here. John will be marked. That's going to turn on a lot of cards, including Take Up the Mantle for Anthony here. So John, probably not what he wanted to see. As John is marked, Anthony will be able to transform his Infect into a Mark of the Black Widow.
And we are seeing the power of the disruption on the side of Slippy. 2 turns taken, 2 cards banished.
And is that a yellow Battlefront Bastion as
It
well?
sure is.
Interesting choice there from John. In any case, hitting the banish zone here. John fully on the back foot thus far in this game. And as we know, Anthony's going to follow it up with the best 1-card play he has to offer.
There it is.
Codex of Frailty here. He does not possess the ability to mark John again, so Mark of the Black Widow unlikely to be chosen. And sure enough, just going with an Infect.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And with John's choice of send packing, you got to think he's going to want to try to get rid of whatever card gets drawn here on the Ponder. I like that choice.
Yeah, he's essentially he knows the Ponder is going to put something in Arsenal for Anthony, so at least this time he'll be able to get some value. Opting not to go, it looks like John reached for the equipment block there, choosing not to this time. Will instead sign up for what is going to be essentially delayed 5 points of damage.
Yeah, and this is a lot of damage going through. John Kim already at 24 life here, the second turn of the game, just taking the hits.
Yeah, and to the extent, and we were doing some theorizing about whether John's game plan was going to be to fatigue. If that is the game plan, it's not going well so far.
It seems off the table, but it makes me then wonder, because a lot of the way that Rhinar is able to sort of claw back in value is through those Blood Rush Bellow turns, and the club is not as conducive to that. So bringing the club but then playing aggressively has me scratching my head a little bit. I'm not 100% sure what the game plan is for John Kim.
Yeah, I would theorize, Michael, that you were correct the first time that is maybe playing towards fatigue, but just maybe the makeup of his hands aren't quite lining up for that style, and to the extent he has been blocked, he has been punished thus far.
And I will say that after Dorinthea, Assassin might be the second hardest class to block out in the game.
That's exactly right, Michael. But as mentioned, John is an Assassin player, so to the extent it is some of the information is face up. We can expect John will know it. That being said, that Sen packing coming in for 5, key there, because that allowed Anthony to not commit 2 cards from hand and instead use his Crown of Providence block to be able to get back his, I believe it was a Bonds of Agony that was banished by Sen packing.
Yeah, and that Bonds is one of the best cards in the entire deck, especially in Slippy, as it basically, I like to think of it as a twinning blade on a stick. You're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you do decide to block it all up front, you can just say, okay, it has to go again, and then put all your pumps in the second card. But instead of opening with that, we see Anthony opening with the Orb Weaver Spinneret, +4 into the Kiss of Death. This will be coming in for 7 with an on-hit of lose 1 life, as well as go again. So lots of damage being put up front. 6 is the Orb Weaver +3.
It is +3, yeah. And Kiss of Death, probably my vote for least favorite card to block. Simply because you're threatened by Tarantula Toxin, and this is where Tarantula Toxin gets its most amount of value. John will be aware of that. Nevertheless, blocking with his Apex Bonebreaker, which does have Temper. So maybe always the chance to the extent Anthony does have a Tarantula Toxin in hand, that it will be banished away by the Scowling Flesh Bag.
Then again, there's also the 50% chance. Oh, that's what you just said.
But it's in either case here, John blocking, I believe this is 7.
Yeah.
So
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, 7. So wondering, I find one of the biggest skill testing points of playing both as and against a Brew is when does the Scowling Flesh Bag get deployed. Here, it looks like John effectively utilizing it, forcing Anthony to just sort of go around and attack with a Hunter's Clave.
Still giving a card to that Hunter's Clave. John now going down to 20 with 2 cards to work with. So clearly playing a defensive list, likely just sending another 2-card 6 here. And we see that third send packing.
Oh.
I guess it's technically the second, as the first one was recurred.
And Anthony having a laugh there, saying, when will I escape this send packing nightmare? This is a very effective card against Slippy, a deck that otherwise does not want to be blocking. To Anthony's credit, I guess, Double Trouble Blue, maybe not the most powerful card he has available to him, so there is always the chance, and this will be for 7 because of the My Token. There's always a chance here that Anthony just says, you know what, forget it anyway. I didn't need that.
Yeah, and while this is a very powerful play, 7 attack power coming through, plus the potential of banishing that card, we're still looking down the barrel of a 16 life deficit. So John has his work cut out for him. He's going to need to line up a lot more plays that look like this if he wants to claw back.
And here, if looking over at Anthony's side of the table here, I do see, I believe, 2 forms of Arsenal Disruption in Command and Conquer and Leave No Witnesses. So he has the line available to him to just block 6, and it looks like he blocked the Leave No Witnesses. A little hard to see under the Double Trouble there.
Yeah.
Getting his Double Trouble back, so clearly valuing at the very least the pitch value of that, I would imagine. We'll see how Anthony chooses to deploy the cards in his hand this turn. Starting off with a Orb Weaver Spinneret. This will send in his, doesn't get a Calycera, but a buff 3 of 3 is a buff of 3.
Yep.
Sending in his Graphene Calycera for 4 because of, with Go again, because of Slippy's inherent hero ability.
Yeah, really good dagger in Arachne slipped through the cracks.
And I believe the follow-up to this will be a Command and Conquer if I did a decent job in memorizing Anthony's hand. Lots of Arsenal disruption presented into no Arsenal this game. And here, John blocking 6 on Graphene Calycera. Do you feel like we're firmly in the going for fatigue land at this point, Michael?
Yeah, he's blocking a lot more here, and I believe the last card in his hand was a D-React, so we're just going to see an Arsenal pass, which is nice. It'll sort of help buffer him from, oh wow, and now we see a very defensive hand. 3 D-Reacts in hand, 1 in Arsenal, plus a blue. Means we are going to see some blocking on John Kim's side, almost assuredly.
Yeah, I think it's got 2 D-Reacts and then an Oasis Respite, which is maybe a little bit, I guess with Tunic up, it's just as good as a D-React here. Maybe a little better because it'll generate a point of life. But yeah, interesting. I mean, if you are playing to fatigue, this is the sort of hand you want to see when your opponent is firmly presenting this much damage into you.
Yeah, and we see now Anthony playing that Kiss of Death. John Kim goes straight to reactions, gives him the Fate Foreseen, covers that up unless there's another reaction on the side of Anthony. There is not. Just a Command and Conquer.
Ooh. That's going to be this is a great time to get a Command and Conquer for Anthony. He obviously doesn't know what's in John's hand. John can block this out with the Oasis Respite and the other card in his hand, or with his Scabskin leathers, but nevertheless, not really the way John wants to be playing this turn, because his turn's going to end with him just having a useless D-React in his hand.
Right. The blue that he would otherwise use to pay for, say, Romping Club is now being committed to blocking.
So he will gain the point of life there from Oasis Respite, and it looks like discarding Shelter to prevent the mark there. So getting some, maybe not the greatest amount of utility from the card in hand, but he was otherwise going to be essentially intellect penalizing himself on his next turn anyway.
And we are now seeing John Kim kind of start to stabilize. The key thing about a fatigue strategy is life disparities actually become a lot less meaningful, because what you're really after is the cards in deck, not the life on screen. So just because John Kim is sitting at 18 doesn't mean that this is lights out or that he's in a bad position necessarily, but certainly moving forward, we're going to need to see him be more efficient with the blocks than he was during the first couple turns if he wants to be able to stay alive against this Flick of Knives.
And wise from John there, blocking 2 on the Persuasive Prognosis, covering up the Justinic buff up to 6. So a bit of assassin knowledge blocking there on John Kim's part, I would say.
Very well played.
And
Jeez.
Is that 3 Command and Conquers in a row, or am I
That's 4 now. We see 1 blocked with. I think that was 3 in a row, and so now John Kim can safely arsenal those D-Reacts without worrying too much. Of course, Codex is always an option to get those back, as we see now just a Romping Club. But as we mentioned earlier, the life totals maybe not so important to follow at this point in the game. Anthony just covering it up anyway, saying, I will trade my sync for 4 life, and a card in hand going to the bottom.
And importantly, the other card John pitched, that all you got? Clearly not short on D-Reacts in this list. And not that we had any doubts at this point, but I think it is clear that John is playing towards the fatigue strategy.
And I think probably what we saw early on was just that he didn't see them yet. Yeah. So now that he's starting to hit the point in his deck where all the D-Reacts seem to have clumped, he's going to have a much easier time preserving that life total.
All right, and Anthony following up the Leave No Witnesses here. John, I'm going to guess, has not a D-React, but a Sigil of Solace in his arsenal. Does not hit a red, so no silver generated on Anthony's side of the field.
John Kim having a 3-card hand to work with, the largest hand I've seen from him maybe since the game started, as he goes ahead and just pitches.
That is I believe Splatter Skull is the name of that one. That is from, I want to say it's from Heavy Hitters.
I think it's a Vanilla 6, right?
No, this is
when it hits.
Yeah, here it will be a Vanilla 6, but it's meant to keep intimidated cards. Basically, it threatens to destroy intimidated cards. Mm-hmm. Here, John has not intimidated, despite the fact that he's Rhinar, and I don't think he's intimidated all game, actually.
Yeah.
So just a Vanilla 6 here.
Yep.
But
useful to just get that chip damage. And I think I just heard one of the players, I think Anthony said, "You're scaring me, man." Not sure what exactly he's scared of, but I think he's starting to pick up on what John is putting down with this fatigue strategy. Still interested to know why it was that he opted to take so much damage early, but I also wonder if maybe it has something to do with the mind game of not letting your opponent sniff out your strategy that early on.
Yeah, I wonder if, an interesting block there from Anthony. I wonder maybe, suspecting some reaction shenanigans from John there. He had a bit of bated breath as he asked if John had any reactions, is why I'm saying that.
Sure.
But
What reaction would he expect with one card?
yeah, I don't know. I don't think he had enough resources. He didn't have the resources for a pummel or something like that. But look, I don't think anybody here is that used to playing against a Rhinar, at least not recently. So maybe Anthony just maybe living in fear of that which he does not know.
We see the Saber Bloodshed coming out, swinging in with that Hunter's Clave for 5, threatening to draw if the opposing hero is marked. So John Kim just covering up the mark.
And brilliant move by John there, keeping the floating prevention from the battlefield bastion, so that even if he were to be marked at some point in the future, and Anthony tried to flick with another dagger, that's going to be prevented by my one floating from Battlefront Bastion.
Yeah, yellow 6 power, prevent 1. Really nice tech card for Rhinar, and we just see John Kim slow and steady pitching towards that romping club for 4.
And this is where I personally, as somebody who absolutely loathes losing to the fatigue strategy, as I'm sure a lot of folks do, this is when I would start to feel some amount of doom creeping in if I were Anthony.
I think he just mentioned that last turn.
Right.
I'm starting to get nervous as he's seeing that John Kim is just holding steady at 17 life.
Yeah, and I honestly, Michael, to be completely honest with you, I have no idea who's favored at this point in the match. It depends on how Anthony's able to distribute his damage. And it seems like he's figured out what the game actually is here, but John has found himself in a much better position.
Yeah, I think this is such an interesting game to watch as the Slippies become more and more meta. The question that everyone's facing is, how do I beat it? And it looks like John Kim has a home-cooked strategy that we will have to wait and see how it works out, but it's looking brighter than it did at the beginning.
I mean, at the very least for Anthony, he does have his flick knives as a way of not true damage, but close. I mean, John does have shelters. He has Oasis, I guess, which technically...
And he has the Sigil of Solace, too.
Yes, that's true. So, it's always... This is a game that is not... a game plan that is very much not linear. And in the absence of information of how much each player has in deck, which, for example, we don't know how many cards in deck each player started with, it's going to be difficult at any point to figure out exactly who's favored. But here, Anthony presenting a take up the mantle into Bonds of Agony. This is one of the bigger power plays he can make.
Yeah, so this would be coming in for 1+2, and then if he's able to get 3 reactions, pumping it up to 7. John Kim, though, has the Sink Below in response.
And it looks like filtering out, and one more reaction for Anthony. Does John have the follow-up reaction?
Does not look like it. So these are the moments that you really need to be careful. Oh, no.
Did he draw
he's
into
got
another?
duplicates.
Oh, no. You hate to see that for John. It looks like he sunk his Heart of Findal that he had in hand and drew up another...
This round's on me.
Yes, thank you. So
Yeah.
a really unfortunate bit of luck there for John, but and also going to give Anthony a chance to sort of scan through what exactly John is cooking up if he doesn't already have a pretty good idea.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, taking that extra block card out of John Kim's hand is a big deal. Anything that he throws here can only be covered up by armor. And I think he's got the Leave No Witness in pitch. Is he out of cards in hand?
He is out of cards in hand.
Okay,
that
so
is a bit
committed a lot.
Fortunate. That is fortunate for
Yeah.
John. If he hadn't sunk into one of the same card, he could have sent a Romping Club back.
I think the
at
Romping
Anthony.
Club doesn't matter all that much. It's really the 3 points of damage that just leaked through. So that matters as now John Kim goes down to 13, starting to get into the danger zone territory and really needs to do a lot in order to preserve what he has remaining in his life total.
And if we look over at Anthony's hand, he's got at least one Shelter from the Storm. That can't feel like a good card to see at this point. Once you've realized what the game is for Anthony, but at the very least, it'll pitch for 1, Michael.
Yep, or Weaver Spinneret coming out now, re-equipping that Graphene Calistera and the Pervasive Prognosis on the chain for Go Again on hit. Banish the top card of your deck, and if it shares a color with the card in your hand, banish one of those as well. Another premier disruption piece for the assassin archetype. See what John Kim has as a response to this. Surely he can't have another perfect cover-up.
Yeah, and here I think John doing his due diligence to look at what he'll have a good working knowledge of the reactions that Slippy will have available to him, or to them, and doing a little bit of card counting here from the graveyard, seeing what has already been used, what is the likelihood of having one specific reaction. We know, of course, that Anthony does have a pump available in hand. Let's see if John has the D-reacts or chooses to otherwise respect a pump.
Reaching for 2 cards signals a lack of D-react.
I think that's right, Michael, but here I think that will be the correct play because Michael can only pump by 3 with a Razor's Edge. As mentioned, the other card is not a useless Shelter from the Storm, but definitely not the card he wants to see in this position.
Yeah, not helpful here. So heads up block from John Kim.
Oh, yeah, not in my, maybe used to blocking with...
Yeah, no 6 powers on this chain.
But nevertheless, a good block here for John. 7 will be just enough to cover up. Players having some fun here. Look,
And-
even when you're getting fatigued and trying to fatigue, can't stop you from having a little bit of fun, Michael.
And John once again makes it through that turn with 2 cards in hand and no damage taken.
Not a bad position for him to be in. And, oh, it's a gray card. I wonder, it's a Command and Conquer. I wonder if Anthony placed the Shelter in the Storm in Arsenal, and it looks like he did, Michael.
You got to just give it up, right? 6 damage doesn't really matter, especially when you're kind of just getting rid of that card that is dead in the water into this matchup anyway. Anthony bringing the D-Reacts into Rhinar, expecting probably a more aggressive list, and just those look so clunky when he draws them up now.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you, Michael, that that's probably the line you take here. That being said, everything we learn as Flesh and Blood players tells us not to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Here, it looks like Anthony taking your advice, taking 6 points of damage, will blow up his arsenal, which is that Shelter that we saw just a moment ago.
Yep. 11 plays 26, so still a 15 life gap, but John Kim holding very steady at 11 so far. Anthony's got to do something here to push damage.
Starting off with a Graphene Callisto for 1 go again, pitching a Razor's Edge to do that. That's an interesting play there by Anthony. Maybe wanting to keep a certain amount of threat density in the deck.
John Kim going ahead and taking it. This is actually the first dagger I've seen him not block this game, I think, with a card from hand.
Yeah, I mean, and if it's coming in for 1, oh, it looks like Anthony forgot to flick on his last chain link. Players here discussing how to unwind, maybe figuring out amongst each other,
Yeah.
maybe do some politicking here on the sequencing. So doing a little bit of unwinding here, perhaps.
So
In any case, oh, sorry, go
no,
ahead.
I was just going to say, it looks like the players are handling this on their own, how they want to deal with the take back, I guess, if you even want to go that far as to call it that.
And interesting, shouldn't Anthony have a Razor's Edge in the pitch?
Yes.
Interesting. So we'll have our judge look into that there, as I believe.
I'm sure he'll notice right about now. No? And there it is.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, perfect. All right. Look, we had to do some some figuring out there, but we are back onto the full tempo here for Anthony as he sends a pick up the point, buying back a dagger, paying the 1 resource, pitching 2 reds here for Anthony. Not necessarily the most threatening turn he could have had.
It's a pretty lackluster turn, but I'm looking at the 2 cards in pitch, and they are both attack reactions. If Anthony had pitched a 1 power blue earlier and lined it up with that, with those 2 reactions, that could be his game plan to finish.
Yeah, and here, John, unable to convert his 3-card hand. Looks like just sending the Romping Club for 4 here. Maybe a good time. The one thing, the defense reactions in Anthony's hand are not great for much, but they are good for hand fixing if it's a sink below.
That's
so maybe
true.
opting to do so here.
One of the better reactions. And I'm curious to know what he chooses to bottom. Let's see if we have No, we don't have the view of it.
Oh, and I'm wrong. John Kim not issuing himself an IP there. Instead, having a Sigil of Solace available to be able to make full use of the cards in his hand. Probably the type of turn he needs in order to actually effectively fatigue Anthony at this point.
Yeah, those Sigil of Solace are so good to help mitigate the flick knives and dagger chip that can be too inefficient to effectively block.
And Anthony here, looking through his graveyard. That signals to me that there's a Codex in his hand. I don't know why. I guess Take Up the Mantle also being signaled. I think we've seen 2 already of those. And I think maybe 1 Codex of Frailty. So, Anthony may be getting a little bit lower in deck here. He's officially reached the point where a little bit hard to see depth perception from this angle. But
yeah, I wonder if we can get like a view from here. Looking a little bit thin.
Yeah, so it seems as if his graveyard is exceeding the size of his deck. At the
We
very
see
least.
Savor Bloodshed coming down. I think this is the 3rd copy of this.
Yeah.
Running out of power cards as 5 damage hits the table on that Hunter's Clave, threatening the mark.
And here, if John does let this mark through, that will permit Anthony to be able to flick this dagger in a later chain link to guarantee the draw off of Savor Bloodshed. So John respecting it, going up to 6 block on the dagger. Follow-up is a double trouble. That'll present at least some deck damage John's way to the extent Anthony wants to engage in the same game.
Yep, and we saw the Razor's Edge in hand. Here it gets deployed. John now taking a pretty good chunk.
So he'll take 1 from the flick, up to 6 from the Razor's Edge, and then the double trouble seeing the reactions.
Yeah. John has the defense reaction to cover up most of it, still taking 3 in the reaction step here. 1 from the flick and 2 over the top.
I will say this list, Anthony is presenting damage in a very hidden way so far in this game, I guess as an assassin is wont to do. John having the tools to, a lot more terms than not, to be able to nevertheless protect that precious life total.
Absolutely, as John now takes 2 more, drops down to 11, which he was already at, and then healed 3 off the Sigil of Solace.
2 cards banished off the top from Double Trouble's secondary line of text. Don't know how much John's deck size is going to matter at this point, but got to do it in case it does. Here, John leading off with a barraging beatdown. It is quite interesting here to the extent that I don't think Anthony really cares about this Intimidate. The cards in his deck matter a lot more on the deck than they do blocking on the combat chain. But nonetheless, damage is ultimately how John will have to close out the game if he wins it, technically speaking.
Exactly. 8 damage coming through unless 2 cards are committed to block. Asking the question of Anthony, how much do you value your life total?
And I'm going to guess, unless this hand is otherwise unworkable, the answer is not that much. But it felt like for a lot of his game, Anthony never really came off of his 36 starting life total, or is it 38? Whatever starting life. He didn't take much damage early on. Now, we're getting pretty low. Anthony's at least half of his starting life total. So John's slowly making progress here. Again, hoping to see more of those defense reactions to be able to shore up more of that hidden damage.
We see the 3rd Sigil now in hand from John Kim. Anthony with 4 cards to work with.
See how he starts this one off here. Can he utilize all the cards in his hand? It looks like 3 attack actions for him, Michael.
Putting that Bonds of Agony on the bottom paired with all those attack reactions looks like Anthony is being very thoughtful about how to pitch stack for that late game.
And yeah, Bonds is going to be in a very effective way because of the manner in which it can obviously the reactions itself are pumping it, but also inherently presenting that the extra pump. So we'll have to see if Anthony has found a way to pitch stack maybe some of those reactions that he's got available in his deck to be able to do that.
We see John going ahead and taking that 1 damage.
Will be marked here, assuming he did take it, or unless, yes, so he did take it. That was not a floating from a shelter I did not see. And following up with the Mark of the Black Widow, I didn't see a reaction in his hand. Oh, he does have a Tarantula Toxin. So Anthony will be able to take this up to 6. John perfectly blocking the Mark of the Black Widow here. We'll have to see if Anthony even decides to utilize it choosing not to, instead following up with a subsequent Black Widow. So pretty great turn for Anthony here, given the fact that John chose to perfectly block.
Yeah, and well played from John in getting
Effectively
rid of that
canceling
sigil.
out- canceling out the Tarantula Toxin by playing out the sigil in response to the Mark of the Black Widow trigger.
Getting through now 2 Tarantula Toxins, I believe. 1 left, if I'm tracking correctly.
And John's got. I wonder if he is. We can't really again see from this angle just how low Anthony's deck size is
I'm
getting.
going to try to do this one more time.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, we've got the arm blocking. If we're lucky, he
Anthony
moves
playing
it.
defense on multiple axes here.
Yeah,
but-
it's getting thin. It looks to me to be about 20 cards, if I had to guess.
Wow. If
Maybe
you,
in the 18, 15 range.
how impressive would it be if you nailed that? John blocking 6 here on the Hunter's Clave. Hard to imagine there's any attack John wouldn't block at this point, unless maybe it's coming in for 1 or something and isn't a persuasive prognosis.
Ooh, and a Command and Conquer comes down. Anthony just trying his best to set up and do some meaningful 5-card hands, and John saying, nope, give me some, or at least work with only 4.
Leave my poor arsenal alone,
Yeah.
is what Anthony's saying. Here, going to be forced to commit 2 cards to prevent John from blowing up that arsenal.
We see the Bonds of Agony and the Double Trouble.
There goes a Bonds. I mean, to the extent that we're counting those as a power card, that's 1 more gone doing not what you want it to be doing.
John's gotten back to that Heart of Fiendal, and that card alone speaks so much towards this game plan. Being able to heal 1 consecutively by the end of the game, I think John probably knew a lot better than I did when he decided to take some of that upfront damage early on, that having a life deficit is good.
Yeah, and here, Anthony presenting one of his scarier cards into John. John probably doing a Tarantula Toxin count here. I count 1. Just 1 so far. We saw Anthony use 1 last round. That's probably that one we've seen.
I believe it's 2, so there should be 1 left in deck and or hand.
Yeah, and there's the second. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's 1 remaining for John. It seems like if you're in Anthony's seat, you want to save your Kiss of Death for a turn where you can line it up with the Tarantula Toxin, but remains to be seen if that's actually the case, or maybe the cool thing about Slippy is the amount of bluffing that she can do. They can do, rather.
John going straight to defense reactions, giving it that all you've got, and it is in fact not all he has. As a take up, the mantle comes down. Anthony now going to choose whether or not to swap that out for a different card.
Well, John's not marked, so I don't think he can swap, but here
Thank
it'll
you.
represent just 2 extra damage. John, I think, deciding if he wants to cover this with a sink below or just let the extra 2 damage through.
Looks like he's happy to take the extra damage here, knowing that he's got a little bit of recourse healing in his hand.
And just a persuasive prognosis to finish it off. John will cover with Scab Sins before getting flicked by Anthony's Hunter's Clave here.
And we're
Oh,
starting...
I'm sorry, by the Kiss of Death.
Right. We're starting to see the threat density of Anthony's deck just dwindle as these 4-card hands, I guess that was only a 3-card hand, but it certainly didn't feel like it threatened much. And John just swinging that Romping Club once again, this time healing thanks to the effect of the Heart of Fiendal.
Yeah, and here, John, interestingly, he's going. I think his hand texture is a defense reaction and ripple away. And what this says to me, Michael, is that John is valuing having the ripple away in hand to prevent Anthony from getting a Graphene Calicera over any block value that it would have potentially had last turn.
That makes a lot of sense. I really like that play. If he lines it up correctly, this ripple away could absolutely disrupt the offensive capability, not just from the Graphene Calicera. There's also the codex of frailty plays that this can absolutely affect, as well as any other on-hit tokens that the assassin could create. So that ripple away does represent quite a few options when it comes to disrupting a Slippy. And look at that. Anthony once again drew into a shelter from the storm. Not the hand. Oh, he will be able to discard it, but ripple away here says no tokens get generated.
Yeah, so here, Anthony, I don't think was prepared for a ripple away there, as I probably wouldn't have been in his spot either. So heads up play by John there. He definitely took some costs to be able to do it, but looking like a genius for doing so.
discarding that Shelter. And the Bonds of Agony is a scary card to face down. As I mentioned earlier, this kind of feels like the twinning blade of Assassin. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And Anthony could be representing 3 reactions here between the 2 cards in his hand and the Flick Knife. So John has to think long and hard about how he wants to respond to this attack.
Well, they'd have to be 0 cost reactions, so John knows that. I mean, the 2 in hand,
Right.
in order to give text the bond. So maybe John thinking here, there's no way you have that, or tracking the pitch stack.
And there we see only 1 reaction coming down in the form of...
It's a blood rod.
Thank you.
Spike with blood rod.
Spike. I was like, which blood rod is that? Spike,
Yeah.
not
But
lace.
John, nevertheless, covering it up with a that all you got. So, stop me if you've seen this before from John, but he's going to send a romping club on this
Yeah,
turn.
I think he's kind of got this figured out at this point. His offensive turn's pretty easy to figure out.
Oh, and Anthony maybe just going to block with this blood rod pot, with this Codex of Frailty. Not what you want to be seeing from one of your power cards.
Yeah, that's the 3rd copy now going to the graveyard.
And is John fatigued at this point?
Oh,
So the deck damage did add up, Michael. We were so busy counting Anthony's cards in deck that we forgot to count John's. And John not having deck available. Oh, but he's got a dig up dinner, Michael.
okay.
That'll add at least, well, it's random, so we don't know. And John is playing lots of defense reaction, but any attack reactions that are randomly chosen, attack actions that are randomly chosen by Anthony will go back into John's deck. Probably the best card John could have asked for in this spot.
This is the first time in my life I'm seeing this card played, and you got to think that John planned this out to get this as the last card in his hand and then refresh his deck.
And he gets 2 attack actions, Michael. So he will gain 2 life and add 2 cards in deck, which are absolutely critical right now.
What are we looking at for Anthony? Oh my gosh. That looks like maybe 2 cards left.
And you really have to give it to these players. We're not even close to running out of time in the round yet. So they have played, at least Anthony at a delayed manner, but realizing where this game was going to be going, and nevertheless finishing it up in the fatigue state quite quickly.
John Kim going up to 9 life, swinging that romping club. Anthony with 4 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal, and what looks to me like 2 cards in deck means if you can't do 9 here, that romping club represents a lot stronger of a weapon. But this is that thing that I was talking about. Anthony had pitched a Razor's Edge along with this Bonds, along with a Tarantula?
Tarantula Toxin, yeah.
There's a lot of options here for Anthony, possibly pushing lethal, even though John's sitting at 9.
I'm not even thinking about that, Michael. I'm thinking about the fact that if this connects and John, let's say, were to use all 3 cards in his hand, John will have nothing in hand to pitch to Romping Club and will just effectively lose the game on the spot.
Well, there is 1 card that he can't block with, so he can't possibly run into that scenario. Of course, that card being a non-blocking card could spell his doom if that lethal damage gets through. But the Heart of Findall sitting there, offering a repeated way to just keep ticking the life up while swinging the Romping Club. It's a very meaningful endgame position to get to. Of course, he'll need to survive to reach that.
And you have to wonder if maybe John regretting arsenaling in his last turn, maybe preferring to have the card in deck to be insulated at the very least from the prospect of having all cards in his hand stripped away and, effectively being fatigued himself.
This is such an interesting spot.
Yeah, I think in John's hand, he's got at least 1 defense reaction. He's going to be knowledgeable about, what we are discussing here, which is that card density in hand maybe is the most crucial thing for him, assuming Anthony's unable to close out the game. So looks like John blocking with 6 total here, keeping his Battlefront Bastion, which is a yellow, so it can swing Romping Club, and Heart of Findall in his hand.
Yeah, if Anthony is able to connect and strip 1 card from his hand, there's the Justin Nick, the Razor's Edge, the Razor's Edge.
3, 6, 7, 12, 15, I'm counting on this.
So currently lethal is on the stack. John Kim with the Arsenal D-React, able to just survive, but John will go to 1 card in deck.
But that's all he needs to swing his Romping Club, Michael. well, we need to update John's live total on the Chiron here, John will need to update his live total, but I think he took
He
a
should be at
total of-
3.
He should be at, yeah, should be at 3 life, so very much still alive in this game.
All right, players cleaning things up. We still haven't got the life totals updated. I believe John's sitting at 2 after that last dagger hit. And all we're doing here is swinging Romping Club. Anthony has one more turn of no blocks and sending 3 cards, but I think that might be enough. 3 cards should be plenty to do 2 damage when John Kim is sitting on just the 1.
Yeah, and if you're John, you can't block this, because if you do, you can't win.
And
But
and that's
just
it.
conceding the
And
game.
that's it.
Anthony Camacho,
Wow.
so close to being fatigued, survives, finds the line, the triple reaction turn on his Bonds of Agonies, pitch stack to it. Got to give him all the credit in the world for doing that, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely well played. That pitch stack, the Justin Nick coupled with the double Razor's Edge and the Bonds of Agony is exactly the kind of play he needed right at the end there to cross the finish line. And man, that was a nail biter. At first, I thought John was just losing so badly. And then all of a sudden, I realized what was going on. It looked like Anthony wasn't going to have the damage to get there. And then next thing you know, the Rhinar's the one that's fatigued, out of cards, and then the dig up dinner. That was an artful back and forth from both players.
And that double trouble we mentioned very briefly ended up mattering very much.
Yeah,
So
2 cards being banished from that, as well as the various other banishing on hits. A couple leave no witnesses coming into effect. So don't forget, folks, assassins are doing deck damage too.
excellent showing by both players. We're going to see if we can get Anthony available for an interview here just shortly. In the meantime, we will be right back.
Losing control, I gotta know who's in control of me. Losing control, I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me? Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. It's making
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with Anthony Camacho, winner of round 3. Rhinar versus Arachne slipped through the cracks. Man, that was a game, wasn't it?
That was one of the funnest games I've had in a while. That was so much fun.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
tell me a little bit, walk me through sort of what you were thinking as the game progressed, starting out from turn 0, Romping Club coming in. What were you thinking?
I grind a lot of Talishar, and all the Rhinars that I played on Talishar are on like the Romping Club defense build.
Okay.
But it was my first time on a stream, a featured match, so I didn't even register that he had Romping Club until like turn 3.
Okay.
And then I was like, oh, I have to plan for this for the late game.
It looked, from our perspective, like the gears were turning in both of your heads as to what the game plan was and how to navigate it. Because when we first sat down and we saw Romping Club, our immediate thought was, oh, we're going to see fatigue. And then the Rhinar player started playing kind of aggressively, like using a lot of that life total early and taking lots of hits. So we started wondering if the life total was not being threatened too much. But then once it got into the mid game and he got to about 18, 17 life and just started holding steady, what were you feeling at that point in the game?
Honestly, I saw that both of our decks were getting kind of thin. I wanted to look through my graveyard and my banish to see how many bonds I had left in the deck because I knew that the game would probably go to second cycle. So the plan was to pitch a Just a Nick and a Razor's Reflex or whatever.
Yeah, we
Razor's
saw
Edge.
you pitch. I noticed the turn you double pitched the Just a Nick with the Razor's Reflex, and I hadn't seen the Bonds get pitched, but I was like, that's got to be pairing with a Bonds. That seems like your game plan. So.
Yeah. At that point, I was just like, I'll just kind of try to keep tempo, keeping cards out of his hand, and blocking efficiently, hoping to get the second cycle. It worked out. I threw Bonds for like 15 or something like that.
Yeah, and he had exactly what he needed to survive, but he didn't have the cards left in deck. The dig up dinner absolutely blew us away when we saw that.
I was like, oh my God. And then we were laughing the turn before. I didn't realize he had run out of cards. Like
we didn't either. We were just so focused on your deck size, we never looked at his. But that actually harkens to what I think was maybe the best turn of the game for you, a blue double trouble. Connecting, banishing 2 cards off the top of his deck. And then if you look at that game all the way up until that point, you banished 6, 7 cards maybe throughout that whole game.
Yeah.
So that is an absolutely massive thing to be able to do into a deck that's trying to fatigue you. What was your awareness level on doing deck damage to him?
Honestly, it just kind of comes with playing Slippy. Like, I wasn't really trying to deck him out. Like I said, I didn't even realize he was out of cards. So when he played the Sink below, and he didn't have any cards, I went, do you want to sink? And that's where we were kind of laughing about it, because I didn't even realize he had run out of cards. And I was like, wait, I might be BMing him right now?
Yeah.
We had a pretty good laugh about that. That was really funny.
Yeah,
and
that's
then the
awesome.
dig up dinner came through. And
yeah, it
was
looked
like,
like
damn.
that could have been enough, but you just had the 3 cards left to his 1. But literally, 2 cards.
Yep.
That's a double trouble.
Yeah. Honestly, double trouble was a big difference in that, to be honest. It was pretty huge. That was sick.
It was a very cool game.
That game was a lot
I'm
of
glad
fun.
that we got to catch that one on camera, because I haven't really seen a lot of like Rhinar fatigue into Slippy, or how it feels to try to fatigue Slippy.
Yeah.
And it really felt like a master class in how to play both sides of it, and how, as the assassin player, you can still have agency over that deck damage that you're dealing, so that you're playing on the same axis. And yeah, sure, your deck is filled with head jabs, but they're not just head jabs. They're cards that have these meaningful banishing on hits. Super, super cool game to watch.
Yeah.
Do you have any other thoughts or comments on the game?
Honestly, no. It was just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I made that one misplay where I codex to pull back a bonds, and I was like, oh, I can just pull off bonds here, but then I was like, I have to discard to the codex. So I was like, oh,
right,
shit. That was pretty embarrassing. Hopefully chat didn't flame me or anything.
Oh yeah, chat's great. They love our players here. The next question I have is, do you have anything outside of Flesh and Blood, any people you want to shout out, or anything going on in your life that you want to talk about?
Yeah, honestly, we just formed a team over at Hungry Dragon. We're honestly pretty solid. There's a group of 8 guys. And
Cool. What's the team name?
Team Hungry Dragon,
Over at Hungry Dragon. I assume that was your LGS.
It is, yeah.
Cool.
Over in Marietta.
Nice. Team Hungry Dragon at LGS Hungry Dragon. Very cool.
Yeah.
How long have you been a team?
Literally, we formed a week before Vegas.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a lot of fun. Have you been to the shop? You should check it out.
I haven't. Where you said it was
It's
at
in Marietta.
Marietta. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll have to go look at my map and figure out where that is.
The,
Too many suburbs in Los Angeles, my friend.
It's like 40 minutes like south.
Okay, got it.
But the owner is like, he used to be a head chef at like a fine dining restaurant. So we have a
Cool.
cafe and he picks like really, really good food. So
Whoa.
it's
All
like,
right. Well,
the
that's
spot. Yeah.
that's a sales pitch if I've ever heard one.
100%. Yeah.
That's awesome. Cool, man. So Team Hungry Dragon coming out here. Any other teammates here today?
Yeah, there's a few of us here. There's John and Ryan. Ryan's co-leader with me. We're
Are you
co-leaders.
talking Ryan Brown?
No.
Or- okay,
no.
different Ryan.
Yeah, he's on Kasai today. He used to play
Okay, awesome.
Kano,
Yeah,
but,
we saw 2 Kasais when Colin Erickson wasn't on it, so we're like, who are those?
I know, right? Yeah. And then my
Cool
other
to see.
teammate's on Oscilio. Yeah, so,
Awesome.
yeah.
Oh, dude, Oscilio is probably my favorite hero right now.
Yeah,
So
I know.
cool.
Yeah, you were on Oscilio like months ago before it was like super popular.
I've been on Oscilio since release date. You
Yeah.
I like to play a few heroes at the same time, so I'm rotating between Victor, Oscilio, and Puffin at the moment.
Yeah.
But I mean, Oscilio right now is kind of the go.
killer. Yeah, super good.
Cool,
but-
man. Well,
yeah.
thanks so much for sharing. Thanks so much for that awesome game on stream, and good luck on the rest of your matches.
man. Appreciate it.
For the rest of you at home, we're going to take a quick break before we get into round 4, so don't go anywhere.
And we're back with the July AGE Open Series. We just witnessed the victory over fatigue of a Slippy versus a Rhinar, and we're being graced with having our top table, table number 1, on the stream match in just a second. One of those players is
Marcus Brown.
member of the AGE Pro Team.
Absolutely. This guy has been absolutely crushing it as a Guardian player for as long as I know him, and he is not disappointing once again, sitting at 3-0, getting up on the top tables here. Really excited for this game.
Very happy to see Marcus performing here. I believe he got some an AGE top 8 in the January Open Series. Has been able, I don't know if he's been able to squeeze in another one since then, so well on his way to being able to do so. Of course, as we always do whenever we look at these wonderful baseball cards, Michael, we have to see what is it that Marcus has to say about the peanut butter, and he's gone smooth. And also, on top of that, Marcus's favorite moment from a non-game moment from a Fab event is playing Mario Kart in the Westgate room the night before day 1 of Nats. I was there with Marcus. It was a wonderful time. I kudos to the fellows who went on to play in Nationals the next day who were there.
Yeah, that was a legendary night from what I hear.
And I believe Marcus has also, in terms of his level ups, I think he would give a lot of credit, and I don't want to speak too much for him, but he said this much to me, to his recent addition to the AG Pro Team. We joined at the same time, and Marcus really building upon his skills as part of this team environment.
Absolutely. Up next, we've got the schedule here, AGE Open in New England, coming up July 13th at Great Stories Comics and Games.
Yeah, so
That's
this
today.
happened concurrently. Yeah, they might be in top 8 at this point. But we're back here at Top Deck Keep, August 9th, about 3 weeks for the last and final, I guess those are synonyms, AGE Open of this year before we go into the Players' Championship. And then we're going back to Grave Troll Games in New Hampshire for I believe that will be the penultimate AG East Open Series on August 30th.
Thanks for the cover there, Patrick. This is clearly why we've got the brains and the brawn here on the caster's desk, keeping me straight up real. But we've got Top Deck Keep here as our sponsor for the day and the year. Thanks to them, we have this lovely home to play in and enough tables to keep all 52 of our players happy.
Yeah. Yeah, you wonder how much space. Not many game stores could host this many people. Top Deck Keep, very thankful that they were able to do so. I'm getting word from our producer, Justin, that our players are just about ready to get going into this round 4 we're in now, I believe. So whoever wins this matchup will be 4-0, Michael, and will be looking really good to be in the top 8.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this game. And we've got 2 of my favorite heroes facing off. Victor Goldmane High and Mighty versus Oscilio Constella Intelligence. When I went over to to ask these players to go up on stream, I asked Marcus, how do you feel about the matchup? I personally felt very worried about putting a Victor up on camera against an Oscilio, but he said, what are you talking about? It's just a bunch of head jabs. I'll be just fine. So he's feeling confident going into this, where I just got absolutely destroyed at my armory last week in this very matchup. Looking forward to seeing how Marcus Brown can teach us how to play this better than I can.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and call this the Michael Murray mirror match that we've got going on here. As you mentioned, 2 of your favorite heroes. I must admit, Michael, I don't have as much experience watching these 2 interplay. I'm imagining, in general, I think of Wizard as wanting to see and feast on victors. It seems like that's where you would go as well. But Marcus, very confident, looking very sharp. We'll see if his game skills will match his looks.
So my understanding of this matchup to date is that Victor is pretty slow, which gives Oscilio all the time in the world to set up a meaningful combo. That being said, Guardians still have really annoying to deal with on hits and have incredibly strong blocking capabilities. So it may just be that I was valuing aggression and falling behind. So we'll have to see how Marcus plays this out. And if he can't keep parity with all of the tools that Guardian brings to the table, as we see him starting things out, pitching to that tectonic plating, making a seismic surge token, and sending Command and Conquer just for vanilla damage and possible filtering to floating. Threatens a pump. Oh, excuse me. Dark card. This is turn 1, not 0.
He's trying to hide the Arsenal
Yeah.
on the background there. So yeah, so threatening the Arsenal for Austin. That's the sort of play Marcus will want to see, I would imagine, on turn 1 to be able to immediately prevent disruption into Oscilio, a deck that does not traditionally block very well.
Right you are, as Austin now goes up to Tunic counter number 2, and with the 2 cards left in his hand, neither of which block 3, is a little bit stuck because neither of them has Go Again.
Yeah, so this seems like, and I'm no Oscilio expert, that's you, Michael, you're the Oscilio master here, but this is not where you want to be, I would imagine. Sending just 4 damage, I don't think he's got a follow-up.
Austin needs an instant in Arsenal, otherwise this is an IP.
And then I'm going to...
And it looks like,
Yep.
just pitch, just filtering. Wanting to find that Go Again, find something a little bit more operable, maybe not feeling like Blast to Oblivion is where he wants to be at this state in the match.
And while in most heroes that would sort of be like a really bad thing to IP1 on turn 2 of the game, in Oscilio it's just kind of part and parcel of playing the deck. It's very common for you to clunk up and then on the other turns sort of make up for that in these huge explosive combos. So Marcus Brown now getting one of his power cards out early, Gold Main Estate, able to make that gold and 3 mites thanks to the ability of the shield counting as a gold. 1, 2, 3 gold, and that is online.
Definitely what he wants to be seeing. Where do you stand on the debate of calling this Visit Gold Main Estate versus Cast Homes?
Cast Homes is easier to say, so I say it colloquially, but I think it does ask you to refer to the Cast Bones card, which at one point was meta, but now at this point I think we've all forgotten it even exists. So, food for thought.
It's funny you say that because in Marcus following up here with another Command and Conquer, doing exactly what he needs to be doing to be making Austin's life as difficult as possible. But Austin following up with the electromagnetic somersault, saying you're on hit. It's actually not an on hit at all. I'll cover all 6 of that damage.
Yeah, really powerful ability to get those cards back into hand. Of course, Austin still has a little bit of a clunker, doesn't have the embodiment of lightning to really make use of this hand.
And, interesting, we were just talking a moment ago about Cast Bones and KO, who's fallen a bit out of favor. I happen to know just from walking around the room that Marcus was able to defeat a KO piloted by teammate Evan Bridges earlier in the Swiss. So Marcus, maybe this is maybe a bad matchup, as some, including you, have said, but clearly showing an ability to be able to squeeze out victories in those bad matchups.
Yeah, and Austin just clearing the hand up, not giving Marcus any defensive value here, asking him to try to convert 5 cards as he sets up the Gone in a Flash in the arsenal with the Tunic counter and the sigils to support it. So Austin is ready to rip if given the space to do so. Marcus is going to need to do some disruption if he wants to stop that.
And I agree with you. And here, Marcus pitching Riches of Tropeldani, the newest card from High Seas that added a whole new spike potential, I'll say, to Victor. Here, essentially just being a pitch 2 resources, draw a card. Hard to overstate just how powerful that can be in the right situation.
Yeah, I've been calling that one Pot of Greed from Yu-Gi-Oh! Another Gold Main Estate coming down. This one will not draw a card as it's not the first gold created this turn, but going up to 5 mites is a lot of mites. Yeah. So Marcus still happy to just pile that gold up and get the payoff here in the form of the Gold Main Estate, still with 4 cards to work with. For his sake, I hope it's something extremely disruptive, because looking down the barrel of a 5-card hand in Oscilio plus that Gone in a Flash is a little bit scary.
It's looking like a choke slam here, Michael. Remains to be seen if Marcus has a particular attack reaction to back this one up. But in any case, the threatening an on-hit, which I believe will...
There's no effective on-hit here. The choke slam says that you can't gain power on your attacks, and Oscilio is not one to gain power. So very likely he only blocks for the life total cushion, And other than that, doesn't care too much about what the text says.
I guess it would just be lightning press to the extent the Oscilio is
Right.
playing
There's
that.
lightning press, and then there's the front pump lightning press.
Right. Okay. So Marcus, Austin last turn doing a play line that I love to do against Guardians personally, which is to say, I'm setting up, you go ahead and convert your 5, and I guess somewhat like 6 really for Marcus on this turn hand. And again, if Marcus does not have a pummel or something, he will have effectively IP'd here. So
Yeah.
that will pay dividends for Austin.
We're seeing effectively a 5-card 11 if this is how the cards fall, no reactions. Of course, still to be seen. It's possible a pummel would come through. And a pummel here would be huge for Marcus. That would be the disruption he needs to ensure no huge combo. Austin looking at not the most crazy hand. There's no Brilliance or Blast to Oblivion, so really not looking at the craziest combo I've ever seen. So it's likely that he could just play for value here.
Is this
Although-
signaling to you that he's going to try to do a combo turn on his next?
It is, and I'm also not thrilled about the ceiling of what that combo might look like.
Does Marcus have the pummel? Nope.
No reactions.
Postured
Marcus-
as if he did for a second
yeah,
there.
just
but
trying to make it so his opponent can't always read, which I appreciate, but I think in the case of having a pummel, you slam that and don't look back.
yeah, there's no world in which he's not playing it if he has it available to him. I think that's exactly right, Michael.
Austin here as the embodiment of lightning ready to roll for that flash of, sorry,
Gone in a flash.
Gone in a flash, thank you. It's like something's not right. Gone in a flash, coming through for go again, and it looks like 2 instants in hand to juggle this with.
So what are you anticipating Austin's going to do from here, Michael?
I think it looks like he might want to try to get away with not using his boots. If he uses his boots here, it's a huge tool that only really helps him get a couple extra chain links out, but it does look like he's using the boots, so thinking that he can get more meaningful plays out of this than I can see.
All right, so Austin will go ahead and, I imagine, just shock Marcus
Yeah.
here. That'll add an action point because of Lightning Greaves. And conferring a go again onto an instant. And then add a counter onto Volzar, I believe it's pronounced.
Right, you are. So we've got 4 being blocked out with equipment, the 1 Arcane being blocked out with Arcane Barrier 1, and Austin now sitting on 2 action points and 2 counters on Volzar with 4 cards left to work with, as that Gone in a Flash is back in a flash in his hand.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to track how much damage Austin is able to push over on this turn. Thus far, presenting 9. So
I mean, he has the spell to support it. This is like a very traditional, fair 5-card combo. In these cases, the way that I like to think of it is that Gone in a Flash is basically coming in as a 0 for 5, and each instant played is sort of refreshing that. So it looks like, 6, 6, 6 about. So a bunch of 0 for 6 go-agains is sort of the way you can think about this math, but Marcus is doing his best to respect that damage and keep the life total high, as that Gone in a Flash is now back in the hand, and the current funnel will be giving it go again once again. So this is kind of that spot I was talking about where, Oscilio is sitting on 2 action points, and maybe that's too many. He doesn't need the action points here to do everything. It looks like he's just trying to spend the entire hand to get that Gone in a Flash to be played as many times as possible. So here's where the go again from the current funnel comes in. And 3 is blocked of the 4, taking 1, and now we get to see a big old spell come down. Bulls are pumping that 3 all the way to 9, plus 6, and the surge effect saying when this hits, you can go find a sigil from your graveyard, put it into your hand, which typically you'd like to see maybe like a Sigil of Brilliance, a power card, but since Austin hasn't seen that one yet, just getting a Sigil of Lightning is plenty good enough, as it protects him from bricks that are very common on the side of Oscilio without that natural go again.
very
lot
well
of cards.
explained, Michael. And you know what is, in any case, you know what is the best thing about having an Oscilio game on stream is we're probably going to get a Yudo video out of this.
Oh, yeah. Yudo's licking his lips right now, loving the Oscilio content as we see Marcus going to 26 to 26 with cards in hand, and the boots are now gone off the side of Oscilio. So things are looking pretty good for the victor. Of course, the Oscilio doesn't need the boots to combo off, and there's still a lot of tricks that the Wizard players have in the arsenal, so to speak, to get around not having the boots. Just kind of cashing them in here for a big hit. And Marcus happy to go to life parity now that that tool is off the board.
So would you say then, Michael, that this is, I mean, I think Marcus's last turn, you used the term lackluster to describe what the turn might look like from Austin were he to use the boots. He's used the boots. He's presented this damage, pretty significant damage.
Yeah.
Do you agree with the decision? Do you think that was ultimately lackluster?
Because he had a good turn, it wasn't like as good, but I think he still had a good turn without using the boots. So I wonder if maybe preserving them would have been a little bit better for his late game, because right now both heroes are sitting at life parity. Marcus still has an arsenal and 2 cards to work with. I have to assume that there's some kind of disruption coming out. Plus 5 mites means just because he took a bunch of damage doesn't mean he's not ready to absolutely take that life lead back.
Marcus going to start off here with 5 might tokens. You have to, yeah, I mean, and I think to your point, Michael, you have to imagine if he had, I believe he had opportunity to block with some of these cards. So
yeah,
prioritizing them, maybe this is an effect that he can use to, and oh, it's evasive damage in the form of, oh gosh,
Golden Sun.
Golden Sun. Oh,
sorry,
we got that.
Sometimes Bryce likes to leave me high and dry and try to get it myself. Yeah,
No.
We've got a Golden Sun coming in for 10 plus 5, 15 damage. 2 card 15. I hear that's good in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Even maintaining the arsenal. Yeah, this is a lot of damage. So Austin is now being put on a timer. Still has a good amount of life to work with, so doesn't need to put a whole lot of respect on this. Instead, likely to just block out. Oh, it has overpower here, so only one action card can be committed to the block.
And Austin's hand looking a little awkward from my point of view, Michael. Of course, can always self-fix with the Oscilio's ability, but...
Yeah, not so awkward that he's going to IP. I see a Blast to Oblivion, which can be nice to set up that embodiment paired with the Sigil of Solace, bounce that Sigil of Conductivity back to hand, play it back out in Arsenal, the last card. So I think he's got a bit of a play. It's not a threatening play, but it's actually it's a very setup-oriented play.
And I think also, you know, I guess to clean up my previous point here, Marcus having those mites probably priced him into not blocking into Austin's combo turn there, just because otherwise that would 5 lost
Yeah,
value.
you definitely want to, be able to take advantage of those. So Marcus happy to utilize the life that he preserved earlier in the game to just take that big hit.
We have our first clash of the game, Michael, and Victor winning the first one. And the second one. I would imagine Victor's pretty favored to win these clashes.
Yeah, I don't think there are a lot of options for Oscilio to win. Maybe the 5 power card could land into a 4 power card, but yeah.
Maybe hoping for a draw in those cases.
Yeah, and there are cards that can draw. Sometimes, even though Victor's built to just always win those clashes, you've got your Pummels, you've got your Riches of Tropeldani. A lot of misses that could come up in unfavorable ways.
Yeah, and of course the blocking cards themselves. So, I find that I just, a lot of times I'm playing against the Victor, I assume that I'm going to lose the crash and am pleasantly surprised more often than I suspect to be. So,
yeah.
Not the case here. Marcus generating the gold on the back end, getting to draw a card as Victor is wont to do. Austin, I think he has a Seduce Secrets in hand that he could theoretically arsenal here, and that's what he's going to go ahead and finish with.
That's a card that I've sort of thought about on and off in Oscilio, but never pulled the trigger to actually test. Here we just see Austin playing out that Sigil of Lightning and passing over, so tempo is fully in the favor of Marcus on Victor.
But again, it'll be incumbent on him to actually be able to use all 5 of the cards he has available to him. Was it not able to use all 5 the last time Austin begged him this question? Let's see if this time he can do so.
Yeah, this is one of the sort of problems, if you will, or weaknesses of Guardian is converting 5-card hands.
Send a crush of the week from Arsenal for 8.
Rush the week from Arsenal here. Marcus did that very quickly.
He did.
And Austin going to utilize his Oscilio ability in response here. And I think that is what I think I see in
Yes,
Marcus's
sir.
hand.
First pummel of the game.
Oh, a little too shiny, but I'm pretty sure that's a pummel we see for Marcus.
All right.
It'll remain to be seen if this is, even something that.
But look at this. Austin using Seduce Secrets on defense to scope out the pummel.
Yeah. It was likely face up anyway, but Austin having the privilege of an extra peek, and in any case, getting to filter an extra card. So that'll inform to the extent he even wants to block this, which I don't even know. How often are you blocking for value in the Oscilio seat?
Oscilio's a value deck, believe it or not. You've got a lot of 0 for 4s in the same sense that, Cindra is like aggressive, but also playing on the higher end of the value axis. In fact, a lot of Oscilios are bringing, D-reacts and 0 for 4 blocking cards simply because it is a good value proposition and gives you a little bit more time to set up the combo. So Crush the week here, text saying cards cannot be played if they have 3 or less base power. This is meaningful into just a handful of the Oscilio cards, but most of Oscilio's cards say 4 on them, so not the most threatening, and in this case, I don't know that it affects Austin Chinn's current hand. So just playing out the sigils that he wants to utilize, and likely going to be taking the hit.
Yeah, so Sigil Brilliance here is will allow him to be able to draw a card potentially right now if he blocks it along with, I believe, Flash of Brilliance is the name of the headpiece there.
Yeah.
That'll, I believe, bounce his Sigil of Brilliance to his hand, allowing him to draw a card, and then assuming Austin plays it out again, will be able to draw on his own turn once again. So Austin having a lot of access to quite a bit of cards here.
Yeah, I really like this here, digging for something. The ideal card that Austin could hit in this spot would be a Blast to Oblivion, pairing that alongside Go Again in the form of the embodiments plus the Sigil of Brilliance is a very good value proposition, but not able to find it just yet. Still has access to a little bit more card draw in the form of his hero power at the start of next turn, as well as the Channel Lightning Valley. So not completely dead in the water just yet, but Austin does need to dig if he wants to find something meaningful.
And Austin going down to a precarious 7 points of damage. Based on my understanding of Oscilio, Overpower is pretty close to dominate against the deck, so it's eventually Marcus will have the ability to close out the game should have a guaranteed way to close out the game should Austin dip further low, which he's already quite low.
Yeah, absolutely. It does depend on whether or not the Oscilio is bringing defense reactions, but that being said, I would even argue that vanilla damage is often the equivalent of dominate when you're facing Oscilio with the number of instants they bring.
Very true, Michael. And as we can see here, Austin has quite a bit of instance in his hand.
Yeah, did not have the texture to be blocking there.
Starting off his turn here, looks like an activation of the arm piece.
So Austin doing a little bit of digging, playing that Sigil of Brilliance out before his turn ended means he wasn't overly relying on drawing a blast and didn't see one anyway, so I like that play, a bit more conservative rather than looking for the high roll. But at this point in the game, Austin is going to need to piece together something absolutely insane to get over this 7-26 deficit. Marcus hasn't taken a hit since he took the combo turn.
Yeah, and I mean, it strikes me as if that would be the tenor of this matchup, not being someone who's played as you have. And that Marcus would be able, with the exception of Austin's one setup turn where he wasn't disrupted, Marcus sort of priced into taking X amount of damage, that Marcus is otherwise sending big numbers, a lot of the times that have relevant on hits, if not necessarily a conditional one, like the Crush the Week that's still on the board had in the form of Command and Conquer.
Yeah, as electrostatic discharge comes up with the flittering charge. Now 7 on the chain, 7 blocked with Marcus, as well as that trounce, meaning huge blocking value coming out. Only 1 card effectively committed to this block to stopping all of that damage. Austin now with 2 counters on his staff, as well as 2 floating on the gloves, means a good amount of amp could be conferred to this
To whatever
the
arcane
spell-
damage.
thing. Yeah,
oh,
it's
our etchings of Arcana.
Etchings, thank you. Etchings of Arcana. So, you know, a good turn. This is a very good Oscilio turn. But yeah, he's behind right now. He needs to be stripping and disrupting and doing things to give the breathing room to keep another huge combo hand. And without the boots available, it can be so hard for Oscilio to piece together these massive, 30, 40 damage turns. So it's unlikely that we'll see anything huge coming out on the side of Oscilio, as that Etchings of Arcana does come down and get amped up to 7.
I will.
Imagine this is your first ever game of Flesh and Blood you're watching, and this was the board state.
Yeah, we got a pile going on here.
Quite a bit going on, but that's Oscilio. There's so many it's one of those decks that I think the card guys recently did a survey of the player base of who do we perceive as the most complicated decks to pilot. I believe Oscilio finished quite high on that list. I think for this reason, so many micro decisions that need to be made.
Yeah, I think the micro decision of when to use your boots is one of the most challenging and one of the most rewarding parts about Oscilio, and being able to really identify the turn that you need to go and the turn that you're ready to go is a skill that it takes so many games to really master. As we see now, Marcus Brown, Vigor might surge, lots of resources to work with, lots of damage to work with, and we are going digging.
He's going fishing, Michael.
Yeah, pitching into that first gold, wanting to piece together the cards to close this out as he draws yet another card, probably looking for some kind of chain extender. Sometimes the best you can do with a 5-card hand is something like a choke slam, and when you have the gold to support it, digging, and you're this close to the end of the game, I think it makes a lot of sense to just try to take the tempo, run through your gold, and find something better. We can see that he's sitting on a block card, which is not something you can use on offense, as just as I said, it looks like the best he can do is a choke slam for 9.
At least this will present lethal. With the tapestry of his hand, it looked like it was miserable for a second there. So at the very least, he's got a red and can. Austin is going to have to give a card from hand, at least one, if he wants to survive.
Yeah, just a bit of a gamble there, ripping through the gold. Of course, it's okay, and that's what the gold is for, is to sort of try to close out the game. But had Marcus not done that at all, he'd still be sending a choke slam for 9.
Yeah,
So.
and showing some discipline. He still had 3 more gold. He has a blue in hand. He could have kept going. Of course, the nightmare situation is you draw another block card off the top, and then you're.
No, if that's me on Armory night, I'm pitching my red block cards to draw more red block cards and then passing without doing anything.
I've got no reactions.
And a nearly full block here for Austin. Maybe again opting to take another setup turn on his end.
But we are now at that state in the game that Guardians just love so much, sending these big attacks and forcing cards every single turn. You just no longer have any tricks to worry about, as your opponent's just sitting there playing 2, 3 card hands. Very easy to predict, very easy to block.
I keep looking at these hands Austin draws up and thinking, I'm not sure what this does.
Fair enough.
But unfortunately, he consistently has the Oscilio ability available to him. And here, I think he drew a Blast to Oblivion, which will make this hand, I think, a little bit more operable than it was previously.
Yeah, it's playable. I mean, he can bounce that sigil and gain an action point. I don't recall what's in the arsenal.
I believe it's a Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah.
He hasn't been able to resolve one of those yet in this game.
I think you play that here. Maybe not. I could see an argument for bouncing the sigil and then pitching to preserve the Channel Lightning Valley for next turn.
Oh, and there we are. Sure enough, a classic draw here, revealing another blocking card for Marcus.
Marcus going ahead and cheating a little bit. Victor Goldmain is wont to do that.
9 beats and nothing.
Pay to win, right?
Marcus winning the clash, drawing, I believe, was a disable off the top. We'll fully cover Austin, and I got to be honest with you, Michael. Austin's turn's looking a little anemic here.
He doesn't have a whole lot to work with as he does opt to play that Channel Lightning value out, return the conductivity to hand, and if I guess correctly, probably just go ahead and pitch it to Volzar just to cycle it out and keep the Channel Lightning Valley alive and try to set up something with the Blink and Arsenal for next turn. But this is that spot where when you're sitting at 6 life and half of your deck is instants, you are just a sneeze away from death.
Yeah, and so rude of Marcus to draw a card on his opponent's turn too. So he will have it blocked out the little offensive damage that Austin was able to put together on this turn anyway, and we'll still have a 5-card hand to work with.
Yep.
Maybe we'll go fishing again.
Would make sense, but of course, just naturally rolling into those go-again pieces is pretty effective as well. I do wonder how much Marcus is bringing. I know that I tend to lean towards having a lot of extenders.
Oh, Michael, he drew a pummel.
Yikes.
Do you think that's going to do it? I mean, we know he has a red disable available to him at the very least.
Yeah, we see a sink below in the hand as well as an electromagnetic somersault. So if these other 2 cards are attack actions, Austin's looking at a very powerful blocking hand.
Oh, and here it is. Marcus showing the 2. Austin, I think, giving a little shake of the head, understanding what 2 floating resources means in this position.
Yeah, Austin's got a lot of ways to deal with this here. It may not be lethal just yet, although I do expect the pummel to connect and at least ask for a discard.
I mean, at least Austin, for himself, he doesn't have a card in Arsenal, right? So,
yeah, and it looks like there are no attack actions in the hand, so that somersault doing him no favors whatsoever.
You know, sometimes we play these decks that sort of lose to themselves. Do you think that's a little bit what's happening here on the Oscilio side?
Yes and no. I don't want to be overly critical of anybody's play because I, too, have a far less than perfect ability to play this game. But there are some questionable plays, I think, early on that maybe Austin could have preserved and gone for a little bit of a bigger combo turn. But that being said, Austin is staring down the barrel of 13 damage and only blocking 4 of it. He does have the Sigil in hand to
but that's
gain
exactly
some life,
right.
but that's, not quite enough. So he goes for the shock for posterity and dies.
Oh, well, no, he'll get to draw off of...
gets to draw off the... That's true, Channel Light. So if he draws a defense reaction...
Yeah, and he's guaranteed to draw because Marcus only has Arcane Barrier 1, so I think fishing for a D-React or a Sigil here, not the case.
No.
I think this will probably do it.
So you go to 9 first.
13 licking over, blocking 4.
13 on 13 is currently what we're looking at. 13 offense, 4 blocked, 9 life.
And he will extend the hand.
Marcus says, hold on, I've got some BM to do before you die.
Yep,
There
and
it
that'll
is.
do it. Marcus Brown on Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, ascending to 4-0 on the day. I believe pretty close, if not locked for top 8. Really very much getting there.
I think 4-0 with 6 rounds means 4-2 should bubble him in almost guaranteed, as the only 2 games he could lose are the last 2, and that's the best possible record at 4-2 is losing the last 2 games. So,
but perhaps more importantly than qualifying top 8, Marcus gets to say, I showed you, Michael Murray.
absolutely. I think that was a very well-piloted game of Victor, and I'm starting to understand where my weaknesses were playing that matchup. I definitely slant far too aggressively and trying to disrupt the Oscilio with things like Spinal Crush, and then find that they can just pop their boots and go again on their instance, and it doesn't matter at all that they're under Spinal Crush. They're still going to do 40 damage to me. So coming up next, we've got an interview and then some more flesh and blood after that. Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with ex-caster and Guardian player extraordinaire Marcus Brown joining us. 4-0. How you doing?
You're wounding me, Michael, saying ex-caster. I just want my pro points, and I want to be at the Players' Champs, and that's good enough for me.
Listen, man, if I had the capacity to win pro points, I'd be out there too.
I get you.
Yeah. Ex-player Michael Murray and ex-caster
Don't
Marcus
say
Brown
ex-player.
joining.
You still show up to RTNs and PQs.
I
so
do.
like,
I love those.
You're still a player at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And of course, every Tuesday night, we got the Armory, local
Come to
Odyssey.
locals.
Love those guys. Love the game. How you feeling? 18 life lead, just absolute crushing of. How do you feel about that?
I'm fairly comfortable into Oscilio in particular. I remember I caught a word with you real quick about the matchup because I'd rather see Oscilio as a wizard because he sends lots of attacks at me that I can clash with over Verdance, who sometimes when you present your clash cards into her, you just have like an intellect penalty where on that turn when you kept the clash card in and you didn't pitch it away on last turn, she just sends Arcane at you and you're like, well, I'm not lucky in this turn cycle. Whereas Oscilio doesn't have much of an option because his combo turn is preceded by Gone in a Flash several times on the turn. So you can get block value as much as he sends wide, basically. So that's the reason I leave every clash card in.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. And in hindsight, looking back at my games, one, I don't have a large sample size, but the reason I was favoring Verdance over Oscilio, it's a very short-sighted reason. Last Tuesday at my Armory, I got destroyed by an Oscilio, and I beat a Verdance.
Okay.
So, I think it could just be the way
bias,
that... recency bias for sure, and I think just... getting the Oscilio can high roll way harder than a Verdance can.
That's true.
So there are just some of those games where you sit down in front of the Oscilio and they're like, oh, cool, draw 4 cards, present 65 damage, and you're like, well, guess I'll die.
Yeah, he's got all the things in common with the Lightning Talent as a base layer that Aurora had access to. So when it comes to, like you said, a high roll potential, it's just like right out the gate it can happen to you. Whereas Verdance has she has the ramp up, where she needs to see key cards like Rampant Growth and also have Decomposed to the point where she's gaining life and doing Arcane pings. And also, she doesn't take as a wider turn for all that Arcane, whereas Oscilio can send 5 or 6 chain links wide and then a giant tall attack at the very, not attack, but giant spell at the end for 9 or 10 we saw on stream.
Yeah, that was a very scary turn, but at the end of the day, it really just ended in life parity, and from that point, you just took control back and said, if that's the only time you're going to do damage, no big deal.
Yeah.
And then you only took maybe 8 more before the game ended. I will say, as an Oscilio player also, the choice to break boots then had me scratching my head a little bit, not because it was a bad turn, but because he was already set up with the embodiment of lightning and had a decent turn. I think I would have liked to see maybe preserving that ability to set up and do something even more gross. That being said, I don't know his list, and I didn't really see very many blasts paired with the Gone in a Flash and the Brilliance combo. And that's the thing about Oscilio is sometimes your cards just don't line up, and
no, that's true.
That's it.
You're playing with a lot of non-blocks, and I think considering the context of the game thus far that I played into him, where I'd sent CNC 2 turns in a row, I'd resolved 2 estates as well, he was probably thinking considering how much we've gone through right now and how much life I've already lost and cards,
it's time to go.
It's now or never, basically.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. And, I just like to remind myself as a caster that most of the players out there know their decks a lot better than I do. So when I sit here and scratch my head, it's not a critique so much as me just genuinely trying to understand the game better and try to understand how the players think through their lines.
And skill expression isn't linear at the end of the day. We all have different lines and minutia that we step through. Some people don't pop gold quite often in Victor, for instance.
I saw you pop, I think it was 2, and I was joking around that if that was me, I'd be out of gold by the end of that turn.
Okay. See, I know how much to dig and then leave it because you're not going to find anything else, and you're hurting yourself if you draw another block card and go, well, I just hurt my gold stack. Like,
Yeah,
what am
you
I
ended
doing?
up sending the same exact turn you would have otherwise
Yeah,
sent down
I
2 gold.
did.
And
However, like I still dug some cards deeper, so like I've changed the way I've gone through first cycle.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
I should think of it like that, because I just go full sunk cost fallacy. Like, oh, I've already broken all this
I've
gold.
come
If I
this
don't
far,
find the
I
extender
might as well
here.
do all of it.
I know. And then the very next turn, I top deck my gold main estate.
That's the
that
kicker.
actually happened to me in my Oscilio versus Victor matchup.
That
Very
happens,
funny.
yeah.
So, awesome, man. How you feeling about Victor in this meta?
I feel like he's well positioned, especially with the printing of Riches of Tropal Dani.
Are you calling that one Pot of Greed? Are you there yet?
I call it Riches for short because
Sure.
like that's just an easy moniker to
I
spit
noticed
out.
you didn't draw 2 with it. You actually just went ahead and took the 1
Yeah.
plus the surge.
Sometimes it was mainly for the fact like preserving my gold stack for estate because I'd already seen 2. So I want to keep it as live for as much damage as I can, at least for the 3rd copy. So instead of hurting it and doing a Pot of Greed play, just make a surge and then get some more information going about what's in first cycle,
Yeah.
and then reevaluate as you go, basically.
I like that a lot. Actually, just on the topic of Riches of Tropal Dani, it's funny because I have this opinion that it is best used in Victor, and he is the worst deck to use a draw 2 effect. It's
Little
like
bit.
it's like sort of like you get the draw 2, and that's extremely powerful. But it's a Guardian, and the likelihood
Yeah.
that you can use both those cards is so low that it kind of, oddly enough, it balances itself out. I'm not saying Victor is the worst user of Riches, because he's the only one that can draw 2, but he's the worst user of a draw 2 effect of most. There are a
Yeah, that's
few Guardians
somewhat
that are
true.
worse, but Victor's not high on the list.
I still like it for digging deeper
Oh,
because,
yeah.
like, if it would just be a hammer swing or make a surge and pass with 2 cards, you can draw 2, maybe find a spinal or
Yeah.
something bigger, and just send something tall, get a good arsenal as well.
Yeah, I think
It's
it really
still
depends
possible.
on how and when you utilize it. Because if
Yep.
you're sitting on a 5-card hand and you just Pot of Greed up to 6, it's like,
Yeah,
could you have even used the 5, much less the 6?
depends how many
Yeah,
rouses and Easter eggs
exactly.
are left in the deck. Yeah,
Sure.
exactly.
I'm curious about, so are you, maybe I shouldn't televise it, but I'm a huge proponent of extenders in Victor because of how many cards you're drawing. I really like to not find myself in the position of IPing myself over and
Yeah.
over. Where do you land on like numbers of extenders, or how much do you value them in what matchups?
Some people don't play Rouse the Ancients in main board. I'm on 2 copies on this current list because I have some other functional blues, like Battlefront Bastion blue, because it's good for Slippy and Cindra, and it also has some applications into like other decks if you need to block 2 and then have 1 prevention floating. But some people don't mainboard Rouse, like I was saying, because they don't like it being just a 0 power clash. And so when they don't have it in mainboard and they sideboard it into certain matchups where you want to go wider as Guardian, they lack the ability to convert hands when they have full tempo handed back to them. So I feel like it's important as like, it's a risk, but also you get an extender in your blue base. So I feel Rouse is worth at least 2 copies in main boards.
Yeah.
And if you ever get to the point where you've smacked your opponent about for so much and you're running out of good reds, but you've spent all your estates and you still have Rouses left in the pitch stack, you can just dig for Rouse. Like, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you have been watching what you pitch and you know exactly where they are, you can set up like these pseudo combo turns where you.
Especially now, if you're second cycling Riches and you Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards in second cycle, that's
Guarantee,
busted.
right?
That's
yeah,
busted.
Yeah, no, it gets very, very powerful.
Exactly.
Awesome, man. Any other thoughts on the game, on the deck?
I feel like he's well positioned considering the Cindra is still ever present, and like the triangle is kind of like Cindra fights into Gravy, you fight into Cindra, and then some other outliers and like parts of the meta like surround you. You don't have a fantastic Verdance matchup, but like I don't think Verdance is the leader of the pack. It's more around the triangle of one deck, and like I said, Gravy and Cindra, and then someone else that's around there, and everyone's like fighting for that 3rd spot. Like the meta is still fairly open in that regard, but like it's almost there. So if you're preparing for Singapore, like you kind of know what to expect, but also that rogue element still exists for like the next week.
Speaking of gravy, I'm
Yeah.
assuming you've just dodged them all today.
I haven't played any gravy yet.
Okay. And is that your worst matchup? Or
I don't think so.
Not
I think
your
it's actually
worst.
Verdance.
Okay.
Because Verdance, like I said, some of the clashes are going to do nothing in some turn cycles. Whereas I have about 9 cards that are just for Gravy Bones.
Okay.
Including Crown of Providence instead of playing Gold Hat Dominion.
Okay, and that just
Because-
helps with the ship.
Yeah, exactly. Like Conqueror comes in and you've got something like Zealous or Rouse in Arsenal and you think, well, I'll try again in second cycle. And you
Sure.
treat it a bit like Dromai.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's funny because I wonder if maybe my aggressive slant to the victor list is what makes me prefer Verdance over Gravy. Because
Yeah.
obviously the way that you build it changes a lot. But I find that Gravy is, I mean, it kind of just feels like, oh, here's the illusionist again.
Yeah, it's kind of dynamic though, because unlike Dromai or Enigma, the allies aren't always the focus of the damage of the deck. Sometimes it's just big ships like Conqueror and Sloop that they get good damage, to convert their hand on. And then like the allies are the gravy on top of it all.
So then what's the game plan for you? If you're feeling okay, is it fair to me say you're feeling okay into Gravy?
Yeah, play kind of disciplined. Like I said, old Dromai play habits come from like playing Bravo.
So
and
we're
Oldham.
talking about like fatigue angle, trying
Almost,
to clear their
yeah.
stuff
Like,
and just
being conservative,
Okay.
clearing allies that are a problem, and then sending damage to face when you can, and then having the wide attacks as your focus so that you can 2-for-1 allies. I've also got 2 copies of Midas Touch, and sometimes you don't even take out like the big ones like Humperdinck. I've taken out Limpet before because it gives them no gold, and I didn't have to waste an attack into her. And then I sent like a hammer swing into another ally, and then the onus is on them to convert their hands. And when this was like second cycle, they didn't have any sloops or conquerors left, so
yeah. So you
That's
get
what
to
I mean.
almost reverse Guardian them. I saw the Oscilio, I think twice last game, just play some sigils and pass and
Yeah.
ask you what can you do with 5 cards. So if you do that back to Gravy, it sounds like sometimes you can really get rewarded for that as well.
exactly, yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for filling me in. I was
No
a little
worries.
bit curious about that. I would love to get that match on stream sometime today. I haven't actually witnessed a victor into Gravy other than my own horrid play.
I mean, there's
and,
several of them here,
yeah.
and like Zach is still up on top table, so maybe we'll have to do some more team infighting.
I mean, when half the field is AGE, what do you expect?
Yeah, somewhat.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for joining me. And
Thank
for
you,
those of
Michael.
you at home, we're going to just take a quick break before we head into round 5, so don't go anywhere. We got more Flesh and Blood after this.
And we're back with the July iteration of the AG Open Series. I'm Patrick R., along here with Michael, swinger of hammers, Murray. The temperature is rising in the building. I've switched to a T-shirt. Michael, we're at a fever pitch, truly, of
It
the
is hot
Festival
in here.
action. It is warm.
Yeah.
We are not in New England at this time. Michael, why don't we take a look at the metagame breakdown once again?
Let's do it. What do we got here?
So once again, the leaders in the clubhouse, Gravy, Slippy, Verdance. I don't know how well each of them are doing. I don't think I've seen. I mean, we have Anthony, who we saw take a win earlier on Slippy near the top of the tables. I'm not sure I've seen a Gravy Bones up there.
Yeah, it looks like all six of each of these three heroes is kind of spread out evenly throughout the fields. I was just taking a look at the top tables, and I do see a Gravy up there and a sprinkling from there down, as well as one Slippy. In fact, I think they might be facing off right now. And I didn't see any Verdance, but I wasn't necessarily looking for it, so maybe we've got a Verdance up there. But it definitely seems like, despite these heroes being very popular, the field seems to be eating them a little bit right now, which is interesting to see.
It's hard to have a target on your head, Michael. I will note we are going to go to, I believe, not the top table, one of the very top tables, and we have one of our two of Puffins, not to be too much of a spoiler, that we will have the privilege of seeing today. It will not be Daniel Flavin visiting from AG New England. It's a new, I believe, somebody who will be their first time on stream, so very excited for that.
Awesome. Love me some Puffin gaming. Getting all my favorite heroes on camera today. Excited for that.
And let's keep in mind what everybody's playing for, Michael. It's the AGE. Well, of course, there's a little thing called money, I suppose.
I don't even know the meaning of money.
I don't even know it. The winner of this event will take home $400, followed by $200 for second place, $100 from third and fourth, and a nice $50. Thank you for coming for everybody else who remains in the top 8. But for me personally, Michael, that's not what we're really playing for.
No, sir. We've got those sweet, sweet AGE open points. 30 going to the winner, 25 to second. Third through fourth get 20, fifth through eight get 15th. But just because you didn't make top 8 doesn't mean you don't get a nice scoop of 12 and or 8 coming in top 16. So definitely want to stick around to get those placements. Even if you lose the first couple games, you always have the chance to come out with some of those points.
And love a scoop of AG points on a hot day. Am I right, Michael? And let's keep in mind also, everybody's posturing for position in what is the second to last AGE Open of this year. The next one and the final one of AGE West will be coming up on August 9th, Michael. And then, of course, concurrently, I'm not sure if they finished up over at the AGE New England Great Stories, Comics, and Games with their iteration of the tournament, which is going on today as well. In any case, we'll be back at Grave Troll Games in New Hampshire on August 30th of this year.
Awesome.
While we check in here, wait to see if we have our players ready to go. Michael, what are your main takeaways from the stream games that we watched today so far?
I mean, it really seems like the story right now in Flesh and Blood is you play what you love and you're bound to have success. We are seeing such an open meta, so many different heroes showing up. Victor Goldmane's currently 4-0. We've got the Puffin showing up. I see people putting Puffin down way at the bottom of the tier lists, and still, you can absolutely show up and perform on Puffin. So it just seems to me like however they managed to do it, they've got 40 heroes to balance, and we've got like 36 balanced heroes, you know. Even the Arachne Huntsman showing up today, I don't know how well they did. I haven't seen them at the tables, but it's really awesome to see so many heroes represented, and it just means that whatever you want to play and love to play, do it. You're bound to have results as long as you know how to play the game of Flesh and Blood well and know how to be a good pilot.
And I'm getting word from our producer, Justin, here that our 4-0s in the building are... Double. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We've got Puffin, we got Verdance, we got Victor. So that's 3 4-0s.
Yeah, and not ones I would necessarily would have expected, Michael.
Yeah, I think the Verdance is one that sort of keeps popping her head up in these. You know, obviously she took down the U.S. Nats and seems to be in the hands of a really good pilot, just almost unstoppable. But I think that last bit is a bigger asterisk than some might assume, because playing Verdance into a lot of these matchups is not as easy as you'd think. She can be countered unless you are just the GOAT on her. But that being said, we are ready to go. It sounds like our top tables are set up, so we can swing on down there. And we've got Anthony DT Zichella, who we saw in round 1 today, up against Branden Adams, 4-0 Puffin Hightail. So awesome match to watch here. What do you know about this matchup and what we have in store for us?
Well, what I do know is that I remember how disappointed you were to not have a Puffin at the last AG Open Series. Fortunately, not only not the case today, but we have a Puffin doing very well in the hands of Branden Adams. Puffin lends herself well to very different styles of play. There is what is colloquially called the pirate build, which focuses more on the, I'll say, big attacks with sometimes disruptive attacks, or they have pummels on top of them. And then you have the boost variant championed by AG Pro Team member Anthony Pham. So in either case, I'm thinking that Puffin might have the right mixture of both damage and disruption to be able to effectively do the impossible and outrace Cindra. That's what I bet right now, Michael.
I love to hear that. The thing I've really been enjoying about Puffin is the fact that she plays a mid-range game plan with very aggressively slanted options, but also very defensively slanted options as well, in the form of all of that galvanize, which just when it comes in at the right time and you can do a 1-card block 6 with a Golden Sky Warden, or all of these soup ups that can just be, you know, a Syncabolo on demand when you need that breakpoint block. There's something that I just really, really love about playing Puffin in particular, because she gets to play on all axes of the game of Flesh and Blood. And that's, I think, to me, why I like mid-range as my favorite archetype. Of course, calling something mid-range, I'm talking about Victor and Puffin and Oscilio and putting them all under that umbrella, because they all do have ways of playing that way. But that being said, I think the deck construction and the pilot say a lot more about that than the deck or than the hero itself.
And keeping in mind what's at stake for each of these players, as mentioned, Anthony Zichella winning the last AG Open Series. That was his first points of the year at 30. Needs some more points for sure. Needs a top 8 here to be able to work his way into that top 16 race. Branden Adams, I don't believe is on the board yet in any significant manner. Would it shock you to know, though, Michael, that Branden Adams is yet another turn 0 gamer?
Wow.
That store very well represented today at the AG Open Series.
That's fantastic. Turn 0 just showing up today, showing us all how to play the game.
And interestingly here, Anthony, having to read quite a few of these Puffin cards. I know Anthony's got a young child at home, so that can be a little distracting sometimes for learning with some of the newer cards. And to be fair to him, he didn't, during his Titanic run last month, as we've mentioned, there was no Puffin in the room, so wouldn't have had occasion to sort of learn what some of these cards are doing.
That's right. It would have only been at his Tuesday Armory games that he would have a chance to learn these cards, and it looks like he hasn't quite had them memorized just yet. As we're starting things off, it looks like Branden is going first. Whether that was his choice or not, I'm not sure. But a Loan Shark early on is a very nice way to start this game out, just getting those 2 extra gold counters and ensuring that that engine won't sputter or stall out anytime soon. Really, really nice card to start with, especially since it can also prevent any type of filtering, although Cindra typically doesn't need to filter much on turn 0.
Yeah, I think this is a dream turn 0 start for Branden to have Loan Shark here. I've been on record before that I think the one limitation of these high seas heroes is that they are sort of priced into playing Crown of Dominion, effectively not having a headpiece because they're so reliant on gold. Here, however, Branden having his wealth of gold in that he has the Loan Shark to start off with.
And deciding to send that soup up here instead of just an Arsenal pass. Not sure exactly what the thought process is there, maybe hoping to just chip or clear it out of his hand. But Anthony happily gives 2 cards to block and draws back up.
And we have in chat, we have Bryce Platts, who is not here with us today. He's on vacation, I believe, enjoying himself. Very nice to hear from Bryce. We all miss you, Bryce, and hope to have you back for next month.
And of course, thank you for the happy birthday wishes.
Oh, yeah, and that as well.
Here we see Anthony starting the chain out turn 1, playing that Oath of Loyalty, locking himself to only playing Draconic actions for the rest of this turn. With no fealties, could be a brick, but so far so good.
That's an answer for him right there. Brand with Cinder Claw. That will turn. Well, it's Draconic, and it'll make his next attack also Draconic. Great answer. Every time I see DT on stream, Anthony, it seems like he's got it figured out, doesn't he?
It really does. Man's just got it all together. As we see Branden now blocking with the Sunken Treasure. No yellows to speak of in either graveyard means there will not be an effect here. Although, yeah, okay, so Anthony flicking the dagger in reactions means no option to flip that with Sunken Treasure either. And pain in the backside following up.
Yeah, and I think if you're Branden, you're hoping to use that Sunken Treasure on a turn where it's awkward for Anthony to, maybe there's a dagger in the graveyard and it's awkward for Anthony to be able to pitch to buy it back. Not getting to do so here, maybe just deciding on the texture of his hand that he needed to get that block out as soon as he could.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to go ahead and just use the block card if you don't need the resources. Otherwise, it can clunk up. We see Anthony once again blocking with a blue from hand.
He always has it. He always has it, Michael. Yeah, I feel like the last 2 games at least, maybe 3 I've seen of Anthony, he's had this lava burst, this seamless lava burst turn on turn 1 and turn 2 both times.
Yeah.
Well, so let's see. If he draws another lava burst in his next hand, then it'll be really crazy.
But we got the sink below answer, so Branden Adams, despite being threatened with 16 damage this turn, only takes 6 of it. Still has a hand to work with on the back end.
And it'll be interesting to see to what extent Branden, having his choice of gold here, it's quite a selection of gold, but no cogs yet. He, of course, can use Puffin's ability to generate a cog at will. Or, alternatively, he can play cog in the machine, generating 2 cogs as part of its resolution.
2 cogs, drawing a card. Bit of a risky play here. If he manages to draw a 2 cost, that is, it could be a bit of a brick. And those are cards in the Puffin deck. It looks like
This is gone, right?
it is a 2-cost, and he's holding it up for the camera, thankfully.
Yeah.
One of the few people that understands where that camera is for us viewers at home to see. And yeah, just as I thought, the 2-cost here presenting a bit of a problem.
And Brandon's going to need a discard to this Loan Shark, isn't he?
He doesn't have to. He can just take the 2 damage if he wants.
Okay. Yes.
Also not shooting the Spitfire. Not sure what that was about. Maybe a bit of a misplay there.
Anthony leading off here with a pain in the backside. We've seen this card played ad infinitum today. Here in Cindra, not quite as effective as it was at Aracne just a moment ago. Basically a 0 for 4.
Move to your actions.
Branden blocking it out with his E-Strike, and
Sight.
Anthony will get his extra value. This is effectively going to be 1 damage leaking from the Ancestral and then 1 from the on-hit of the pain in the backside. So lots of value there in getting that Ancestral to power through this pain in the backside. Remains to be seen here if Anthony will float resources. Might be thinking on that. He does have a 1-cost in his hand, so it would behoove him to do so. And in fact, he does go ahead and do so. So Anthony will have 1 resource floating. I believe he's got 2 free Draconic attacks in hand in addition to a 1-cost. So this is looking like exactly a sort of start that Anthony just seems to find time and time again, Michael.
Yeah, and this is really the upside of Cindra, just playing these consistent hands, hyper-aggressive, threatening blocks, and really just asking the questions of the opponent every single chain link. Do you have what it takes to stop this mask?
Display loyalty, committed the chain link. Branden, got to be thinking here if he's if this is a turn where he's effectively going to be able to cover
If it hits and I flick this,
the mask momentum we're going on. We have a bit of a judge call here.
just starts at the end of the chain, right?
Branden taking the opportunity to get a sip of Celsius. I am feeling the late in the day blues coming on as well, Branden. I'm right there with you. Maybe I'm still mourning his Command and Conquer from last turn that he was able to play.
Yeah, that was really unlucky, kind of showing up to the camera. But I do think that maybe in that unfortunate draw, there was a little bit of tilt as we then didn't see the Spitfire follow up.
And whom amongst us has not fallen victim to a little bit of tilt here?
Just a little bit of tilt.
I see in Brandon's hand one of the very interesting cards Puffin has to offer in Palantir Aeronaut. Quite a significant investment in that card to make it go off, meaning you need 3 cogs, really. I guess 2 with a unicycle. But, wow, if you can get it off, Michael, that's huge payoff.
It is very powerful. Anthony now looks like pulling his attack back after reviewing with the judge, instead sending this Blaze Headlong. Am I reading that correctly?
You are reading that wrong.
So
Blaze
no
Headlong.
Go again currently.
No, it will have go again because
it's
Anthony
red,
has played a
not
red.
Draconic.
Yeah.
Excuse
So I
me.
think that was the issue in the last one. He attempted to play a card that I forget that. I think it's Mark of gosh, I can't remember. But it requires them to have been the second chain link. So he hadn't satisfied the condition. He would have lost go again, and his turn would have ended on the spot. So I think a little bit of unwinding allowed to occur there.
I didn't realize that. So I thought it actually flicked the dagger, but it doesn't. It just does a damage. I didn't realize.
Anthony here, considering maybe some flicks in the reaction step. Unclear if Branden is going to be blocking Blaze Headlong. Oh, I think maybe perhaps Branden asking for some clarification on whether that first chain link had hit for purposes of mask momentum. I believe
I don't believe it did.
it did with Ancestral Empowerment.
Okay,
I know
got
that
it.
was now about
I
5
see.
minutes
Okay.
ago, so it's
Okay.
no. You would be forgiven for forgetting there.
So now we've got Endear Devotion coming through, another 4, and this would be the 3rd chain link that has hit, if it does hit, asking Branden to please block me unless you don't want me to draw cards.
And
Or unless you want me to draw cards.
Branden, I think if he wants to stop the draw here, and again, Anthony has not flicked this turn, so he can keep this chain link alive with flick knives. He's going to have to give the unicycle and a card from hand. Can't be feeling great about where he is, and this is exactly what Cindra does to you. You'll be slowly bled of life total and thinking, well, I tried to block every turn. What happened?
Yeah.
But you really need a turn for him to stumble, and thus far, DT has just done an excellent job about not having those stumble turns.
Excellent points you're making here, as Branden really would have liked to see some of the those breakpoint 4 blocks, soup ups, any kind of galvanize to cover this up, doesn't have them available this hand. So it looks like the 2 cogs he made last turn are just going to wither away into the void at the end of this turn, as Anthony is still alive for that Mask of Momentum, sending 3 more damage in Display Loyalty. Branden giving 2 massive power cards in the form of Palantir and Dovetail.
And notable, maybe not having the cog generation he really wanted to make those sort of sing. He does have 2 technically, but they're about to go away because he did crank them last turn. So he does have at least 1 cog per turn available on demand with Puffin's ability, given the wealth of gold he's managed to accumulate. But still, Branden can't be feeling great about his position.
This time he plays that Command and Conquer, and once again, Anthony just clearing the hand, clearing the arsenal, knowing that it's usually more trouble than it's worth to try to preserve cards into these disruptive decks. So just a vanilla 6 damage coming through.
Yeah, and Anthony dodging, unfortunately for Branden, the first form of real disruption he's been able to gather this turn. As I mentioned, some of these Puffin lists, especially the piratey ones, which it's hard to tell so far how exactly Branden is building, do have quite a bit of disruption. Not landing there for DT, as he did not have an arsenal to work with.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that he's playing, I guess you could call it the pirate list, as we've got non-mech cards, so boost is off the table. But the question of how piratey certainly comes in. I know I've seen the sloop variant with the pistol coming through last week. Now that the pistol is gone, thanks to the living legend of -IE, that is no longer a build that you can do.
Yeah.
But
And here DT following up his Rising Resentment, which it appears connected with Branden's life total, with another Rising Resentment. This second Rising Resentment, as I've mentioned a couple of times, will actually have text, because if he's able to hit with it, if he has a 1 cost, say a Demonstrate Devotion in hand, Rising Resentment will reduce it and make it free.
Branden utilizing that Shelter to the Storm to stop the Flick Knives, so has a little bit of breathing room as this Chain Link has not hit, so Anthony will have to restart in the Mask of Momentum clause.
Yeah, pretty fair to say that Anthony won't be drawing off Mask of Momentum this turn, given that that his second Chain Link has been stuffed. But Branden now left to see. Okay, I had the Shelter from the Storm to stuff the Mask trigger. Do I have, with the remaining 2 cards in my hand, something that can meaningfully present some pressure back onto DT?
Yeah, so Branden finally getting that a little bit more breathing room. I mean, I say that, but I think he has 2 or 3 cards in hand, maybe just 2.
2, yeah. Shelter, he blocked with 1, and then he Shelter from hand. So let's see what it is. And it's another Command and Conquer. And this is what Branden needed.
Yeah.
He needed something like this. And notably, both the Command and Conquers Branden has played have been paid for by pitching copper cogs. So that meant that the cards that Branden had committed to the combat chain were really all he could have afforded to do, while still being able to send something back the other way. So I would say pretty astute place thus far from Branden.
Absolutely. That being said, Branden still hasn't established very many cogs, just kind of made the 2 past and then let them die. So in terms of board state, this is one of the places where Puffin can get into a little trouble. That being said, 3 gold on the field gives some leeway to being able to create a cog on demand when needed. But definitely have a hill to climb with the life difference sitting at 13, 34 plays 21, as Anthony thinks about blocks.
And he still has access, in addition to the on-demand creation of a golden cog with his gold, he still has access to Polycranka. And it'll be a really interesting point, for me at least, to see when Branden chooses to utilize that asset, because it's so easy for Anthony to clear a Polycranka with just a swing of a dagger that you have to wonder, the turn he uses it, it's probably going to be the only turn he gets to.
It's true that a dagger clears it. That being said, a dagger is still an entire card in a red line list, so it may be more.
Are we sure about that? yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Most of the time.
Most of the time, unless, of course, they start with an Ignite, as Anthony's DT Zichella has done here.
The Ignite proving me wrong right on cue. Next card, this next Draconic card played or activated this chain gets 1 less, so really nice to pair with those daggers that cost 1, bringing them down to 0.
Yeah, and we can see from Anthony's hand that he does have a Demonstrate Devotion in hand, so at minimum, he will be able to send that or a dagger, depending on whichever he thinks, completely free of charge.
Next, followed up in Dear Devotion. there's that one cost being nicely paid for with the Ignite. 1 for 4 coming in and getting Go Again and creating a fealty if you control 2 or more Draconic Chain Links. So 2 fealty now this game. Really, really important for the consistency of this deck because it uses significantly more non-Draconic cards, as we learned in the interview with Anthony earlier this morning. No blocks means another 4 goes through. 15 plays 28 as Anthony, 2 cards left in hand, goes ahead and plays another 4 power in the form of Blaze Headlong.
Blaze Headlong, probably my favorite card in the game. Here, very effective for DT in that he's going to thread a Mass Trigger on a breakpoint. Branden just letting him have it there. Maybe deciding that the cards in hand are too good to commit the blockchain, or maybe he's finally drawn up a multiple item turn.
A 4-item turn would be very rough if that's what he's looking at.
Or maybe just enough so that he can't really block. Like maybe you give your 2 blocking cards and your hand is just inoperable. And DT applying the punishment, following it up with another Art of the Dragon Blood, making it draconic with his fealty. So you'll have Go Again. This is heavily implying that DT has another card he can use for its offensive potential in his hand.
Is this the next time we see a Lava Burst played?
Oh, well, I guess we'll be able to tell right now to see if DT decides to flick.
Because this is Draconic, it could be anything in his deck, even a 1 cost, but oh no.
Ancestral Empowerment, interesting. So DT will be a little bit at the mercy of the top of his deck, but he's live for lots of it, and he'll be able to see what he drew before deciding whether he wants to flick. But no, I think just damage going through there. Interesting. Okay. DT, what did he draw? Did he show us?
Briefly, but we weren't looking. And here we've got it.
Ravenous
Oh.
DT, putting 4 on the dice before even flipping. Perhaps telling us a little bit about the makeup of his deck. And this is how much damage is this, Michael? 6, 10, 14, 18 points, 15 points of damage?
Yeah. Yeah, Branden is taking it straight to the face. 9 life right now. Doesn't want to give up any cards, but with Anthony sitting at 28, I'm having trouble imagining what Branden could possibly put together that makes this worth it.
His cards are making contact with the table, but I think I saw a Conqueror of the High Season hand. It's possible he was saving that to try to provide more disruption. He does have the 2 blues needed, but here that's going to be sort of a moot point because DT does not have an arsenal to work with.
Yeah, you can see Branden was really hoping that by allowing that card draw, Anthony would opt to arsenal that card. Not being the case, and I think Anthony just playing really well. He's dodged a lot of those arsenal hate effects, and in fact, one of the few times he kept an arsenal, he did get hit with a Command and Conquer. So
yeah. And you've been on the record before, Michael, about how much you like keeping your arsenal clear against the pirate heroes. Here, DT doing it to tremendous effect.
Absolutely, and whew, man, this Cindra's looking good.
Yeah. Branden in a tough spot here. He seems, he could send the Conqueror of the High Seas for just its damage potential. Anthony sending a message saying, "Chat, they need the chat for what? We do not know."
Maybe some board state got missed or something along those lines. We've got chat detectives probably screaming into the void right now about what kinds of misplays or things could have gone wrong.
Maybe he needs the chat on an emotional level.
I also know that Anthony just is a particularly has a fondness for Twitch chat. I see him in there often participating, so who knows, could be just a shout out to his people.
Yeah, and DT, we mentioned a lot about how skilled of a pilot he is on this deck, how he's crushed the competition now 2 series in a row, but also it needs to be said, a pillar of the Flesh and Blood community, as you're saying, very much involved in the community, in the scene, and always every time I experience him, very delightful presence. So glad to have him around. Branden going to see if he can do anything to maybe stop some of this momentum that DT has been piling up ever
Now
so.
we are seeing Branden utilize his hero power for the first time this game. I thought he had 3 gold. Maybe he only had 2, going down to what looks like 1.
Cranking Polycranka, too, for the first time in this game, and I'm going to go ahead and guess the only time in this game. But maybe not. Maybe DT decides 4 is 1 point of damage is a quarter of Branden's life. Maybe we're at the point where Polycranka just goes by the wayside.
I do like to use Polycranka when I'm playing Puffin when I think my opponent no longer would rather attack me than it, because that's how you can accrue that value. So utilizing it, especially when you're both at very low life and they sort of don't feel like they can commit a card to it, is a great way to get very ahead. In this case, it seems like Branden's just using it as like a 1 life shield, hoping that maybe Anthony will spend some resources at the bird instead of at the face. And we can see here
Cogwork's Dovetail?
Yes,
I believe
Cogwork's Dovetail coming through.
All right. So he does have 2, effectively 3 cogs to sort of play around with, depending on the rest of the tapestry of Branden's hand. We'll have to figure out to what extent he wants to be able to. Well, I guess you're in a position as for DT. He's not blocking this. He probably doesn't have D-Reacts. I haven't seen one from DT anyway. So maybe this is just he's signing up for the damage and Branden's going to get to untap at will anyway.
Yeah, this card represents a 1 for 7 go again, which is a massively overrate value proposition. But when the life totals are 4 to 28, that's not a meaningful enough on hit to ask for blocks. And so I think Anthony just says, yeah, that's okay. I've got enough life lead to just say, I don't care what you do. I'm just going to take it and try to kill you.
And here, Branden, using both cogs to generate power, and then after damage, before resolution, giving his Cogworks Dovetail go again with the now untapped Golden Cog. Following up, Conqueror of the High Seas. 8 go again's not bad regardless, right, Michael?
Yeah, 8 go again's pretty solid. Would have liked to get the Arsenal Disruption, and that's likely why we saw Branden block out or didn't block out the way he did, thinking about maximizing the value of his hand. In this case, Anthony played around it beautifully. So instead, just 4 for 8 go again. Still really good rate, if you ask me, and still has the Spitfire available as well to round things out. So it looks like Anthony's going to take a few hits to the face, but luckily for him, he managed to get enough of a life lead to where even though this is a massively powerful turn, it might just be too little too late.
Yeah, some confusion there about the amount of resources Branden has available. It is 2, so I guess this is theoretically pummelable. Very, very noteworthy, I suppose. No pummel being done here. Just 8 damage. Looks like followed up by a Spitfire. Branden will be able to keep 1 card in Arsenal here. And DT, I think at the point in the game where he says, yeah, I don't think that you can present lethal damage, and I think I can.
If Branden had a pummel there, that actually could have been enough to make me feel like he's got a fighting chance here. With Anthony still sitting at 11, though, and 4 cards to work with, he is about to fall into that horrifying spot of being Kodachi locked, or in this case, kunai locked, especially with the flick knives, which even confers an unblockable form of 1 damage. So just a few more turns of this, even if Branden blocks out completely, and he is looking at his demise.
Yeah, and gazing here at the makeup of Anthony's hand, I believe that's a blood runs deep I see there, Michael, too. So that's going to be able to convey some what is essentially true damage at Branden's head. So it's very possible this may be the end for Branden.
Yeah, he's going to have to start just giving up every card he can to block. Oh, and 1 item in hand.
But he does have a shelter.
Yes.
That can produce, but I guess we're at the point where you'd rather really be using the shelter for the 4 in the corner than for the implied 3 on the face of it. But I don't know if Branden's going to have much of a choice in this spot.
Yeah, with 1 non-blocking card, I'm a little worried for his prospects here. So Anthony throws down another 3 damage. Pain in the backside coming through.
And this is, again, it is 3, but it's essentially 4 because it will leak the damage with the dagger on hit. So I guess, no, actually that would kill him. I guess that would be lethal damage. But regardless, I think Branden here in hand, he's got the shelter, he's got the item, as you said. This probably presents the best opportunity to block with his last remaining 3 block in hand.
Yeah, I think he has a soup up, so he can galvanize it up to 4. Doesn't make a whole lot of a difference here. Was hoping to maybe get the breakpoint value out of it, but regardless, happy to just shore up all of the damage here.
And the follow-up here from DT. Will he flick? No, looks like he's continuing to the next chain link here. I mean, both of these options seem perfectly fine to me. And so will come the Blood Runs Deep. That is going to do 2 true damage Branden's way. He does have the shelter to possibly react to this, but in either case, not looking great at this point, Michael.
Yeah, I think the shelter is very well used at this point.
So that'll cover up the 2 daggers. Yeah, because it's 2 instances of 1,
But
and 1 floating.
And we know that Branden's last card doesn't block, so this is it for what he can block this turn unless he goes and reaches for that tunic. So another 3 is...
I think this will do it, Michael.
He has the tunic. I think he could possibly survive, and Anthony doesn't have the resources to swing with a dagger, so even though he can buy them back... Oh, but he can flick.
Yeah, he can flick. That is what I meant. I think they're representing having 1 floating available, but I think that was covered on the Blood Runs Deep.
and you hear it, Branden says, I'm dead.
And once again, triumphing, Anthony DT Zichella up to 4-1, acquainting himself very well, putting himself in a really good position to possibly top 8 again.
Congrats to him, showing us just how to play Flesh and Blood when you've got the kids at home. You play the simple aggro deck, and you play it masterfully.
And DT, as we mentioned, very important for him to accumulate as many points as he could, given that he had to miss the first, I think 5 Open Series. So really happy for him. He's a local player at Odyssey, as we both know, as we are.
Yeah.
And so always great to see him perform, in addition to the fact that he's a pillar in the community.
I think he might be locked for top 8. I'm not sure how the tiebreakers fall, but being 4-1 going into round 6 means his first tiebreaker would be a loss in round 6, which is the best possible outcome. So looking good for him, and if that's the case, he's getting a minimum of 15 points, I think. I'll have to look at those points breakdowns once again.
And of course, right now, this is the top 16. We've shown you a few times today. The 15th and 16th seed, Luke Gilmore and John Zapata at 40 points apiece. Anthony DT at just 30. So needs to make up a 10-point gap in the 2 remaining AGE Open Series this year. So lots of time to do that. If he can keep going, he will certainly acquaint himself well. If he does top 8 today, that will be 15 points. So that will theoretically put him in the top 16. But we know that one of the I believe he was the 16th seed, John Zapata he was the 4-0 Verdance we discussed earlier today. So a bit of jockeying going on here. We'll have to see how DT eventually ends up. Either way, he's looking good for top 8. And if he top 8s, you got to imagine he's going to be very live for the final Open Series of the year.
Absolutely, and that's just the minimum of what he could walk away with. So the difference between 15 and 30 could be a big deal. I'm sure once he gets into that top 8, assuming the tiebreakers fall his way or he wins the last round, mean that he could just climb all the way to 60 once again. If he's able to get 2 back-to-back wins, that would be very impressive.
And once again, just as a reminder, that final AG Open Series we've discussed a couple times, happening on August 9th for AG West, right back here at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, where it is sweltering. And then, of course, the analog for the East Coast will be on August 30th at Grave Troll Games in New Hampshire. Michael, DT has now won his 2nd game on stream for the day. I think we'll give him a little bit of break as he sort of collects himself at nice 4-1. And we will be back with you all for round 6. We're back with the July AG Open Series. I'm Patrick R. here with Michael Mad Dog, revered Murray. Had a nice little break there, a longer break than usual. How was your break, Michael?
It was nice. Getting a little steam off the old dome, walking around, talking to people. That was a quick round. Somehow everyone was finished with like 16 minutes left on the clock still. Even the Jarl into Florian matchup wrapped up pretty quick.
And for the stream, you can bet that whenever Anthony DT Zichella is on the screen, it's going to be a quick matchup because he's just quick on that Cindra. But I think we have a treat for you in store in the next and final round of Swiss. I hit the wrong button there. We've got in our number 15 seed, Luke Gilmore. I believe, always hard to say with confidence with these things, Michael, but I believe locked for top 8 regardless, but going to be playing for seeding because every single point that he can put together in the top 8 will mean so much to him because although he is currently in the top 16 image, he could very easily fall out. He's at number 15.
Yeah, getting as many points as possible and getting the best seeding possible is what this next game has as its stakes, along with the rest of the prizing. But getting to that Players' Championship is everyone's goal here. So looking forward to seeing how he can shore that up, and for his sake, hoping for a nice run in the top 8.
And to add some color to Luke's, the desire on Luke's part to finish as high as possible seating-wise, to sort of posture and put himself in the best position to do well in the top 8, we can see just how significant each of those points are. You are guaranteed, of course, 15 points, which is significant when you're already number 15, if by just making top 8. But there's a 15-point gulf between winning the entire event and finishing just, maybe losing in the quarterfinals. So Luke going to be very incentivized given his position to do so.
Yeah, the difference between 55 and 70 coming at the end of this is the difference between him locking his spot for Players' Championship and continuing to jockey for that last spot in AGE.
And we're getting word here that our players are ready to get started in this round 6 jockeying for position final with our top 8 more or less formed. Let's see what heroes they brought.
Ooh, Luke Gilmore on Cindra, a classic choice if you want to do well in this meta, going against Vynnset, Iron Maiden, a bit of a darker horse, no pun intended, shadow hero here. How do you feel about this matchup?
I think that I'd rather be in the Vynnset seat typically. In that Vynnset is able to present some disruption that's going to be very difficult for Cindra to be able to play around. That being said, Michael, this was the final of AG East just 2 weeks ago, and in that case, it was the Cindra in the hands of Joshua Tavares taking it home.
I think I like your prediction here. As long as the deck is playing the way the deck is supposed to be played, rather the cards are lining up the way that they're supposed to line up, I think the Vynnset has some really nasty disruption, but sometimes those Runeblade hands can come and bite you as we see things starting off here. Justin going first and banishing a card to make a rune chant off to turn 1 now. Luke starting things off with the Ignite.
And Justin will have that Deathly Wail available to him for future turns. Going to need to generate some rune chants here. It would be a nice for Justin to have some way to do so on Luke's turn, so as to not use a card, perhaps in the form of a reduced to rune chant. In any case, Luke having a classic 1-2 punch we've seen many times today, Ignite into Demonstrate Devotion.
Yeah, Demonstrate Devotion, one of the few 1-cost cards, pairs so well with that as it shows a breakpoint, but Justin has just what he needs, covering that up with the reduced to rune chant.
I called it, Michael. I called it. And I think also, Justin, it's been a long day here for all of us. It's quite warm in Riverside, inside Top Deck Keep. I'm getting word that Justin drove in from Las Vegas just today.
Wow.
And as somebody who drove to Las Vegas for US Nats about a month ago, kudos to him because I'm ready to sleep after that.
Oh, yeah.
drive.
He must be cooked at the end of the day today.
But nevertheless, showing just how important it is, staying the extra time to shore up that top 16 position. Luke, following up, Art of the Dragon, I want to say that one's War. Fire, dang it. To do 2 true damage, I believe it was made draconic by the fealty token.
Yep.
So, Luke, these Cindras, I swear, Michael, maybe it's just, the players who are doing well in this open series are skilled Cindras who've built their deck to be able to be flowing this way, I feel like it's firing on all cylinders at almost a level that beyond what I would normally expect from even such a smooth Cindra deck.
Yeah, Justin just converting his hand efficiently to block, managing to prevent the mask trigger to stop Luke from drawing that card. So just a nice fair 4 cards coming at his face, and in the process taking not 9 damage, as some of that was conferred from his own blood debt at the start of last turn, but dropping all the way down to 31 at the start of this turn. But he does have the 3 rune chains needed to send that Deathly Wail, which is a very efficient 1-card hand.
And I think notable here, Justin did banish to Vynnset's hero ability at the start of the turn, a Widespread Annihilation. Probably one of the truest forms of disruption you really can do, well, to anybody, but especially Cindra, a deck that is not otherwise going to be blocking.
Luke covering up the rune chains with a well-timed Shelter from the Storm. All 3 of the prevention effects eating up those rune chants. Now it's just 5 on the field, and if Luke can prevent all of this damage from hitting, that could put Justin in quite a hole, having no rune chants to work with on his next turn. That being said, that would require a lot of cards from the Cindra, which is not exactly what she wants to be doing.
Luke there opting to use the Spell Void clause on his Claw of Vinserakai to maintain the 1 floating off the Shelter from the Storm, and doing exactly that, Michael, blocking out Deathly Wail. No rune chant for Justin.
Wow, and this is the most defensively postured I've seen a Cindra on camera. But making good use of it, being able to stop those hits is a big deal.
And I think to your point, Michael, it's, no rune chant generation, your turns become quite anemic pretty quickly. You don't want to be in the position as Vynnset to be actually paying for your cards.
Right you are, as Luke sends out that 3-power Brand with Cinder Claw, 3 go again, flicking the dagger despite no blocks, just to get the resource.
Yeah, gotta wonder if there's a one cost 4 in hand that Luke is hoping to be, or I think we see it's an Art of the Dragon. Wait for it, fire. This time not it made Draconic by Brand with Cinder Claw, so that will do a total of 7 damage. Quite a fiery turn off just 2 cards, Michael.
2-card 10, that is way above rate. And Luke making great use of his cards defensively, and then just sending a very valuable 2 cards right back. I really like this play.
Yeah, still no rune chant generation for Justin. You do always have your Vexing Cool hand around. You'd prefer not to use it so early. We have seen these Aura builds from Vynnset more often, where there's sort of guaranteed rune chant generation. Maybe that's where Justin's going to be going with this. And sure enough, Deadwood Dirge taking him up to 3, which is just enough he needs, just the amount he needs to be able to spend that widespread rune.
Is this... I'm predicting the... If this arcane damage goes through, oh my gosh, and another Shelter from the Storm. That is a huge deal, because the card that I was thinking Justin could have in hand requires arcane to hit.
You're thinking of Succumb to Temptation?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Succumb to Temptation. And it looks like Luke just shut that possibility down.
Yeah, and Justin's got to feel a little bit disappointed by that. I think you imagine when you're setting arcane damage at a Cindra that doesn't have any arcane barrier available to her, that it's very likely that you're going to be able to leak some of the damage. Not the case here, but wow, a strong follow-up here for Justin.
Yeah, coming in with the Revel in Rune Blood, sidestepping the Shelter. What a fantastic second option for Justin, being able to gain those 4 rune chants needed to send the Widespread Annihilation. I gotta say, I didn't see that coming, and that just saved Justin's behind. Huge recovery.
Yeah, this is a huge pivot turn from Justin. It's difficult to believe he did this from 0 rune chants at the start of his turn, and here he's going to very likely, well, at minimum, he's going to be taking 1 card from Luke's hand. And Luke here is posed with the question, and following it up with a Succumb to Temptation, as you predicted, Michael.
So that went from IP1 to give me 2 cards, you basically can't play next turn, and oh, by the way, here's an extra 10 damage.
And I think here, I think you definitely don't want Luke to... You're going to take 2 cards here.
Yeah.
If you don't take Snatch, I think it's likely Luke banishes the card that is in Snatch and keeps the Snatch to play it on his turn, but we'll have to see.
Grabbing the Brand with Cinderclaw there.
Sorry, not closing the chain, actually.
Little cleanup here as Justin will follow it up with a Flail of Agony. Should lose a life from that swing there.
No blocks from Luke. Interesting choice. I guess he doesn't have the equipment. Never mind. I would not block if I were him. And yeah, just allowing Justin to gain that rune chant.
Yeah, I'm going to close it. Yeah.
But Luke, if you're going to end up with a one-card hand because you've just been had your turn completely ruined by the disruption from Vynnset, there are worse one-card hands than a Snatch threatening another card to replace your arsenal.
I haven't seen Justin put the rune chant out, maybe forgetting at this point that he needs to do that, unless it's hidden off camera somewhere.
Yeah, seems likely maybe it was just forgotten there. Luke using a fealty to send Snatch. Interesting.
Fealty to send Snatch, huh?
Yeah, I mean, typically when you see this done, it's either obviously to use the Cindra ability. Doesn't seem like that's the case here with an empty hand, or it's to enable Dragon Scalar Flight Path to be able to give it go again.
It seems to me that the use of that fealty was kind of like when you're going to die anyway and you just kill yourself with your ability instead. It was going to go away. Might as well just use it to be cute.
Right. You never know.
Ooh, and
go ahead.
I was just going to say a nicely timed sync below just says, yeah, I'll cover this up efficiently. One card block.
And an excellent turn for Justin on the previous iteration. Somebody in chat pointing out that Revel in Blue, the second clause, or maybe it's the third clause in Revel in Runeblood, will get rid of the rune chant at the end of the turn. We appreciate you, chat. Shout out to you, as Anthony Zichella did last round.
Absolutely. Thanks for keeping us honest, as Justin correctly has no rune chance here, but banishes his card at the start of the turn to generate one.
It's another Widespread Ruin. I forget now what the second card under Widespread Ruin was, so it's difficult for me to ascertain exactly how many options Justin will have here. In any case, he's got a Malefic Incantation followed up, and we've reached the Vexing Quill hand time, Michael.
Yeah, typically I like to see Vynnset players holding on to that card for as long as possible, but in an aggro mirror, this probably is about as long as you can hold it on. You have to keep the tempo, so I do really like the use here, as it allows him to efficiently utilize all the cards in his hand. That being said, if Luke keeps blocking out and preventing and making it hard for those rune chains to get generated, that could show up later in the game and bite him.
Yeah, and maybe figuring that with that Malefic Incantation that he will have the steady stream he needs to close this out, and another Succumb to Temptation and Resolve. I don't know about you, Michael, but this card keeps me up at night, probably more than any other card, among the top cards in this game.
It's just so annoying to deal with. It gives the go again. It takes a card from hand. It's like the zero-cost pummel that you're so glad they didn't print, but here it is.
And Justin taking a rifle through Luke's hand here. Looks poised to take a Snatch away. Luke's hand otherwise, I see a Rising Resentment. I see a Breaking Point. Couldn't quite make out that last card. It's a Mark of Loyalty, I believe is the name of that card. So at the very least, Luke, I think, should be able to... Doesn't have daggers available to him, so it might just be a double head jab turn for Luke on the crackback.
That is very likely to be, as we see Luke banish the top card and head over to his turn.
And that die Justin using on his Malefic Incantation, making it a little difficult to see how many counters. I believe it'll have one because the yellow's entered with two and we've generated one on the back end. Rising Resentment coming in for Luke. On the first chain link, Rising Resentment not really having text, but a head jab's a head jab, Michael.
Yeah, not bad. Certain things out. And it is Draconic as well, which is nice for the Cindra effects.
Yeah, but here, I don't think Luke's going to be able to use... I guess he could pitch to his one red to get his daggers back. So there are worse things in the world. He'll have a choice between keeping that Breaking Point in his arsenal or getting his daggers back at the end of this turn.
Yeah, sitting there with no daggers is a tough spot to be, especially when you're getting your hand ripped apart with those hand disruption effects. So Display Loyalty coming out now. Getting another fealty, which is meaningful and could mean that if that last card is not Draconic, it could become Draconic and allow those daggers to come back for free, which would be a nice reset.
Justin here blocking with the Machinations of Dominion. One of the I feel like one of the more interesting cards whenever a Rune Blade actually resolves it, and in that it can really close out the game by providing, I believe it's overpower the next Rune Blade attack action. So we saw that at AG New England, closing for close out, I think, at least one game. So definitely something to be mindful of when it's pitched. Here, just being blocked with.
Justin with another efficient one-card hand. Banish and play, make a rune chant on the back end.
And widespread ruin here. Okay, and finishing it up with a cull. So Justin doing a great job at finding these disruptive pieces to make Luke's life as a Cindra ever more difficult.
Just not letting him keep a 5-card hand. And now we're starting to see the absolute pit with Luke hoping to have a meaningful 5-card clapback here. Gets stripped once again. We'll have to find a way to connect with that Mask of Momentum with only 4 cards. But with Justin sitting at 23 life, Luke's got his work cut out for him.
And Luke here starting with a Ronin Renegade, the typical Cindra chain starter on his end. Not the best you could do. Happy to see a chain starter nonetheless.
Hop in the fealty, coming in now with a Ravenous Rabble. Coming in for 4. Draconic, importantly, meaning those... We're getting close to finally getting those daggers back, potentially. Luke losing a lot of equity for the last couple turns, not being able to flick those.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think here, I mean, it might be just a touch too late, given that Luke is already only at 6, so a big rune-gated attack will close out the game if not blocked. Obviously, Luke would block it. My point is we're reaching the critical point at which Luke is going to be unable to keep 4-card hands.
Yeah, and Burning Blade Dance with no daggers is, once again, just a vanilla head jab. Not very threatening, especially after the block on that last chain link. Justin probably feeling pretty good.
And maybe Luke will feel as if I've cursed him earlier, saying that these Cindras were so far on stream dodging these sort of awkward, bricky turns. But here, Justin having the disruption to make sure that Luke's turns, at least up to this point, the last few have been not quite what you're looking to do as a Cindra.
Yeah, the disruption that you predicted has just been coming through fluidly.
Yeah, I'm going to rendition.
Got a double Haunting Rendition in hand for Justin. The first was used to block that Ravenous Rabble cleanly. The second here will generate a rune chant on the back end.
Yep, very important. Sitting at 1, going up to 2, likely 3, which means that any card in his deck other than Widespread Annihilation will be online. Really scary proposition.
Here it looks as if Luke is attempting to resolve the Flick Knives in response, perhaps, to the Haunting Rendition.
Yeah, it does look like a Flick Knives plus a resource being generated.
Yeah, so maybe I think Justin needed to activate Haunting Rendition in response to the attack being declared to avoid providing Luke with that line. Nevertheless, Luke able to follow it up with a breaking point for 5. No arsenal for Justin, but 5 damage is 5 damage when your opponent's at 13.
Yeah, Justin
18.
doesn't care all that much. Has 3 cards to work with and a tunic counter. A lot of potential plays here with Luke sitting only at 6. It's a very scary spot.
As predicted, 3 rune chants. Got a Deathly Wail in Banish. At minimum, this is what Justin can be sending. He'll lead with the Beseech the Demigon. That'll pump the Deathly Wail by an additional 3, and sure enough, presenting lethal damage to Luke.
Definitely cannot prevent.
3 cannot prevent as Luke is running a red line variant, and this time didn't find his shelter right when he needed it.
Yeah. Well, I think...
Oh, as well as one actually being unpreventable.
Right.
So then,
I think it was factually unpreventable because
understood.
of a Shadow non-attack action was played. So here...
preventing 1 as well with the Spell Void from that Claw of Vynnset. 1 going through, taking Luke from... Sorry, 2 going through, taking him from 6 to 4. Now he's just got to worry about this 7 damage on the chain.
Yeah, and that is an unfortunate number for Luke because it means he can't just give 1 card and hope to survive this turn. It's going to be painful. You have to imagine 2 cards from hand seems most likely, but then you're still leaking 1 and letting... I mean, I guess Justin's getting a rune chant at the end of this turn anyway, so
yeah,
not a great spot for Luke.
And both players have taken damage, so actually 2 rune chants.
Excellent point, Michael. It doesn't seem like. I mean, I guess bright sides for Luke is that there is no Rune Gate card in Banish for Justin currently, so he'll have to find another one at the very least. He could always brick and have to take up setup turn, but right now, Luke in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, 2 cards to work with and 12 life total. Surely Justin can be loose and fast with the way he decides to block here.
Fire Tenant strike first, so I mean, and Justin blocking here. Let's see what Justin's got available in his hand. I see a Deathly Whale, I believe that is.
Yeah.
So he did not brick there.
Red Deathly Whale is going to be a powerhouse next turn, as well as that red.
Mauvrin Skies, I believe
I
that
haven't
was.
seen that card in so long, I forgot its name. It used to be such a staple.
Yeah, and last card, Invert
Existence,
Existence. But so I think the Mauvrin Skies is really a nod at the fact that Gravy Bones is in the meta, in that you can guarantee the hit on Mauvrin Skies, clear an ally, and then still generate Rune Chance in a way that would allow you to keep some acceleration on the life total.
Makes sense. Justin thinking, pondering blocks, ends up not doing it, taking 4 here, going down to 8, but having the texture of a hand that he has right now, you got to think this is looking to be very close to the end, if not the end, as Luke is going to be priced into pitching 3 cards to get his dagger back to get AB1.
Yeah. Well, he could always draw another Shelter.
True.
I think he's got 1 more in deck. Luke just giving a nod here. And sure enough, Michael, that can't feel good.
Pitching 3, getting the daggers back just to block 1. Invert Existence, targeting the dagger, saying absolutely not.
Luke,
no, thank you, sir.
Justin Fernandez likely will not be able to quite get through top 8, but solidifying himself in the top 16, making that drive all the way from Las Vegas this morning worth it.
You know what that felt like? Sometimes, so I've been playing basketball recently, and there are a couple people who have such a height advantage on me that sometimes when I go for the layup, I just get the ball spiked like volleyball into the ground. And that's exactly what we just witnessed with that Invert Existence. Get that dagger out of my face. Banish that. You are dead.
A little winning with style, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
You heard it first from renowned hooper Michael Murray. And we will hear shortly from Justin with an interview in just 1 second. Hold right back. And we're back with AGE July Open Series. I'm here with Justin Fernandez, who we saw just expertly do what nobody's been able to do on stream, at least today so far, and that's take down a Cindra on that nice Vynnset list. Immediate thoughts on the matchup?
Well, last time I was here, I played against a Cindra first round, and she knocked me out. So I'm very happy to get revenge on Cindra, get it on stream, right? But that's really one of the best matchups for the deck. It's like of all the top meta decks, that's the one you want to see when you're Vynnset.
And I noticed in your list you did, speaking of decks in the meta, you had a Modern Skies in there. Is that a nod at maybe Gravy? Or
Oh, yeah, that's Gravy.
Yeah. So how do you feel about the Gravy matchup?
So I don't have a lot of experience in it, but I feel you can do a decent job keeping up with the allies. The flail is really good. It's just a send it in. It's a free rune chant. You're not really losing your turn that way. I haven't tried to actually fatigue one out yet, but I think in terms of the 50-50, it's a bit favored in your direction as Vynnset. Yeah.
And interesting to think of a Vynnset fatiguing something out.
I know.
But I buried the lead a little bit. I heard a rumor that you drove up here this morning from Las Vegas. Is that accurate?
Yeah. I drove up with my guys. We came also in July, or in June. It's a day trip basically. We're going to spend a long time here. If one of us tops 8, we're really going to be here a long time. But yeah.
Yeah. So what drives you all? I know you mentioned it's a bit of a drive. A lot of us from SoCal just went over to Vegas for Nats last month. I imagine, are you feeling some fatigue after a long day? You got all the energy in you?
Yeah, like I still got a lot in me. Yeah, there's a lot in the tank. But yeah, really, I love playing. I love the competitive level stuff. I got to play against some high-end players out here. It's not the same as back home, so I really like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you mentioned this is now the second open series in a row that you've attended.
Yeah.
Sort of what inspired you? What made you want to come to the first one last month?
Seriously, just one of the guys, Peter, hit me up and he's like, "Hey, we're going to AGE." A couple guys roll up in a car. It's a good way to spend the day. I love playing Fab. Plus the competitive stuff. I think I got in too late to really have a chance at getting into the Series Open or the Players Championship. I think you guys call it at the end, right? But really, just love the game.
Yeah, and you mentioned Peter Pedensik, who's I believe maybe third or fourth place in the Players Championship race. So are you? Is Peter local to your scene, or do you have a crew? The crew that you came with, are you at the same LGS? Are you on a team together?
So Vegas is pretty small. We got a few LGSs, and we all see everyone everywhere. Peter's from Vegas too, so he wanted to drive out. He loves to play. He always travels for events. He's off in Singapore right now, getting ready for next week. So. Yeah, if it wasn't for that, he'd probably be here again, too.
Yeah, and so really glad that you were able to come and join us for this again. What are your thoughts on, I know you said you came a little bit late to be able to qualify, really have a real shot at it. What are your thoughts on the circuit as a whole?
Really, I love it that it's another, this is probably the next biggest competitive thing outside of the official Fab events, right? The stream quality is amazing. You guys do a great job. And I spend a lot of time watching Fab coverage, so really I think it's a huge boon to the community that Age exists. You got the new spot open in New England. I think that's fantastic too, and it's a day's drive away, so it's even better for me.
Just a day.
Yeah.
And we're always really happy to see the Vegas crew coming out, so thank you for coming out both times.
Thanks, man.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more about your deck choice. You mentioned Cindra. You're hoping to sort of feast on that, I'm getting. I maybe need to do some figuring out on the Gravy Bones matchup. But in general, how are you feeling about Vynnset's place in this meta? At least it doesn't seem like you were saying you're going to Singapore, but just in general.
Right. So when I looked at the meta, I was looking at a lot of the matchups, and some of the matchups are very swingy. They're huge differentials, and for just the decks in general. But Vynnset was pretty even across the board against what I think are going to be the top decks coming around. So I figure, if I play well, that gives me a good chance to actually get there. Plus, you get a really good matchup into Cindra, which was probably the most played deck up until the last week or so. It's pretty good into Slippy. And then, you can kind of get there with some of the other decks. So it's not like you're going to sit down and face an auto loss, which really feels good.
Yeah, so it's interesting you say that. Are there any matchups? It seems like you're implying you think there are no auto losses for Vynnset. If you have fear in your heart for one matchup that you get placed against in a crucial win-in, for example, who is that hero?
I think probably one of the worst ones that's actually represented is Victor. They can play a good fatigue game plan into you, but they can also send it when it's time to turn around if you start taking too much damage or anything like that. A lot of the fatigue game plan games, you really have to set up well against and actually, navigate all the turns just at peak level. And even then, sometimes they'll just push out through much, and you won't be able to come back in time. Like I got pummeled 3 times on my last Victor game, and that hurts.
Was
Yeah.
that today?
No, that was last week.
Okay. Yeah, but you remembered it. Probably won't forget for a while.
I'm not forgetting that. Yeah.
All right, so we're catching you in the last round of Swiss. You have a nice 4-2 record, which should be good for top 16.
Trying there.
Since we weren't following you for your first 5 rounds, were there any highlights from those rounds? Any matchups in particular that stood out to you?
Sure. Yeah. I played a couple KOs actually, which is a new like resurgence in the meta. Turns out it's actually a decently good matchup for the deck too. If they blood rush you, you have Cull, you have your hat. So a lot of good stuff lined up there. Went well for me today. I did lose to a Fatigue Rhinar. I don't know if he made it on stream today.
He was on stream.
Yeah.
Unless there's 2 Fatigue Rhinars out there. But I think you mean John Kim.
Yes, exactly, John Kim. And that was a great match to play, but I was learning from it, and like I got to be prepared to if I ever come into that again, right? You think Rhinar, and mostly you think balls to the wall, but in this case he was playing the long game, and I think it's a good matchup for him too. So
yeah. Are there any? And I noticed it's hard to miss your new shirt that you were wearing. Right. Newly Living Legend new. Was that your previous hero before Vynnset?
Not exactly. This is basically my first hero. I started in Mistveil, and I really just love the aesthetic of new. Like I'm a Ninja Scroll fan, so that kind of there's a lot of overlap. I'm not going to explain that to you. It's not PG-13.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, so you mentioned you're part of the Mistveil. That's like a year ago now that came out?
Yeah, it's a year and a bit. It came out around May, July 2024. Yeah.
So you're a pretty recent player to the game then, it's fair to say.
Yeah.
That's really incredible that you're new to the game, but you have found this group that you want to travel with and be willing to take a whole day's trip over here from Las Vegas. What is it about the game that's sort of drawn you in so much? I noticed your LSS hat as well.
Oh, yeah. I just fell in love with the game, really. I started playing card games again. I'd heard about this game when it first came out. And around the Mistveil time, it was like, oh, I can go to the Mistveil pre-release. I forgot about Fab, like as this game that right before the pandemic hit, I was very interested, but obviously I couldn't really do anything with it. And I just absolutely fell in love with the game, really.
Yeah.
I've been traveling basically as much as I can. I was in London for the Pro Tour. I travel around town, Utah, Phoenix, here for anything that's in driving distance, really.
And I assume you traveled to US Nats in Vegas?
Oh, yeah. That was a hard one. I had to wake up a little bit early for that,
Very cool. So what is, were you from, did you play other TCGs before Fab?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what is it about Fab, I guess, amongst TCGs, and then what other TCGs have you played?
Sure. Well, I mean, you can kind of get screwed in Fab with the way, just like your hand texture, right? But it's not a game-losing thing. Maybe you'll lose a turn cycle really hard to something like that. Just every card is always at least 3 different things you can do with it. You can block, you can pitch, you can play. But just the amount of decisions, to me, it's really like a gamer's card game, right? It's not all or nothing. It's turn by turn. It's incremental. Like, I love decision making. I love agency. I love, like on Vynnset, you get to play all of these kind of tricky lines where it's like, am I going to activate creepers here? How am I going to get this go again? What's the sequencing? When am I closing the chain? Like, I love that stuff in card games. Just all of that decision making is why I play them. And
I think you said, and I don't want to misquote you here, that even though you started like a year and a half, a little over a year ago, Vynnset was your hero from the beginning?
No, sorry. I started with new.
Gotcha.
I'm a Runeblade guy, I think. If I can get screwed by Warmonger's Diplomacy, I want to play that deck. So, yeah, I was doing Viserai, then Aurora, Shield. I was on Enigma for a bit. I tried a bit of aggro, and I ended up back here. And mostly just because it was in a pool of decks that I had where I thought this was, it had that even spread I was telling you about, yeah.
Yeah. And so would you, at this point, though, would you consider yourself a Vynnset or a Runeblade specialist?
I wouldn't call myself specialist in anything. I just have a lot further to go with the game. But in terms of my preference, yeah, for a lot of reasons. Just the play style, the split damage, the decision making. I love all that. Yeah.
Well, I don't think you should sell yourself short. I think you acquitted yourself well on the stream match just a moment ago. I do want to give you an opportunity, and thank you so much for your time and your sharing your story with us and the audience. To give any shout outs to anybody, maybe the Vegas crew or anybody else who's coming to mind.
Well, you guys misspelled my name. I'm just noticing that. But
it has an S.
It's an S.
At the end.
I'm Portuguese. It's not Mexican or Spanish. Yeah,
I would have known that.
Yeah. I'm. I guess thanks to the guys that came up with me, Peter and Max. That's Sneep and Stackswell for your YouTube folks. And just thanks to everyone who's been. The Vegas community is awesome. Very welcoming. They got me into the game. They put me on Discord. It's been great. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of heavy hitters in the Vegas area, it seems.
Apparently, yeah. I did. I showed up to my first game at the pre-release, and I was like, "Oh crap! I'm playing against Sneep in the finals." And there we go.
And maybe Justin Fernandez will be added with an S. Will be added to that list soon.
Maybe, yeah.
So Justin, thanks. Oh, let me ask you. Well, sorry, I know that said that was the last question. Last question. You said you're going to a lot of events recently.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next event that you expect to be at?
I believe I'm going to Actually, I think the Age event is the next one, actually, because they're just so close together. The next major Flesh event will be I'm going to Kansas. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you heard it here. Justin's promising to make the drive again for AG August, just a month from today. For everybody else, we will be back shortly with the top 8 announcement. Stay home. And we're back for the July AGE Open. I am Patrick R. along here with Michael Revered Murray. Michael, after all 6 hours, 6 rounds of Swiss, we finally have a top 8 bracket.
There we go. First place, John Zapata going up against Luke Gilmore. This is one of the matchups I think that I was very curious to see. You know, the Cindra being offensively postured with the Verdance being defensively postured. We talked about this earlier on about how this could be tough for Verdance, but of course, John Zapata going 6-0 surely is going to be the pilot to show us how to take this on if we do end up watching that match.
Yeah.
We also have some really interesting decks down here. We see the Puffin made it in, as well as Riptide. Chris Iaali playing that Riptide, so that's a really interesting pairing. Two of the dark horses, if you will, coming up and making it into the top 8. And 2 Slippies, one of the best decks to bring right now, making it in 3rd and 6th. But
their attacks will have double go again.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, we're getting rid of those nice and early, pairing them up in the quarterfinals, making sure to only have one moving on. And last but not least, Victor Goldmane making it in 2nd place up against Anthony Del Taco Zichella on Cindra. And I got to say, I have played this matchup before as Victor, and it feels pretty good.
Yeah. Some, obviously have a mirror match in one of them, which is kind of funny that the Slippies are going to have to sort of team kill each other there. Yeah. I don't know if the Riptide versus Puffin matchup has really been quite litigated enough to have a sense either way. Obviously, Chris Iaali, a well-known name around these parts. Branden Adams, this is his first time in the top 8 at an AG Open series, so a little bit against as the well-entrenched veteran against the up-and-coming rookie there in that 2nd slot. To your point, John Zapata, 6-0 in the Swiss, absolutely killing it as a member of the AGE Pro team against Luke Gilmore, who we saw lose a tough one to a Vynnset just last round. But yes, I am also interested to see how this Victor and Cindra matchup at the bottom of the bracket can go on, because I do imagine it's a tough spot for a Cindra.
You want to play the Guess the Finals?
Sure. All right. Why don't you go first?
All right. So looking at the top, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see John fall despite his skill, just because that is a tough one. No guarantees, but I expect Luke to make it up. And I think we're going to see Chris Iaali eke it out against Puffin. I think the traps are all online against Puffin. Now, I don't know what type of list Chris is bringing, but assuming it is trap reliant, that could be a very tough match for Puffin. So I think those two will squeak through. Obviously, we're going to see a Slippy. I'll skip through that one. And then I think Victor's going to make it up, meaning we're going to see Victor against Slippy and Cindra against Riptide. Once again, looking at that, I actually think I favor the Riptide into the Cindra. So I think our finals, and I favor the Victor into the Slippy. I think our finals might be Riptide Victor. That's my final answer.
Yeah. Who would you take there?
Riptide into Victor. Marcus Brown versus Chris Iaali.
Two members of the AGE Pro team.
2 members of the AGE Pro team, and I think I give the edge to Marcus. I think the Guardian doesn't turn on enough traps, and I think he might be able to play that value game Axis just a little bit better.
All right, well, in the interest of being different, I'm going to take teammate Anthony Pham in the 3rd seed as Arachne slipped through the cracks to win the Arachne Mirror.
There you go.
Triumph against, even if Marcus succeeds as Victor.
It's not a shoe-in by any means. I've lost plenty of games as Victor into Slippy. It's not auto-win. So you are saying that we're going to see that Slippy in the finals. Who are they pairing up against?
I'm going to go ahead and go with teammate Marcus Brown as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope. Who are they going on the other side?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's such a fair point to say, Chris. If you bet on Chris Iaali, you're rarely going to be disappointed. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and say John Zapata has a tough matchup in this Cindra, but if he can get past it, I like him against Chris's Riptide. So I'm going to go a little different. I'm going to say Anthony Pham versus John Zapata in the finals.
Love it. Looking forward to seeing how that goes.
And so this is, of course, very important, Michael, because each of these competitors will have won 15 points just by making top 8. They're playing for that difference of another 15 to get the 30 points that goes to the winner. Of note on this list, I see Chris Iaali at number 12, Anthony Pham at number 10, and John Zapata number 16, and Luke Gilmore number 15. So half of our top 8, Michael, are folks who are already living in the top 16 bracket, albeit on the right
yeah,
side.
the bottom side of the top 16. So this is going to be a bloodbath, and I think the way that the cards fall here is going to determine a lot about who makes it into the Players' Championship and who doesn't quite make the cut.
Notably, also, we had Paul Selinsky at number 9 making the top 16, so he'll shore up some points for himself as well.
Yep.
As well as, I believe Clark Moore was able to squeeze in the top 16. I'll have to confirm that. But, of course, in addition to those points, Michael, what else is at stake?
We got prize money. Winners getting $400, second place $200, third through fourth $100, and fifth through eighth walking away with $50. And as you mentioned, those AGE points, super, super, super important. Coming in at the end, you can see 30, 25, 20, and 15 is what we're looking at. So you mentioned a gulf earlier, but the difference between 15 and 30 is massive, especially when you're sitting in the bottom end of the top 16 bracket.
And for each of these players, they'll only have one more opportunity after today, Michael, to earn additional points, and that's on August 9th in this building, Top Deck Keep. Hopefully it'll be a little less hot. For the folks over at EGE East, they will have August 30th and then one more event to follow there. Michael, I also got word from our, he's on vacation, but he's working nonetheless. Bryce Platts has informed us that AGE New England was won by a Kasai over there today. So no Kasai in the top tables today. Colin Erickson going with gravy bones and not quite being able to get it done.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, Zero Gravies got it done. None in the top 8.
Yeah, we're sort of at a point where the Gravies are, if not the most represented, among the most represented decks in any given event. But it seems like the meta is sort of hating them out, anticipating how much enthusiasm there was for that Necromancer.
Yeah, it looks like the meta is really feasting on them, figuring out exactly what tools you need to bring to take down those allies. And we see a swath of aggressive lists in the top 8. Not only, of course, we have the Verdance, we have the Riptide, we have the Victor, but the rest of them looking very aggressively slanted.
Oh, yes, right. And it does seem like quite a bit of aggro and decks designed to punish the aggro while shoring themselves up against Gravy Bones. It would have been interesting to see how Marcus Brown, for example, on Victor would have dealt with the board state hero problem in Gravy with his Victor list. That being said, already victorious in one perceived bad matchup by my co-caster Michael Murray earlier today on stream. So sky's the limit for Marcus.
Yeah, I think Connor walking behind us said it best in our Armory game last week. Better lucky than good, as Marcus dodged all the gravies to make it all the way up to top 8.
Yeah. Do you think that when you're hooping too?
No, that's all skill.
Okay, all right. All right, well, the skillful Michael Murray and I will be back in just a bit with our selection of from the 4 matches we have to choose from to feature in these quarterfinals. Hold tight.
Losing control, I gotta know who's in control of me. Losing control, I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me?
AG is back. The July AG Open top 8. We just previewed it for you a few minutes ago. Here it is again, Michael, and we have a treat for our feature match in this quarterfinals.
That's right. We'll be looking at the Slippy mirror. Anthony Pham goes up against Anthony Camacho. May the best Anthony win.
My pick to win it all, Anthony Pham. I may be proven wrong right off the bat, Michael, but we'll have to see. I have a lot of confidence in Anthony, and I haven't seen him play Slippy before, so this will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's a great player. Both Anthonys are. But looking forward to seeing how that one falls. And of course, the mirror match is the most even you could possibly ask for. So we definitely have a close one coming up.
And as a reminder of just the stakes that are at play here, in addition to the $400 in cold hard cash that'll go to the winner of this, $200 to the semifinalists. No, the finalists, the other finalists, the loser in the finals.
The loser. $200 to the loser. If you're not first, you're last. Right, Ricky Bobby?
The first loser. And $100 to each semifinalist. And just by being in this top 8, each player has already earned $50. But that, as we have said time and time again, I don't know how many times we could say it, Michael, that's not what we're really playing for here, is it?
Yeah, let me spell it out for you folks at home. 30 points is a lot. That's half of what the people in the middle of the bracket have. No, the people in first. Look at this. All the way down here, half of Austin Chinn's points up for grabs right here for a victory. So, and we went over it earlier, but we've got 4 people in the bottom 16 of this bracket sitting here fighting for these points. So this matters a whole lot for standings. Anthony Pham up there in 10th is the one we will be watching in just a moment.
Had the wrong Anthony there for a second, but we found the right one. Anthony Pham, here's his baseball card. Michael, I have to look right away whenever I see one of these, and I do love them, by the way. Every single time, and that second response, favorite non-game moment from the Fab event, which is a very nice question. I love it. You give Anthony Pham a chance to mention Andrew Rudin projectile vomiting, he will bring it up.
Yeah, no, I think that Nationals was a moment to be remembered for most of the AGE Pro team. Seems like we had a lot of fun out there in addition to doing quite well at the event itself. So glad to see that mentioned in the memories. And this is what I love so much about Flesh and Blood, is the memories that we create in person playing this awesome game.
And keep in mind, Anthony, I don't think we've mentioned this on stream yet, flew in from San Francisco just this morning to be able to make it to this event, maybe wanting to vomit a little bit himself after such a trip. But we have folks coming in from San Francisco. We got folks coming in from Las Vegas, all to be here in this room.
Don't forget East Coast. We had people flying in, playing in AGE East, and then making it all the way out to play AGE West. So quite the smattering of people from all around the country flying in today.
Yeah, Daniel, of course, referring to Daniel Flavin, who had a nice, not quite top 8, but a nice finish in the top 16 today. I think, and I'm getting the word from our producer, Justin, our eye in the sky, that we have our players ready to go in the feature match area.
And look at them. They look like they're ready to go, too, having a blast already before the game has even started.
Yeah, these are two guys. I don't know how well you know Anthony Camacho, besides seeing him on stream, but he's a really fun person to play with, really jovial energy as he's playing. Same for Anthony Pham, obviously, so I expect a fun match either way.
That's really awesome, yeah. And I saw him, gassing it up with his Rhinar opponent during that game that we did get to catch on stream. But that is long in the past, as we are now kicking things off. Anthony has the lower... Was it Anthony? Anthony Camacho has the lower seeding. So looks like Anthony Pham chose to go second and start things off with the tempo as Anthony Camacho. Arsenal pass over to Anthony Pham.
And probably the right choice in what is ostensibly a... Agromir, and Anthony will know this well because of how much he has practiced the Slippy deck, playing against the Slippy deck back when Chris Iaali was playing it a lot a couple of months ago, back when Anthony was on his Aurora gaming. Here, using all of those skills he learned from Chris, theoretically, to be able to have ascended as high as he has.
Yeah, it makes sense that everyone on Team AGE would not be where they are if not for Chris Iaali, the one true Flesh and Blood player. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I won't correct you. So, notably, too, here, Anthony choosing to present Findel Spring Tunic. On Anthony's side, Redback Shroud.
I think we got to switch to last names. I don't know which Anthony you're talking about.
Sorry. Anthony Pham with the Tunic, Anthony Camacho with the Redback Shroud. And Anthony Pham here presenting an early piece of disruption, one of the premier disruptive pieces in any deck, Command and Conquer. Seems like is going to earn this Crown of Providence block really early in the game on turn 1.
Yeah, really love to see that on the side of Pham. Just getting rid of these crucial pieces. You have to expect there's more Arsenal disruption to be had this game, so seeing this covered up and using that much equipment that early is a good sign for Mr. Pham and a bad sign for Mr. Camacho, but we will have to see how the rest of the cards fall because this is just the beginning.
Interesting there from Anthony on the left there to have used Crown of Providence, but not to block, but not for its filtering, heavily suggesting that this is a card that Anthony wants to just keep around, but use right now.
Yep, Camacho using the equipment just for the block value, really enjoying the texture of his now 4-card hand.
We'll see what it is. He's going to tell us right away, Michael. It's a Savor Bloodshed. That's one of the power cards in this, well, in any matchup with Slippy, but I would imagine certainly in the Slippy mirror.
Coming through with that
Hunter's Clave.
I was partially expecting a flick before the hit.
Well, I think Anthony may be figuring here that at the very least he can flick on the second dagger, and he'll get his draw either way if he's willing to sacrifice one of these daggers.
That does make sense. Pervasive Prognosis coming in. This card is one of the most annoying cards that I ever see. Maybe less than Bonds of Agony, but just that really annoying one breakpoint asking, do you think I have a reaction?
And this will also really signals that Anthony's Camacho on the left is intending to flick his Hunter's Clave on this chain link, because otherwise, of course, Persuasive Prognosis would unmark Anthony, and he would lose any perceived value from his Saber Bloodshed.
And we see Anthony Pham giving up the leg piece here, betting that there is no follow-up reaction from hand.
Still thinking through. I mean, there's so much. The Slippy deck asking so many questions at every turn of the game, and maybe each of these players getting a taste of their own medicine for the first time today, having to deal with it on the other end.
Camacho draws a card. Looks like the flick went through, and either that was a top deck of the century or he had a really good plan coming in.
And Anthony Pham just clarifying there that that Anthony Camacho wanted both modes on the Just Nick. I'm going to guess a lot of the time the answer to that question is yes. But you'll never know if you don't ask.
And then Persuasive Prognosis, yellow.
Banishes. Oh, and he hits a Codex of Frailty off the top of the banish. That's good in terms of getting rid of it.
It's also good in terms of being able to rip the reaction from Pham here.
Exactly. You run the risk of maybe Anthony Pham would have had a whole red hand and it would have been effectively a brick off the Persuasive Prognosis. But here, to your point, Michael, getting richly rewarded, hitting one of Anthony's power cards and stripping his card that was best at pitching from Anthony Pham's hand.
Well, Camacho coming back swinging.
And he's going to be able to follow it up, Michael. Art of Desire Body, I believe this one is.
Yeah, this one has the potential to draw a card as well. This time we are face up, so no reactions could be played, and Pham respects it by just giving 3. Doesn't want Camacho to keep drawing cards, and that will spell the end of that chain link. Life totals haven't yet been updated, but I believe Pham should be at 33. Oh.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage that turn.
I must not have I didn't count the first dagger. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I took the first dagger as well. So now 27 plays 34 as a Kiss of Death hits the field. This once again has Go Again thanks to the Slippy hero power and this card having stealth.
And here Anthony tapping his Slippy, not to say that I've used a Gold Kiss rum, but to signify that the Kiss of Death will satisfy Slippy's condition. Hero ability condition for this turn.
Yeah, nice to note it just in case the board state gets a little bit confusing. We can see right here that the hero power has been used. And Anthony Camacho says, yeah, no problem. And vanilla damage.
Peeking at Anthony's hand there, I did see a Codex of Frailty, the card that he just banished from the top of Anthony Pham's deck. Looking to be in a great spot if he can keep banishing his opponent's Codex of Frailties, but using his own. Anthony's going to have Anthony Camacho is going to give Anthony Pham a really difficult time.
Yeah, or Orb Reaver Spinneret getting committed to blocks there just to prevent the own hit, and 3 cards to work with. You got to think that this Codex is going to get some value.
Oh. This look familiar, Anthony Pham? It's a Kiss of Death from Anthony Camacho, following the Kiss of Death from Anthony Pham just last night.
A true mirror match. And ooh, look at Pham's hand. It looks like 2 Bonds of Agony. I thought for a second it was 2 just a Nyx, but...
Oh, and good thing Anthony Pham didn't block there, because Tarantula Toxin, never a terrible card, very rarely a terrible card in the Slippy list, but only getting 3 points of value as opposed to the 6 that it may have otherwise generated. We know the follow-up, Michael. It's a Codex of Frailty. Here, Anthony has an arsenal, so will not have to discard, but you have to imagine Anthony's going to try to get something that will be as disruptive, or at least present as much value as possible here, going with the Persuasive Prognosis. One of your favorite cards, is that right, Michael?
That's right. Fortunately for Pham, he does still have some armor to work with. If he wants to commit the Crown of Providence, he can keep the 5-card hand, but maybe this is worth just giving a card. Once again, Camacho is face up, no cards in hand or arsenal, so we know that there's no attack reaction coming.
Anthony here, forced to review the tapestry of this hand, hiding it from us as we look. In any case, it will be fixed by this Crown of Providence block that he has committed to the combat chain.
Getting rid of the arsenal.
Yep. And Anthony's going to have a 5-card, true 5-card hand, not in the sense that one of them is in the arsenal. Truly a 5-card hand to play with on this turn. You have to imagine not committing any cards to blocks there, that Anthony is going to be able to convert a substantial portion of this hand into damage.
I do expect to see that Bond of Agony coming down. What it's paired with is a little bit harder to see.
And this is one of my favorite positions for a Slippy. Will we see the Bonds of Agony as the first stealth attack of the turn? We will, Michael. I'm going to ask the question, do you want to respect this, or do you want to potentially face down Tragedy?
And as an assassin player, I do wonder, you must have so many reps playing this card into other people, knowing the options. So the ability to do heads-up blocking on the side of Camacho is probably better than if you were playing any other deck.
Anthony loves being in this spot. He's talked about it before. He loves begging this question to the opponent, putting them in a position to make mistakes. And so much of playing assassin, at least as far as Anthony and Chris Iaali have spoken about it, is to play with this information that your opponent does not have. I think that's another Codex of Frailty in Anthony Camacho's hand here.
Looks like thinking about just dumping it so that it doesn't get banished from the deck. Of course, one has already been played, so it wouldn't be as backbreaking if that were the choice to be banished.
Yeah, essentially saying I'd rather guaranteed keep one of them in my deck as opposed to losing both potentially if you're able to go over the top with Bonds of Agony.
But this is the other question, right? 3 cards committed. Do we just say go again and send a Command and Conquer or something?
And now we see, did Anthony plan for this to be a fake out, or does he really have it?
It feels like a fake out. He's got the Orb Weaver Spinneret and an open dagger slot as well as a Command and Conquer. So
I'm going to play Tarantula Toxin. I'll target your Persuasive Prognosis.
Tarantula Toxin, the first attack reaction. It looked like he's going to go for it here.
Play Spike with Blood Rot, so it goes to
Okay.
4.
Spike with Blood Rot, the follow-up for Anthony. We are up to 3, 6, 7. I believe this should go up to now 10?
So this is now 7 on hits.
Instead of conferring the +3, it was destroyed the blocking card, but it
right.
is effectively
You're right.
10, blocked by 5, so 2 leaks over.
Blood Rot, so you get a Blood Rot pop.
Yeah, effective, good on Anthony Camacho's part to half respect. I guess he gave 3 cards. That's quite a bit of respect to Anthony Pham's Bonds of Agony. Ultimately, doesn't matter as Anthony has the attack reactions to go over the top regardless.
Nothing in there.
Okay, so I'll grab
And
them.
Anthony committed 3 of the 4 cards in his hand, Camacho that is. So the last card we will say bye-bye to. And Anthony still has 2 cards to work with in hand, so we might see a Command and Conquer just come and clean up if Pham has the resources, which I believe I saw a yellow, which would just be absolutely devastating, stripping everything from Camacho.
Yeah, you have to think he can use these cards because otherwise, why would he use his Tunic resource on the Spike with Blood Rot? Might as well pitch the unneeded card. And sure enough, you're right. Command and Conquer follow-up. Anthony Camacho's got to feel like this was a devastating 5-card hand turn from Anthony Pham.
Wishing he still had access to that Crown of Providence in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, in one sense, Anthony Camacho, the only one to have gotten access to the power card of Codex of Frailty. Anthony Pham, the only one to have access thus far to the power card of Command and Conquer, using it to great effect.
And the life totals are pretty darn even, but Anthony Pham now with full tempo
Art of Desire here. 3 go again.
starts things off with the Art of Desire body. A devastating on-hit if it sees a red, so you really don't want to let this connect if you are a red-heavy deck.
Yeah, this is pretty similar. It's kind of funny. You have to wonder if one of the best cards, one of the best on-hits that Slippy could present in this matchup is Infiltrate, because you'll be able theoretically be able to use pretty much every card that comes off the top of the opponent's deck. Here, Anthony Camacho choosing not to block Art of Desire body, Anthony Pham hitting a red, and Anthony Pham drawing a card.
And that is a big deal. Anthony Pham is still with 4 cards to work with. Now 15 plays 21.
He's in the think tank right now. So I think that's a Persuasive Prognosis in hand, another Art of Desire body, a Razor's Edge, and a Bonds of Attraction. So it seems unlikely, unless I'm missing something, that Anthony will be able to utilize all the cards in his hand, Michael. Too many
I tend
attacks.
to agree with you. Yeah, because you only get go again on that first attack as Slippy, and because Anthony already used the boots to give the third attack reaction on the Bonds of Agony, what we're likely going to see here is a bit of an IP penalty.
Or a dagger swing, which not nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
we're really close. I think that it's persuasive prognosis, so that will pitch to the daggers without giving too much value up. Anthony here having a think. This game it feels like has gone by in a flash,
Yeah.
Michael. But we are already at nearly halfway through life totals here on both sides. So this is a quick game.
Anthony posturing, deciding to pitch that persuasive prognosis for the dagger. So a pretty underrate attack, all things considered. One card one isn't exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, and Anthony Camacho looking maybe a bit wise for allowing Anthony Pham to just draw the card off the Auto Desire body, maybe figuring he's probably got the reaction anyway. Maybe what will happen is exactly what did happen, which is he hits a card that cannot really be converted for full value.
Yeah, Camacho really showing his knowledge of what Slippy can and can't do, and just disrespecting that draw, knowing that there's a chance that Anthony Pham won't have the cards to deal or to play all five. And here we are sitting 3 on the combat chain. Anthony Pham will still have the Razor Reflex to play into it.
Yeah, and here it looks like Anthony Pham, I don't know if it's as much prioritizing deck damage, given how fast this game has gone, but I think wanting to keep the Art of Desire body in Arsenal for later in the game, because that's going to that's among the best first stealth attacks you could be presenting in the Slippy Mirror.
Yeah, threatening a card draw is just so valuable.
+1 reaction.
Here and I guess it's not insignificant as well that Bonds of Attraction presents I say, very likely possibility of a life game on the back end. So it's effectively a 0-card 4, if you think about it in those terms.
No, it's a very powerful effect. That incidental life gain adds up as Anthony Pham goes up to 22, and Anthony Camacho drops down to 9.
Really, it's really going to be a, no pun intended, razor's edge to the end of this one. Anthony keeping the Art of Desire body in Arsenal, has that very powerful turn starter, as we mentioned just a bit ago, available to him for a future turn. You have to feel like Anthony Pham likes the spot he's in at this moment.
Absolutely. It's up to Camacho now to be disruptive and threaten very meaningful on hits. Otherwise, Pham might be left with that 5-card hand he wants to work with and just be in a spot to close things out.
Here, Anthony Camacho leading off with what is a one power go again attack. Surely no trickery is afoot. Oh, and Anthony Pham with the perfect answer, sniffing out what was an incoming take up the mantle from Anthony Camacho. So no, Anthony Pham will not be marked. Take up the mantle will only be an effective 2+2 to the attack on the chain link.
Yeah, really well played there from Pham. Really stuffing this turn at one of the worst possible moments for Camacho.
Is that a white bordered sink below that just came off the top of Anthony's deck?
I hope so.
I love a white border, but you don't see that every time these days. In any case, that one extra prevention floating, very important here, Michael, because now Anthony will be able to cleanly block this leave no witnesses with just 1 card from hand while maintaining the sanctity of his arsenal.
Yeah, that Shelter from the Storm just being so efficient, even though it didn't get the full 4 value, it almost got more than that with the way that just the specific breakpoints it stopped. One on the leave no witnesses and the other one on the mark.
Definitely worth the 1 extra value he left on the table here. Interestingly, Anthony did block with a Savored Bloodshed, which is one of the power cards in the Slippy deck. So you have to imagine maybe Anthony's signaling that he's not going to have a great way to both mark and hit with a dagger this turn. Bonds of Attraction coming in. 1, go again.
No reactions from me.
Anthony respecting it. Anthony Camacho respecting it. Anthony Pham following up, maybe doing a bit of bluffing there, offering up pain in the backside to do 3, really 4 damage and a mark.
This is the spot now. It's not really Kadachi lock, but you just get priced into over blocking, and then your window to get traction back into the game and present anything meaningful on offense just starts to evaporate. Ooh, and we see a whole hand blocked and Anthony Pham just keeping full tempo.
Yeah, and Anthony Pham there successfully bluffing Anthony Camacho. I think that's right. Anthony Camacho earlier in this match did not buy into one of Anthony Pham's bluffs, and it was a lucrative prospect for him not to do so. So I have to imagine, to your point, Michael, I think you're right. Anthony Camacho cannot just continue blocking out in this game, and I tend to think that he won't.
Yeah, he's going to need to find a window, but first it comes off the back of surviving one of these turns that Pham is piecing together right here. And this one looks to be a doozy. Saver Bloodshed and Orb Weaver Spinneret coming out +7 to the next dagger attack. And that is coming through in the form of Graphene Calicera.
If you're marked, I get to.
One of the tough things about this, if you remember from earlier, is there's this reaction called Tarantula Toxin that could be devastating in this spot.
You mean the one right there?
The one being blocked with? Yes. The one being reacted with, it doesn't look like Anthony Pham has that. Instead, it's a Razor Reflex, which can target stealth cards, right? Does it? Opts not to. Says, okay, you can have the overblock. And
yeah, I'm not quite sure if Razor Reflex specifies attack action. I tend to think that you're right, that it can just an action with
I'd have to read
stealth.
it more closely.
So I think he could have pumped the Calicera, but I'm sure chat will let me know if that is mistaken.
White border sink below covering this up beautifully. And once again, Anthony just has all the tempo in the world. 4-card hand, 3-card hand, and an arsenal rather, as he plays the Kiss of Death coming out. Another really annoying card, if not just for the flick effect.
I love the implied contempt you have for so many of these stealth cards. Either way, Anthony going over the top with Razor's Edge. Okay, so I was mistaken. Razor's Edge does have to be used on an attack action card, so could not have been using the Graphene Calicera last turn, but being employed to very strong effect on this turn, Michael.
Yeah, Camacho taking nearly 50% of his life on that hit as the Hunter's Clave now comes in, threatening another really annoying chip breakpoint. Asking the question, are you going to give me a whole card for this?
Yeah, I don't think you can, Michael. I think you're losing too much value at that point. If you're Anthony Camacho, you're low enough that I think you're just hoping that Anthony Pham will stumble, and boy, is that not a stumble for Anthony Pham. His first Codex of Frailty of the game, Michael.
And this is at a point where Camacho has 3 cards in hand, so going to have to discard one of those in order to grab a card from graveyard. And at 2 life, depending on what there is left to block with, this is a very dangerous position.
Anthony going to take his time here, selecting among his options. It is a Kiss of Death. Interesting choice there. Maybe figuring. Also, you have to wonder, Michael, to what extent this actually matters, because Anthony Camacho has to block whatever this is. He's at 2 life. So unless there's, he wanted to keep a CNC for the future or something, this was sort of always going to be the way this turn played out.
Yeah, and he just sends it, draws his Ponder card, sends the Frailty over towards Anthony Camacho and asks, what can you do with a 2-card hand?
Anthony Camacho here. It's hard to imagine. He has to either present enough disruption so as to force a card out of Anthony's hand, or present 18 points of damage, which seems very unlikely to me. Otherwise, hard to imagine Anthony blocking in this spot.
2 damage is the question with Art of Desire Body plus a Frailty on the field.
And this will draw a card on hit, likely. But Anthony blocking with a Tunic and a Sink below. So it looks like Anthony's going to choose to respect a potential attack reaction. Nope, opting not to. Instead, we'll take 1. Oh, and Anthony Camacho hits a blue, Michael. No draw for Anthony Camacho off of that Art of Desire Body.
Yeah, that is huge. Really needed not just the draw, but the life gain to have a chance at getting out of this hole, and instead just passes, puts a card in arsenal.
Anthony Camacho, he's walking a tightrope at this point, Michael, and being against a reaction, a hero who does evasive damage when you're so low in life. We've all been in that position as Flesh and Blood players. It's not the most fun in the world.
Yeah, Anthony Pham over pitching a red and a blue, 2 floating. 1 damage coming through, 50% of Camacho's life total.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, was probably lethal, right? Because that flick was always incoming. So from now on, the next flick will mean death for Anthony Camacho here.
Yeah, other
assuming-
than a perfectly timed shelter, I think next turn at the very least is going to be the last.
Anthony Camacho choosing to respect the attack reaction from Anthony Pham here and getting punished with a Codex of Frailty, the last one for Anthony Pham in Arsenal. He cannot block it out, and that will do it. Anthony Pham is the superior Arachne, at least today. Moving on to the semifinals, he has won the Battle of the Slippies. Michael, what do you think of that matchup?
You must be feeling pretty great about yourself predicting this winner. That was awesome. I think it just goes to show how, swingy and volatile these aggressive, disruptive mirrors can be, because you'd almost think that Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, played by Anthony Pham, counters Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, played by Anthony Camacho. But of course, we know that a lot of that just comes down to variance and even often who wins the die roll, the ever so important seeding that gets decided far before we begin the game in the Swiss rounds. So congratulations to Anthony Pham for getting that higher seeding and ultimately taking the game.
Yeah, I want to give a massive shout out to Anthony Camacho for doing so well in the Swiss rounds to be able to have made top 8 in the first place. Of course, getting that victory on stream just a few rounds ago now. It's starting to blur together a bit. But in any case, Anthony Pham, an excellent player. Not at all surprised to see him in the semifinals.
Yeah, congratulations to both players. Anthony Camacho will be ending his tournament run as Anthony Pham continues onwards. And here's our top 8 bracket once again, just to kind of give us an overview. We see Anthony Pham progressing forward. I'm not sure if we have any results in yet from the rest, but if we do, we'll see them appear shortly.
Oh.
And look at that.
John Zapata somehow winning what we felt was an unfavorable matchup against Luke Gilmore in the top seed. Michael, I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction of John versus Anthony Pham in the final.
Yeah, and I am knocked out of the standings here, falling in the quarterfinals with my prediction. Luke Gilmore not able to take it down. Looking forward to learning a little bit more about how that matchup went, just to see how the how the game was, if it was close, and how John Zapata ended up closing it out. But now all we have left is to wait for the results of Riptide versus Puffin, Chris Iaali versus Branden Adams, to get our semifinals on the roll.
And to your credit, Michael, both of your, I don't want to say your guess, but your informed opinion on who would make the finals, Chris Iaali versus Marcus Brown, still very much alive. Marcus Brown winning against Cindra. I don't know if that was Luke Gilmore, maybe a different
Luke
Cindra.
Gilmore was the one against Verdance.
Ah, okay, never mind.
I think it was Del Taco.
Del Taco, defeating Del Taco
Mr. DT.
last month's AG Open Series champion to ascend to the semifinals. Marcus Brown still very much alive. Chris Iaali still playing. So I think you still have a lot of game. Both of our finalists are going to have to duke it out next round. Should be a great one.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, we're going to see if we can pin down Anthony Pham, known Chatterbox, for an interview perhaps. And we are confirming that we can. So we will have a treat for you. Anthony Pham, headset on, volume very high.
Oh, we're going to be yapping.
Coming at you in just a few moments. In the meantime, please stay with us. And we're back with the AG July Open Series winner of the quarterfinals match that we just saw, Anthony Pham. He's got some words to say about tarantula toxin. But before we get to those, Anthony, I've heard some stories that you got up early to get here.
I did, yes. I was at a concert in San Francisco on Friday and Saturday. It ended at 1 a.m., so still Cali time. It ended at 1 a.m. I drove back to the Airbnb, got there around like 2:30. I took a shower, and then I went straight on the plane back to California. And here we are.
Who'd you see?
It was a EDM concert, so it was a festival, so many artists. So
yeah.
Shout out to all the EDM fans.
Yeah,
Wooly was there. I'm just going to start naming names. I don't know if anyone knows. Wooly, Cranked Out was super good. My personal favorite, Reaper. Drum and bass, I love it. So it was a great time.
I knew all of those. So.
It's been a sweaty weekend. It's been an insanely sweaty. I'm doing right now. I did it for the past 2 days. I just can't catch a break.
Yeah. Speaking of sweaty, we did just witness you winning the Battle of the Anthonys that just went down there. I know from the AG Pro Team Discord that you've been testing this Slippy hero pretty recently, but got 100 games in. Maybe you're at 107 now. How'd you practice the mirror? What are your thoughts on the hero at large?
Dude, you literally can't do anything in the mirror. It's just, I was talking to Anthony about it. I was like, whoever plays the first bonds feels like you just steal all the tempo. Even if you don't have it sometimes, it's just like you have to respect the bonds. And it's just like a huge tempo swinger in the matchup. I did get my 100 games in. I just picked up the hero because I was like, oh, this is the best deck in the format, an aggro deck, so I can just jam games all day. And it was just disgusting, the things you were doing. Some people were like, it's so messed up, the go again part, and it doesn't. You can block well and still get wrecked, which is insane to me. The hero can do some pretty nasty things.
Yeah. And speaking of nasty things, I'm going to ask you about two cards.
Okay.
The first one, got it right under your name here on the screen. Perhaps the nastiest card in the Slippy deck, Tarantula Toxin. Floor is yours.
So I think you should ban it, even though it's a sideboard card. Okay, so I think it's not great into decks that don't want to ever block against you. I know it's crazy. You don't want to block Slippy, but there are times where I feel like against Cindra or like the Slippy mirror, or like a lot of times where people aren't blocking you, Tarantula Toxin it becomes shred, right? Yellow shred. And I think you want to be in a spot where you want to be proactive rather than reactive. But the ceiling of Tarantula Toxin is just insane. Like the fact that it works on Garfine Chelsera and the best card in the game, Kiss of Death, when it has Go Again. It's just insane to me that I have to block 9 to live against a Kiss of Death, which is insane. So definitely ban Tarantula Toxin, in my opinion. I think the last ban update definitely should have had Valiant Dynamo and Tarantula Toxin in it. No clickbait, by the way.
Okay, well,
no rage bait.
You said Valiant Dynamo to hurt me personally, but I want to ask you about another card.
Yes.
Maybe a less... Maybe, or in my heart, just as equally competitively viable card that does appear in your 80 today. Folks who are interested in Anthony's deck list, it will be available likely on Monday or Tuesday, next couple days on the AG website. And that's a card called Crazy Brew.
Yep. We're bringing it back. I feel like I always just somehow find a way to make Crazy Brew work in the deck. Work in quotes, I guess.
Yeah.
So I played it in Aurora a lot because Arc Lightning gave Crazy Brew Go Again.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Sorry. First, we should tell them what Crazy Brew does.
Okay, sorry. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're going too crazy. So Crazy Brew, if you're familiar with all the WTR potions, it gives you... so you roll a d6. If you roll 1 or 2, you lose 2 health. If you roll a 3 or 4, you gain 2 health. And then if you roll a 5 or 6, the best one, you get 2 action points, 2 resources, and +2 to your next attack or your first attack. I don't know how it's worded, but your first attack of the turn. So if you roll a 5 or 6, you can go absolutely crazy. So it's in the deck for those slower matchups. I was looking at the deck and I was like, can I fit this card in my 80? And I looked at Codex of Blood Raw. I was like, surely we play against a slower matchup that can utilize it. So I deployed it against my game. My only loss today was when I played Crazy Brew. I played against our teammates, Marcus, on Victor, and I had a Crazy Brew out. And I think the reason why it's in the deck and is decently viable and against the slow decks is sometimes in Slippy you have so much innate Go Again, but there are times where you draw a CNC and Leave No Witnesses, or 2 Leave No Witnesses, or Leave No Witnesses and Codex, and you're trying to convert these cards.
Happened even in our matchup.
Yes, exactly. So you're trying to convert all these cards to make sure that you can get the full value of Leave No Witnesses and Codex. And it is a meme card, but it gives you that out of being able to either swing Dagger for 3 because it's 2 resources. You can play Leave No Witnesses for 6 with 1 action point remaining. You have still 2 floating, so you can Codex. So you can basically Leave No Witnesses for 6 and then Codex CNC for 6, which is like insane to me, right?
Yeah.
So the highest high is all there. But unfortunately against Marcus, Evan was watching our game. It was going down to the wire, and I was pretty low, and I needed to use Crazy Brew. It wasn't even like the best part of like the best time to use it, but I just needed to use it to steal some tempo. And I asked Evan to do a celebrity roll, and he rolled a 2, but it was cocked. So we re-rolled, and then he rolled a 1. So I lost 2 health, and I went down to hammer range. So I had to start blocking. I had to start blocking Miller's Grindstone. So that was unfortunate. Hopefully, if I think I might play Marcus in the semifinals if he made it. So
he did make it. I can confirm that. So
okay.
you will have a chance where we're showing Anthony here our top 8 bracket thus far. Still waiting on Chris Iaali versus Branden Adams as the last quarterfinal match. So we'll have to get through Marcus. We'll have to get your revenge. I have to wonder. You mentioned it's a sideboard card. It's not in your, at least to the extent you start with a 60 in mind. Who's it for? I guess you mentioned Victor. Verdance, maybe? Like, when would you bring it in?
I would say those matches where you're okay taking a turn off. Like, you don't have to try to tempo every turn. Against Verdance and Victor, I think it's necessary sometimes when they play Felling or they play these attacks with, like, really like a really big tempo steal like Spinal Crush. You just full block and then play an attack that doesn't attack them. So against Verdance, they can't root bound. You know, when you play an item out, they can't root bound. They can't progress their game plan further. Right. Usually they can't convert 4 to 5 cards really easily. And then against Victor, you trap those Test of Strengths, those trounces, and you kind of get that time. So I think against Verdance and Victor, I think those 2 are actually Slippy's worst matchups, or 2 out of the 3 of his worst matchups. I think Crazy Brew kind of gives you that little edge, you know. Sometimes you just need a little luck on your side to win, and I think Crazy Brew, if you roll 33%, you might win the game.
And we very well may see you registering a Crazy Brew in your 60 in just a few moments. Anthony, I've got to ask, are you going to Singapore next week?
I unfortunately am not. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I did qualify. Subtle flex. I didn't qualify, but
I'm impressed.
Thank you. But just don't have the funds currently. So we're going to be cheering on the teammates from home. Shout out to John, Alex Vore, and Chris, who will be representing Team Age out there.
Yeah, John Zapata, our number 1 seed today. All right. Well, this was the lead up to me asking you. You said at the beginning that you thought Slippy was best deck in format. I actually happen to agree with you. Do you like Slippy's chances in Singapore?
I think the deck's insane. Like, it is sticking go again on a deck where if you don't block, something happens to your hand, your life as well, obviously. It's just kind of insane. Like, giving go again to attacks that should never have an 8 go again is just an insane proposition. I think he has a pretty insane matchup spread. He's good in the Grave, he's good in the Cindra, obviously the Mirror, 50-50. I think his worst matchups are some of the less represented decks like Mario, Verdance, and Victor. Verdance on the up and up, but those are decks that you don't expect to see in that top 5, I think. So I think he has a pretty good matchup spread overall, and he just like kind of destroys those random decks too. Like if you pull up and you see don't want to call anyone out, I guess Betsy. If you see a Betsy, you're probably pretty good into Betsy.
Yeah. It feels safe to bully Betsy at this point.
It feels safe to bully Betsy. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're not giving her support, so I guess I won't either.
Yeah. All right, Anthony. We'll let you go in a second. We don't have that much time before the last quarterfinals matchup ends, and we want to give you a little bit of break before you get in matchup into Marcus on Victor. I know you briefly touched on this before you go. How do you expect the tenor of this Victor versus Slippy matchup to sort of play out?
So I can't confirm nor deny I will play Crazy Brew again.
No
but I
promises.
did promise Michael that if I do play Crazy Brew, I will be doing a celebrity caster shot where I will pull up a 6 on the camera, and that is the signal for Michael to run over and roll my Crazy Brew.
Okay.
So if we do play it out and I do throw up the bad signal, he'll be running over.
Yeah. Hopefully, producer Justin heard that, and there's lots of incentive now to put Anthony on and Marcus on stream in the next round. Anthony, always good to talk to you, my man.
You too.
We'll be right back shortly. And we're back with the July AG Open Series. We just saw Anthony Pham win the Battle of the Anthonys and move on to the semifinals with his Slippy, and will place Marcus Brown on Victor High and Mighty. We can also say now, Michael, the winner of the Riptide versus Puffin matchup, Chris Iaali on Riptide, Lurker of the Deep.
And while you were doing that interview, I was watching the end of that game, and I got to say, it was down to the wire. Both players scraping by 1 life to 1 life. Chris was able to get 3 turns of Codex of Frailty back-to-back to close it out, and even then, it almost looked like Branden was going to have a fighting chance. Super great to see him do so well in his first top 8 AGE debut on Puffin, nonetheless. But of course, at the end of the day, Chris Iaali managed to take it. And now we will be watching him play against John Zapata in the semifinals, courtesy of chat saying they're going to throw us under the bus if we don't get this guy on camera.
Yeah, this one's for you, chat. We love you, chat. So we will indeed finally see Chris Iaali on Riptide on stream in just a few moments, as well as John Zapata, who absolutely blew through Swiss, went 6-0, and we didn't get a chance to see him then. We're going to get a chance to see him now. Both players very well positioned in the top 16 standings. John Zapata in 16th place, a little bit tenuous. This is going to shoot him up at least 15 more points, Michael. And Chris Iaali doing a little bit better this year at number 12, 51 points.
Yeah, both of these players in desperate need of some big injection of points just to keep them safe. And it looks like they are both in good standing for that. Of course, the majority of the points come from coming in first and second. So this game still has a lot on the line in terms of who comes out in the better seeding for the Players' Championship.
Absolutely. And our 16 seed, John Zapata, we've got a nice baseball card for him as well here, Michael. That the answer to the second question there, particularly resonant for a lot of us. What's something from Fab that's bled into your real life? Fab has pretty much become my real life.
Respect.
John Zapata, a man of few words, but when he does speak, very impactful. And of course, John, known as a wizard player, for those of us in the know, that shed some light into his response to the first question. Loves open the floodgates off the top. John, I believe, has won. I can't remember which exactly, but he's won large events with Icelander. Was it Living Legend? Yeah, a commoner. Okay, a large commoner event with Icelander, an excellent wizard player on wizard yet again today.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that gameplay.
All right, and I think our players are ready to go. Both first-timers today, but certainly not first-timers in general. Veterans of the AGE scene. Chris Iaali, Riptide Lurker of the Deep. John says Zapats, but it's Zapata. I'll call him Zapats. On Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
First versus fourth, meaning John has the higher seeding and will be choosing turn order. Fist bump goes across, and John is chosen to go first. Healing up just a little bit right out the gates with that red Fruits of the Forest.
And apparently feeling that the 2-life gulf he gets to start with, not quite enough.
He's not done yet.
Going up to 5. And I fear this is going to happen every single time that Verdance goes first against me.
Yeah.
And John doing a great job of having it here.
Not only gaining 3, but also putting 2 Earth cards already into the graveyard. That's a fantastic start for Verdance.
Very notable bow for Chris Iaali here. He's got Dreadbore available to him, Michael. That's going to really hamper John Zapata's ability to play defense reactions, which, as we all know, Verdance, that's what makes her one of the most powerful heroes, is that her defense reactions enable her game plan.
Yeah, we will see how much that affects this, and if John was able to sniff that tech out before starting the game. Otherwise, he could be clunked up with D-Reacts if he brought too many into the matchup. Chris Iaali starting things out, though, with Scar for a Scar. Starting at 38 means that was guaranteed to be online, but the extra healing makes it a extra guarantee. Chris using that Trench to gain a resource.
Activating Dreadbore, loading a Powder Shot into Codex of Frailty, Michael. And
Not
here,
bad.
the New Horizon going to enable John to simultaneously possess 2 arsenal slots.
That was kind of a tricky turn. I like that.
Chris is full of tricky stuff like that.
Absolutely.
It really feels like you can learn whatever hero you were trying to play. If you are lucky enough to watch Chris play on it, you may very well learn a few things.
4 coming through. John reaching for that Earth card, blocking 3, taking 1. Now they're at life parity as Chris sends his dry powder shot for 6 plus 2 because it was put face up into the arsenal. For 5? For 6?
5.
Okay.
It's
He's
a
put 6 on the
Dreadbore, I
die.
believe.
Dreadbore,
Humps.
thank you.
Yeah, so
okay.
sorry,
For
6. I missed that too for a second.
Yep.
John going to have a very nice follow-up into Riptide, specifically Command and Conquer, Michael.
Yeah, both of these heroes playing on all cylinders right out the gate. That Command and Conquer is one of the most threatening cards that you can play into a Ranger. Chris respecting that wholly and giving 6 block to cover it up.
Chris's list, maybe at least thus far, looking a little light on traps that I would normally associate with Riptide. They could very well be a nod at the type of matchup this is likely to be.
Oh, surely he's cited all of his traps out into Verdance. Now we see the Seek and Destroy and a...
Remorseless.
Thank you, a Remorseless 8 with an on-hit that says, if this hits, you lose 1 life for each action card you play next turn. So Verdance not a hero that is known to go wide, so likely not the most important on-hit. It does, however, have the text that defense reactions can't be played from Arsenal, which coupled with Dreadbore just means they can't be played at all.
And some tricky maneuvering here from Chris. John Zapata, you have to wonder if, to your earlier point, Michael, if he had done the requisite scouting of Chris. They are both members of the AG Pro Team, as you can tell by their very nice shirts that they are wearing. So it's very possible John knows what Chris is playing here.
Yeah, and speaking of the AGE Pro Team mirror, it actually turns out that all 4 players in the top 4 spots right now are all members of the AGE Pro Team. So props to these guys for getting so good at Flesh and Blood and showing up in spades today.
Yeah, we're not biased at all, but we do love these guys. John going to cover up, looks like 7 of this damage, right? 1 will leak over.
Yeah, one leaks over. John takes 1 and gains that Ponder off the back of the mental block. And has the Felling of the Crown. First, Decompose means that this is not online yet in terms of the +4, but the bottoming card is very much online, and now John is ready for the rest of his Decompose cards to be fully functional after this.
Yeah, and John very much incentivized. Maybe would have preferred to hold it a little bit longer, the Felling of the Crown, until it could come in for 8. But here, Seek and Destroy would have meant that he would have lost the card anyway. So may as well just send it over, take the damage off the Remorseless Ping.
And you got to think, too, that even though you would really like to be bottoming, or rather banishing those cards using the defense reaction, playing into Dreadbore, that might pose to be more of a challenge than you might think. So very likely that John knows that and just isn't even going to waste his time trying to line something like that up.
Yeah, you're suggesting that maybe it's not a coincidence we haven't seen a Rootbound Carapace from John yet. Maybe he knew this was coming and wisely has been playing around, or I guess
It's very
sideboarded
possible.
around the Dreadbore.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine not bringing Rootbound Carapace into any game as Verdance, but that just might be the choice here, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see what comes off the top, if that ever shows up or not. Chris Iaali giving a card here, blocking 3 of the 4, with a card on the bottom of his deck from earlier. Now has 2 cards to work with, so certainly not a very powerful turn coming up next.
Ponder token did resolve there, leaving John with an arsenal. Not sure how that works vis-a-vis the Seek and Destroy. Okay, so the ordering of the triggers, it's the Seek and Destroy would resolve first, then Ponder, so John getting to keep his arsenal. The players shortcutting that little bit of that little bit of tech there.
John just padding the life total, this time able to keep 3 cards, sending a Cadaverous Tilling coming out for
8.
Yep, 8, as we've got the Banish, Decompose rather, is activated. So 2-card 8, we are playing our best Icelander cosplay.
And
Bullander, rather.
This is the sort of decomposing John wants to be seeing early on, not the felling of the crown variety where you're leaving 4 points of value on the floor. Here, Cadaverous Tilling, it's 8. It's 8 when you have 2 in Banish. It's 8 when you have 8 in Banish.
And we're already looking at 5 Earth cards banished. So John Zapata is more than halfway to becoming online. This early in the game, that is a scary proposition.
Chris, following it up with yet another Remorseless, this time buffed by an additional 6 points of damage up to 11.
This time, Chris is fishing for that Ponder token as well. Lots of Ponder tokens being made on both sides of the field. Remorseless disallowing any form of D-React, but it doesn't look like there's one in hand. And John Zapata is happy to fold the hand just to make sure that none of that stuff happens to him. Just go next.
Yeah, so John ceding tempo here, maybe hoping that Chris won't be able to quite present as much damage as he has been on much smaller hands thus far on this 4-card hand.
And I was watching Chris Iaali masterfully weave Codex of Frailties to win the game last round. He has another one in his hand here. We'll have to see how he decides to pilot this. Bit of a think.
Chris Iaali, of course, in the, I believe he was in the, 15 spot, or not 15, 13 spot or so in the Players' Championship race. This will certainly catapult him to the left side of the bracket into the top 8. I would imagine, all else held equal, every point will matter, though.
Ravenous Rabble sees a yellow on top, only coming in for 3 damage. Go again.
Yeah, this is not Cindra. We're not guaranteed to hit that far at the top.
Notably, no arrow loaded off the use from the Riptide trigger, so Chris likely has other plans, like maybe pitching to Dreadbore.
Here, John Zapata, opting to use his Sink Below. Clearly did not side that one out.
Is that from hand? Oh, it's not an arrow.
It's not an arrow, yeah. So using it when he could, a heads-up play from John there. But you have to wonder, if we are seeing one Sink Below, how many more defense reactions are we going to see from John in this matchup?
Yeah, Sink Below, I would imagine, comes in lower than Earthbound or Rootbound Carapace.
Yeah.
Is that the D-React name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. And I think it is, but it is curious, Michael, that we haven't seen a single one yet. So
yeah,
it's interesting, to say the very least. Perhaps John maybe being in a position where he was forced to play some amount of him. But yeah, to your point, I would imagine if we were seeing a Sink Below, we're eventually going to be seeing a Rootbound Carapace.
So using that trench to gain a resource.
Following it up, Codex of Frailty. Chris says, I hope you like Remorseless, John. Here's yet another one. That's 3 of the last 4 turns have been a Remorseless presented into John.
Yeah, and John just recognizing that this is the card he needs to block, as his D-Reacts just have no effect into it.
having a think here. Will utilize that Stonewall Gauntlet here, get a little bit of extra value, and fully block out Chris's attack. So John keeping one card in hand. Have to wonder if it's a blue maybe to enable an attack in Arsenal, or he always can just shoot that Waning Moon.
Warmonger's Diplomacy. That is a big deal against Rangers.
Yeah.
Ooh, and Chris is filled with non-attack actions in that hand.
Chris, no Azalea in the top 8. No Azalea soon at all, but Chris doing his best Azalea impersonation here will be hurt by this Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, it does have bullseye bracers, so no play around ability. The other gauntlet or the other glove choice that is often used by Rangers allows them to skirt the effects of Warmonger's Diplomacy by discarding 2 cards or putting them to the bottom. I can't remember.
Puts it to bottom. I think you're referring to a long draw
half glove, and it's a really nice way to get around the effect of Warmonger's Diplomacy for the one turn that you see it. But Chris Iaali not using those gloves at the moment means he's priced into figuring out what to do here with a 5-card hand that looks like only half of which he can use.
Unclear here what Chris is named. I assume this will become apparent. I would guess War. You're basically priced into War here, but
Activate Trench.
Chris, activating Trench to start the turn. Loading Dreadbore, and we have a Swift Shot, Michael. That's not a bad start to a turn where you're otherwise under the effects of Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah. Conferring 5 Go Again because it was flipped face up thanks to the Riptide Hero ability.
This is definitely, I think, one of the coolest cards to have come out of High Seas, at least for me. It looks as if the Rangers who have access to it are all pretty much universally using it because it's quite a powerful effect to be able to have multiple chain links wide turns.
That being said, without the ability to play non-attack actions, I think this is the end of his turn.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch the remainder of Chris's hand. I suppose, yeah, it would require some trickery to be able to load again, right?
Yeah, if you had like a Rain Razors or something, you could kind of get around it, but I don't think I saw that. I saw a Premeditate and a Lace with Blood Rot, I believe. And so, looking like that will probably be the end of the turn.
And John blocking 5 here, doing some filtering, maybe sussing out that was the end of Chris's turn.
Yeah, utilizing that Crown of Providence to try to maximize the ability to play this hand, maybe looking for a blue, because I saw a Felling of the Crown in there, but I think it was 2 reds, so it doesn't... Oh, except, no, there's an Emeritus Scalding, so maybe found that off the top?
I think he's got a Burn Bear, which cannot be pitched.
So never mind.
A bit of a rough spot here for John. That is one of the... Burn Bear, a very powerful new card from High Seas. 6 arcane damage for, I think it's for three cards. So it presents a, it costs 3 resources, I believe.
Yeah, and you can see John is very disappointed in the texture of this hand. I believe he bottomed a Burn Bear and then maybe drew another one.
Oh.
So he's very unhappy with how this turned out. I mean, it looks like there is still a play by pitching the 1 red he can do for Arcane, but off the back of stealing this much tempo, you got to feel like John had bigger hopes than this.
Absolutely, and especially when he's just 1 decompose away, Michael. This really would have been the perfect time to be able to deploy a Felling of the Crown. John, yep. I think in that situation where he sort of says, I think I'm in trouble, but I'll think about it a little extra longer, and I think John just passed. Wow, so each player having basically a non-turn.
I think John must have declared war as well, so priced out of being able to even send the arcane damage, thinking he could get the resources together that he needed for that Felling. So just absolutely, it almost seems like he got punished more with that Warmongers than Chris did.
Chris, sending out Death Touch here from Arsenal. We talked a bit earlier, Michael, about how much rate this presents. Perhaps opening at just 1 cost. Perhaps presenting an ideal time to use those Snapdragon Scalers that Chris has available to him.
Yeah, that is what I see here. Plus, we know that he has a plethora of non-attack actions with which to load that arsenal up with arrows using the Riptide ability. So this is looking to be a very strong turn.
John can cover in reaction speed 4 points of damage, but otherwise this Death Touch will leak through.
Yeah, very meaningful on hit.
Yep.
1 cost 8 if he opts for the Blood Rot Pox token.
And John, to his credit, doing a good job so far of utilizing his D-reacts at times when they actually have value to them. First on a Ravenous Rabble and now on Death Touch.
Yeah, very nice to at least be able to get that value, especially if your deck is filled with them, which it does look like at this point John has at least 9 D-reacts in his deck if we assume 3 sinks and 3 shelters as well as the rootbound carapace. So,
well, we still haven't seen one yet, Michael. So, it's hard to say exactly how many of those John is presenting in his deck. But in any case, great start to the turn for Chris Iaali here.
And being able to pump up this Bolton shot with premeditate on hit. 7 is a nasty breakpoint to have to deal with. And John just says, oh, he does have the D-react from Arsenal to skirt the Dreadbore, ending the chain here with a Searing Shot. This is a 0-cost 4 that threatens an extra life on hit.
And here, John, I think will, maybe making the choice in his head between covering this up or letting 1, effectively 2, leak through and sending Waning Moon back. He does have the inertia, of course, to consider, so it's not as if he can just block a card and then park a. I'm sure he would have loved to have parked his not Channel the Millennium Tree.
Felling of the Crown.
Felling of the Crown in Arsenal, but not an option with inertia. Sort of deft play there by Chris.
Yeah, so John's still doing a very good job protecting the life total, but Chris has had all the tempo in the world through these last couple turns.
Oh, and a red Nimbleism from Chris. I was not expecting that, Michael. Did you know that was in the deck?
I had no idea. As we now see 10 coming through, a 3-card 10, doing his best Guardian impersonation here.
Is that what this is?
Yeah, that's a... I'm blanking on the name now. The heave card.
Yeah. Michael, you're the Guardian player.
Yeah, well, I am 2 coffees in and not enough sleep. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, in any case, is it Thunderquake?
It is Thunderquake.
Like
It just
All
came
right,
to me
I
right
got
as you
there.
said.
All
He's
right.
doing his best Thunderquake impersonation, 3-card 10, vanilla damage, but still a little overrate.
Yeah, I mean, not quite vanilla damage, though, right? Because we have...
Oh, yeah.
Threatening
this
Seek and
one's
Destroy,
not vanilla at all.
Threatening
Good
Drill
point.
Shot. Yeah. So actually, this Drill Shot is going to represent, if it hits, at least 2 points of value in that. I'm assuming the counter is going to go on Barkskin of the Millennium Tree.
I would hope so.
Yeah. So it's the 2 damage that would have had from the first block. And then in addition, presumably John's going to generate an Embodiment of Earth token when using that block, and all the value he would have gotten from that too will also be gone. So this is a really, really strong on-hit that Chris Iaali is presenting.
And the Seek and Destroy just further preventing John Zapata from being able to set anything up in Arsenal, especially those D-reacts. The only way he can play them into Dreadbore, as long as there's an arrow being shot, is from Arsenal. So continuing to loop these inertia and Seek and Destroy effects is making it hard for John to play the game.
Yeah, and we can see that Sink Below in John's hand. It's so interesting that we've seen 2 Sink Belows now and not a single Rootbound Carapace. You have to wonder if maybe we're seeing some weird odd sequencing, or if it really is the case, Michael, that it's simply not, the Rootbound Carapaces are not in the deck.
I think it's likely that they're just sitting at the bottom. I can't imagine John would value any reaction higher than that one.
Yeah, that would be some misfortune, assuming he were playing at least 6.
Yeah, but John's able to cover it up and keep the Arsenal, or keep the card to Arsenal.
Yeah, that was a Sink Below, I believe, that went into Arsenal. And we finally see it, Michael. We have the first Rootbound Carapace in John's hand here. John giving a shake of the head, not really loving his position. And you have to admit, he's been on the back foot the entire game. Usually, though, if there is any hero who plays on the back foot and then eventually pivots and steals the game, it is going to be Verdance.
Yeah, I really do not hate his position here. Having a life lead as Verdance feels really darn good, even if you're kind of clunking up and struggling to, piece together the hands you really want. The fact of the matter is that Chris Iaali has not presented enough meaningful damage to put pressure on John.
And here, John, again, definitely using his first Rootbound Carapace of the game on a Ravenous Rabble once again, finally being able to use his defense reaction at a time when he actually could.
And I believe that means John might be online. He was at 5 before, and if he was able to grab 3 Earth cards, then that would be 8, which is a huge pivot point for the Verdance.
Yeah, and I think that's right, Michael. I think John will be online now at 30 life, to your point. So as much as it has felt like this has been a game of Chris really bullying John, maybe not the case. Although you do have to wonder at a certain point when fatigue is becomes a real possibility. I'm maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but thinking about it as I see an endless arrow parked in Chris Iaali's arsenal.
Well, I'm sure Chris is no stranger to the fatigue game state and must be thinking about that as an option, if not his game plan entirely. That being said, I know that while Riptide can fatigue, the lack of the weapon makes it a little bit harder to do than a traditional Guardian list, for example. But keeping his life very high at 29 and keeping the pressure on is a fantastic way to make sure to at least go even on cards played, so that once you do get to that end game state, you can have just a few more in the deck than your opponent, and that's what matters.
Yeah. And here, I think Chris yet to select a card to fetch off of Codex of Frailty. Be interesting. Thumbing through John Zapata's graveyard here. We've seen two Felling of the Crowns, one Plow Under thus far. I think maybe those are the cards that Chris Iaali is doing some looking for.
And Heat Seeker here being the arrow of choice. Searing Shot, excuse me.
Yeah. So
wait, no, this
it is Heat Seeker. Yeah. So
it is. Oh.
This will effectively draw a card on hit, or yeah.
Is it? No, this one is Searing Shot. It's going down and to the right.
Yeah, you're right. So Chris leaving an endless arrow in arsenal here, drawing off to Ponder. We'll have two cards left. So I was mistaken there. There would have been not have been a draw there, but off of the Searing Shot. But John, nevertheless, blocking it out and following up with the Cadaver Stealing. It was already online, but you'll take 8 damage every time.
Yeah, these 2-card 8s are exactly the kind of value proposition that Verdance loves to make. Just super, super efficient mid-range gameplay. And asking Chris, do you want to give me 2-3 cards to block this? Probably not, but if you don't, that's 8 damage.
And this wasn't from Arsenal, right? From hand, so it would be for 8 and not for 7?
Correct.
Okay. Well, yeah, again, it's really fascinating how this game is developing so far, because it feels, in terms of sheer game actions, it's been Chris Iaali by a mile, but life totals not quite reflecting that yet, and we have just gotten to the part of the game where John Zapata's deck is sort of moving on all cylinders.
Yeah, if he is able to piece together incremental life gain, chipping away at Chris Iaali, plus sending overrate attacks and overrate arcane spells, it just starts to add up. It's a very incremental game plan that is now in full swing.
Chris Iaali reacting with an inertia trap. John Zapata doesn't have any cards anyway, but valuing just the 3 extra points of life added.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Oh, and there's a ping from Riptide. Verdance isn't the only one pinging damage, and we see the first trap played.
Of course, Michael, these two players, in addition to being on the AG Pro team, I believe, at least I know this for John, and I'm pretty sure for Chris as well, intend to be competing in Singapore in just 1 week. So this practice, critically important to each of these players.
Makes a lot of sense. Those pro tours are fierce. As we see Chris coming in with the Swift Shot, gaining go again thanks to it being face up in the arsenal.
Really beautiful art on that card as well, too.
Oh, yeah. The teals.
A big teal fan myself. Following it up, and we see one of the reasons why these nimblisms are in the deck. I assume there are more to come, and that is Jack B. Nimble. I almost said Jack B. Quick. Jack B. Nimble on Chris's side of the board.
And there are no items in the board. This one is a Jack B. Quick, which says if it hits the hero, you can tap an ally they control, then steal it. So obviously no allies on the side of Verdance, but the other form of this, the Jack B. Nimble, has the option to steal items, which can be very relevant into Verdance if she establishes any potions.
Here, Chris able to go quite wide this turn, Michael, presenting 4 instances of 4 or greater damage. John Zapata not blocking any of them so far. You got to wonder what's in his hand.
Yeah, this is actually, I think, kind of scary for Chris. John has been so diligent about just blocking out that when you see 4 damage coming across 4 times and John snap no blocking across all of it, you got to wonder if there's something really scary coming your way.
John, gonna have a think here. An expert wizard player, as we know here, as we discussed just a few moments ago. So
and no blocks again.
He certainly knows what he's doing on his wizards, choosing no blocks. going down to just 15 life. It felt like he had so much life just a couple turns ago, Michael.
I didn't even know Verdance could utilize a 4-card hand.
Well, that's a great way to do it, Michael. Enlighten Strike the starter, 5 damage, presumably go again, the chosen mode.
Now, this is interesting. I've heard this card talked a lot about because it's kind of common wisdom that blocking with it is better than playing it for its go again mode, because go again, it's effectively a 2-card 5, so 2.5 value across 2 cards, whereas blocking is 3 value. So it is interesting to see John decide to shift towards a more aggressive lean here, but it might just be that he's starting to look at Chris Iaali's life total dwindle and wanting to push that envelope a little bit more, taking a small, tiny incremental hit to his value in order to be aggressive with this Enlightened Strike into Command and Conquer.
Yeah, and your dichotomy also sort of presumes that both cards being blocked with are blocking for 3. One of them's a 2-block. The math changes a little bit, but yeah. Also, and maybe also trying to bait Chris into using some blocks on that first attack in order to have a more effective CNC. Here, John Zapata blowing up Chris Iaali's arsenal, and of course, I think it's always important to keep in mind when you're going against a wizard, when you're in that seat, your life total is effectively, if a burn bear's in the graveyard, effectively 5 lower than it actually is, because at any moment, John Zapata can blow those Stormstriders and present lethal damage on Chris's turn.
Yeah, very scary proposition. Chris Iaali now sending the Enlightened Strike buffed up twice, Premeditate and Nimblism. 13 damage on the chain with a meaningful Ponder on hit.
I think that's actually 553 damage.
That's a lot of damage. Yeah. What is he playing, Kano?
So this is, crucially, this is not an arrow. So John can utilize the defense reaction he has in his hand, as he's done a great job of doing thus far in this game. And oh, it looks like he's going to block with a CNC, Michael. That's one of his power cards in this matchup, you would imagine.
Nothing. And that's it, just blocking 7. So not able to fully prevent, or at least choosing not to fully prevent the on-hit of the Ponder.
Yeah, and in any case, and it remains to be seen what 2 cards John kept in hand.
6 right now. Down to 9.
And
a Ponder.
But I think crucially here, John willing to trade go life for life with Chris as the life totals dwindle, because he has the trump card of Stormstriders. Follow up, Plow Under. That arsenal was never going to be safe, Michael.
Yeah, choosing the better of the 2 options between CNC and Plow Under. Plow Under does not give the possibility of blocking to prevent that arsenal going to the bottom.
And we're now at the point, too, Michael, where this Plow Under will come in for 6. This will represent half of Chris Iaali's life total. So you have to wonder, Chris, maybe blocking with some cards that he otherwise would not?
Yeah, I'm feeling like we're getting to the point where Chris really needs to be thoughtful about his life total. He does have the Enchanted Quiver to help a little bit cover up that Stormstrider's pop off, as well as Arcane Barrier 2 in the form of Bullseye Bracers and that Trench of Sunken Treasures. So pretty safe compared to a lot of other heroes in that regard, able to cover a lot of that damage when it does inevitably come through. That being said, you don't want to be put in a position where you can just be killed on your turn. So it's so crucial to block intelligently and keep your life at a safe level where you're safe from the Stormstriders.
Yeah, and it seems like we're on the precipice of entering into that Stormstriders mini game, because there's modality on both of those things you said. There's modality with Enchanted Quiver in that the prevention can be 1 or 2, depending on the board state for Chris. And also, we do, while Chris does, as you pointed out, technically have Arcane Barrier available to him, he's playing a lot of reds, Michael. So it's unclear if Chris is going to be able to do anything but pitch 2 reds to use Arcane Barrier if he ends up having to do it, meaning John doesn't do it when Chris has no cards in hand.
Yeah, and Chris Iaali reaching for the headpiece here along with a card in hand, looking to take advantage of the block value of 2 there while he doesn't have an arsenal, because the text on there reads, if you block, or when you block with this, destroy your arsenal.
Yeah, so no loss from the New Horizon there.
Not?
Returning it back.
Okay.
I mean, you wouldn't fault Chris at all for taking his time on this block here. This is representing, probably we're getting near the conclusion of this game.
Yeah, this is a very pivotal turn, and with both players neck and neck, this is the time that you want to pause and think about your play so that you don't make a mistake that you end up regretting later.
maybe for the rest of your life, Michael.
For the rest of your life.
I've made some of those mistakes in my day as well.
I have nightmares about playing games of Flesh and Blood.
Okay, Chris here blocking it all, valuing keeping his life total high, perhaps because of the impending doom of those Stormstriders. Following it up with a Scar for Scar. This will not have go again.
Just a little bit of breakpoint chip, trying to slowly whittle John's health down, deciding to play the slow game. I think notably John kind of wanted to accelerate the game and try to get Chris into that lethal range, and it looks like the blocking onus has really shifted, and while John still needs to block at 9 life, the choice to accelerate the game state and get both players low did come from John, not from Chris.
Exactly, and we can see in John's hand, he does have another, and I believe perhaps his final, Felling of the Crown available to him. So he is going to present not just 8 points of damage back at Chris this next turn, but at least 1 card disrupted from him.
John willing to give up 2 cards to block here just to send that Felling, because that last card wouldn't do anything anyway. And this is a big deal here. This is a huge swing. The 8 damage is extremely meaningful, as is the bottoming of the card from hand. So Chris maximum has 4 cards to work with after this resolution. This is 2 card 11 if you count a card as 3. So really, really big value proposition on the side of Verdance.
Bright side for Chris, I'm pretty sure, I would have to double check John's graveyard. We can see one from the graveyard from here, but I'm pretty sure this is the 3rd one. So
Yeah.
we'll not have to worry about Felling of the Crown after this turn. Maybe, and it looks like Chris pricing himself into just turning all of his cards sideways in the attempt to be able to keep that life total buffer high in light of Stormstriders.
Yeah, and Chris playing an aggressively slanted Riptide, still just showing his chops and his patience when it comes to blocking. No stranger to playing both sides of an aggressive or defensive deck, and the ability for him to kind of choose when to fold them is one of the things I respect the most about his gameplay. Just such a patient player and willing to ask Verdance the question of what can you do with 4 cards, but this is kind of what I feared here now. Coming through with the Arcane Pings and the healing Heartbeat of Candlehold, 1 for 6 when you're online is a really tough spot to be in.
And it's always a concern with decks like Verdance, Guardians, etc., that they will not be able to convert the entirety of their hand. Heartbeat of Candlehold, to your point, Michael, maybe the very best way John had to convert a full 4-card hand. We'll have to see what his follow-up is.
Yeah, it does have Go again, and Waning Moon now online as a non-attack action has been played.
Here, Chris playing Arcane Barrier, 2 of these Verdance Pings.
Ooh, and it's Ring of Roses, so even more value just sitting there on the table now for this late game position. The first time you deal arcane damage each turn, gain 1 life. So John now sitting 12 to 12. I think it should actually be 12 to 11, but all of a sudden, every card John plays is like +2.
Yeah, I think Chris floated a resource with Trench and prevented all of the arcane damage. But here, John following up with a Waning Moon. So this will present more arcane damage Chris's way. And on top of that, because the Ring of Roses is now on the battlefield, some additional life gain.
Yeah, as long as that arcane damage does go through, but it does not in this case. Chris having the resources to block that out entirely, but this is a very tough spot to be Riptide, with John sitting online on the Verdance, online with Ring of Roses.
And it's incumbent on John here. Once again, Chris begging the question to John, can you convert this entire hand? I see a Sink Below in hand for John. That's obviously not going to have a lot of utility in this spot. What can he do?
Yeah, this is always the tough thing about getting all the tempo as the defensively positioned deck is it's very hard to convert consistently.
John, noodling about here. There is a way to maximize this hand, and I'm not seeing an E-Strike in here. I'm not seeing a sort of obvious chain continuer in his hand. But if there is a line that maximizes his value, we will see it from John.
I do kind of want to look at what the decks look like to see if we're anywhere near fatigue territory, and it does look like they're getting a little bit thin. So 12 life is not a ton to work with, but I wonder if that's on the mind of Chris Iaali, if he's thinking about just blocking all this arcane damage as best as he can and hoping to stay alive until John runs out of threats.
And of course, pitching to Arcane Barrier, not hurting your deck density. So an excellent, something that would suggest to me that maybe that is something on the back of his mind.
Yep, as we see the classic gain 1, deal 1, and then maybe gain 1 again.
John Zapata here. Ether Bloom Life, the most recent card printed for this Verdance deck in High Seas, along with the I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation. Pumanu, I want to say, amulet. The life game, the essentially
the expensive potion,
the expensive healing potion that with Watery Grave. So Verdance getting some extra cards to work with here in High Seas, despite not having any dedicated slots. I suppose you count Ether Bloom Life though.
So Chris getting use out of that trench of sunken treasures. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I really like that card in this spot. Being able to convert your arsenal into a resource is really nice when your goal is to block out.
Yeah, I've heard some Ranger players feel some ambivalence about Trench, but here, Chris, really, I think we've seen 4 activations of Trench. So Chris clearly definitely using this card, knowing how and when to best utilize its powers.
And this time, Chris sees the window, snaps over to that New Horizons, and likely grabs a card from his hand as well. 5 coming in from the blue Autumn's Touch. And this is kind of what we're talking about, right? Where, a 5-card hand from John Zapata converts into 6 damage?
Yeah, not very strong. Not very strong at all, Michael. And maybe explaining why John took so long to sort of think through his lines here.
Yeah, it makes sense. But that's what Verdance is sort of not built to do, right? She wants to be blocking and sort of be mid-ranging. And so the moment you just start blocking her out entirely, it can get a little bit challenging. Of course, the problem with blocking out and blocking out and blocking out is that you typically spend more cards than your opponent does, especially when they're sending tall attacks, like in this case, the Autumn's Touch or the Fellings of the Crown. So it's going to be really important for Chris to keep an eye on his deck total compared to John's, because you can't just block out if you have fewer cards than your opponent.
Chris here going to lead off, Seek and Destroy into Bolt and Shot. Classic Ranger 2-card combo, as old as Azalea herself.
With 2 cards left in hand, this is some meaningful damage.
And I think looking over at John's side of John's hand, he does have a Plow Under. So you'd imagine that's the sort of card he'd want to keep to present some disruption, but maybe thinking that Chris is likely to utilize every card in his hand anyway.
Yeah, finally John being able to convert some cards in hand to block. So I'm expecting the efficiency engine to go up just a bit here. But interesting choice on Chris's end to take that damage. It wasn't much, just 4, I believe, or maybe even 3. Yeah, just 3 damage. So not a whole lot, but still a large chunk of his total life. And sitting here at 9, he's actually sitting here at maybe like 5 because of the Storm Strider's potential. So not a lot to work with, but still enough. I think Chris feels comfortable and was willing to take that damage.
Here, John Zapata able to fully block out Bolt and Shot with that Shelter from the Storm in Arsenal, following it up with a Jack B Quick that will threaten to steal a non-existent ally from John's side of the field.
True.
They didn't give Verdance one of those in High Seas.
Importantly, utilizing the Riptide trigger, going to show why this card is so powerful in this deck. Not only does it cost 0 and block 3 and come in for 4, but it also serves to activate that Riptide hero ability. So lots of synergies, and it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like the blocking version of Scar for a Scar.
Chris finishing it up with a Swift Shot from Arsenal. Or go again, not really have any text, just here a 0, nice 0 for 4. John at a meager 9 life points here. This will represent nearly half of his remaining life.
But John has a secret that Chris can't really lean into, which is healing. So this is the spot in the game where I wouldn't be surprised at all to see John say no blocks if the texture of his hand allows him to just go ahead and heal that back up anyway. And we see that right here as John drops down to 5, soon to go back up. I know at least 2 healing in the hand. Oh, but using it to pitch instead.
Plow under the play, no Arsenal for Chris Iaali, but nevertheless, 6 points of damage, no decompose because it wouldn't really do anything here. So just a 2-card 6 from John. John or Chris thinking on these blocks looks likely to commit 2 cards here. I mean, to your point, Michael, if he were to just give 1, he'd go down to just 6 points of life, getting ever closer to that Stormstrider's range.
And just in the side here, we can see John Zapata sitting on, if I had to guess, I'd say 14 and a half cards left in deck. What do you think?
I think that's exactly right, actually.
It's probably
I can't-
exactly right.
Yeah, I can't add on to that. I do also wonder, with this remaining card in hand, does John park it in the arsenal? Does he shoot the Waning Moon? I mean, maybe it depends on the way Chris blocks. If Chris leaks some damage here,
Yeah.
that Waning Moon's looking awful nice.
I don't think John played a non-attack in order to turn on the Waning Moon.
Exactly. You know
So-
what? Yeah, you got the deck size right thing, and you got a proper ruling on it.
Headed to the arsenal is my guess. But keeping that card in arsenal, I would imagine it might be a defense reaction. That would make sense to keep and protect yourself a little bit. But I am interested to see him not deploy it, I suppose, next turn. Then again, it might just be more value to block a potential Dreadbore arrow attack than just some vanilla attack. Leaning into that health gain to get himself back up from 5.
Chris, another Jack B quick here. I wonder how many nimbleisms he's got left. Oh, that's his 3rd one, assuming he's only playing reds, which I don't think he'd play the other ones, but I wouldn't.
Seems unlikely as it blocks 2.
But so this, I think, will be the last time that Chris can enable go again on a similar. I think he only has Jack B quicks, but
I think you're right. And
But,
we see the defense reaction from hand. Root Band Carapace coming through. John going ahead and banishing for the +1 that it asks you to decompose for. Getting that full covered up.
yeah. And John continuously finding value off his D-reacts, even with Chris utilizing Dread.
It looks like Chris is looking to end the turn, but John may have something to say about that.
John looking awful slim with the amount of cards remaining in his deck, Michael.
Yeah, I'm sure Chris is also looking slim as well. I'm not sure if we can see it from here. Does look like more, but it's always hard to say with the way that players sleeve and double sleeve or triple sleeve if they're feeling ambitious.
As a mechanologist player, I will at times double sleeve a deck that is otherwise going to be boosted to sort of play some little gamesmanship
Oh,
there.
a
but-
little mind games with the sleeves.
Yeah, don't try to fatigue me. I still have a lot of cards in deck. But yeah, looking like whether it's through fatigue or damage, we're getting closer and inching closer and closer to the finale, the terminal point of this game, Michael.
Yeah, and just seeing how close it's been all the way down. I just love seeing players of this caliber up in the top tables, duking it out. I got to say, I didn't know what the prospects were for Riptide, and if there's someone that's going to figure out how to beat the entire field with a deck, it's Chris Iaali, but I certainly would not, if you just asked me 2 random people off the street, one's playing Verdance, one's playing Riptide, who wins, I say 9 out of 10 it's Verdance. So seeing the way that Chris has piloted this and seeing the ways that you can shore this matchup up and have some play into it has been really interesting to see.
Beyond that, what are the odds that you would have said, hey, I imagine the winner of this AG Open Series is a Riptide player, or a Riptide without knowing, I guess, that Chris was on Riptide.
It's a Riptide and it isn't even Talon. I would have said no shot.
And here it comes, John activating Stormstriders.
No face-up card in Arsenal means that quiver can only block 1. I believe that's what it asks.
Now you know. Sorry.
Oh, something's a little bit of a stumble on John's side.
Requesting undo, as happens occasionally here.
And we were just having an absolute guffaw in the background. Zachary Wallach.
Like, why do we play card games, Michael? Let's have fun.
And it's a cadaverous tilling.
All right, so 8 damage going to be coming across here.
I wonder if John was looking at the iPad upside down and seeing 6 life. I fall victim to that so often in this game, looking at an upside down number and misunderstanding the life.
Yeah.
I think it's likely that could be it.
Yeah. And John losing a bit of value if that is the case here because he kept that Burn Bear in hand.
Makes you feel better. I knew.
To the extent he could have, it felt like it was days ago now that this turn happened, but that he could have converted it to some extra block value.
Yeah,
so.
could have blocked, as you said. So bit of a misplay there on John Zapata's side. Unsure what it was that caused him to misplay, but my guess is that upside down iPad.
I think you're just as right about this as you were about the 14 and a half cards in deck.
I've got an intuition for this kind of stuff, being a player in the digital world. And Chris going ahead and giving 6 block to the 8. Oh, and it looks like a buzzsaw. So that removes the additional power from the attack.
Doesn't gain any power.
When this defends an attack with greater power, it does not anymore have greater power.
So that's a full block.
Absolutely killing it with the value proposition here. That's about as good as you can hope for in this matchup, particularly.
Yeah, you said that you doubted Chris would bring very many traps into this matchup, which I think is probably right. But that's definitely one, if you're going to keep them in, that you want to keep.
And importantly, also conferring that 1 true damage over to John Zapata. So going from 5 to 4 after that trap resolves, starting to get in that danger territory. I know we've talked about how well Verdance can heal, so it isn't as dangerous as any other hero being in this spot, but you still have to play the game of trying to kill your opponent, and 4 life is not a lot to work with.
Here, Chris, starting off and likely ending with a Death Touch from Arsenal here. I think John very likely to just cover this up with 2 cards.
Yep, and we also know that there is a Burn Bear in John's hand, so Chris leaving that 1 floating resource just kind of says, hey, I'm going to respect a little bit of that damage and overflood that pitch zone just as a shield.
And it'll be interesting to see if John chooses, because if he doesn't block with Burn Bear on this hand, he is essentially priced into, or maybe not totally priced into playing it out next turn, but he would have to play that out or his card from Arsenal because Burn Bear will not pitch for resources. So this will tell a lot here.
Yeah, I can see a world where he blocks with it here and then plays that Heartbeat of Candlehold. Or is that what? I'm definitely
there
fatigued.
Is a heartbeat. Yeah,
okay,
there's a heartbeat in hand.
I'm getting to that point where I'm getting the names right and then just super doubting myself and thinking that was maybe like a Florian card that I just said. So Heartbeat of Candlehold in the hand, one of the most powerful cards that Verdance can play, but definitely still needs to pair it with something. And it looks like John's actually preferring to block with it and send the arcane damage rather than get that healing and ping.
Yeah. And there it is, Burn Bear from Arsenal for John Zapata. 6 arcane damage, going very tall. Chris Iaali can only prevent 2 of it with Arcane Barrier and 1 if he theoretically wanted to use his quiver right now.
That is a lot of unpreventable damage that would go through.
Chris does have a Rain Razors in hand, one of his very few non-reds in the deck, so if he wanted to pitch to Arcane Barrier, he could do it with 1 card here.
Yeah, still taking 4 is a lot of life, and sitting at 5 is a very scary spot, especially knowing that John hasn't played any other Burn Bears. Has he blocked with any yet either? Are they in the deck right now?
I want to say that the other card in John's hand is a Burn Bear. I don't know that with the degree of confidence that you said 14 and a half cards in deck.
I think your reasoning here makes a lot of sense because blocking with a Heartbeat of Candlehold is like such a hard thing to justify. It's such an overrated card, and gaining that healing when you're at 4 life. I was surprised to see this, but I think John smells blood in the water, as you're saying, and it very well could be on the back of Burn Bear copy number 2.
Mm-hmm. And I do think that, and Chris, you're floating a resource off Trench, so maybe gonna opt to pitch a red, and yeah, pitching an Inertia Trap will AB2. Take 4 damage. Verdance ping on the stack.
Gaining that life.
He's a little bit of trouble here, as he knows that the we're going to reach the terminal point very soon, where John will not mistakenly activate Storm Striders to present lethal damage at Chris.
Yeah, both players sitting at 5, and the tension is palpable as we crest close to the 1 hour mark of this game, just 12 minutes until then.
Chris gazing off into the distance. I get there sometimes as well, giving his little cards a slam against the table.
I wonder if he's regretting pitching that red when he could have pitched a yellow instead and had a clean block.
Yeah, that's on one hand, but on the other hand, this Inertia Trap wasn't going to do anything this turn. So I suppose you could use it to pay for something on his next turn. I guess Dreadbore, theoretically, or maybe just park it in Arsenal. But I don't know. It's in either case, this singular Verdance ping representing a fifth of Chris's remaining life total, so you would not fault him for taking his time to decide whether to use Arcane Barrier here.
There's another red coming in, just playing that really patient, blocking out 5 life to 5 life. 2 cards to work with as John Zapata draws back up. And I'm going to take one more peek over here. That is a thin, thin deck.
3.5, 4.5? How thin are you saying?
Definitely 4.5, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, at least he's got more than one hand to drop. Chris here, it looks like pitching a Rain Razors. Activation of Dreadbore. Okay. So to the extent that John has a D-React that he'd like to activate here.
There is a Burn Bear in his hand.
There's the Burn Bear.
He's just Arsenal Pass.
And this at least permits Chris to use Enchanted Quiver's prevention ability for 2 as opposed to 1, and every point of damage is going to matter for Chris, given the very precarious life total he finds himself at.
Really like this play, saying the life totals are not what matters at this stage in the game. I'm looking at your deck, and I'm asking you the question, can you kill me?
John Zapata doing the math this time, liking the way it looks. Emeritus Scolding, and that will do it. John Zapata undefeated on the day, Michael. He goes to 6-0 in Swiss, now 2-0 in the top 8. He will advance to the finals to play. We don't know quite yet.
Surely the game's over by now.
Well, I have a feeling our eyes in the sky will be letting us know shortly if that's the case, and it will be Marcus Brown triumphing over Anthony Pham. Marcus Brown, maybe not thrilled to see John Zapata.
No, sir. He was talking to me earlier about how he thinks maybe the worst matchup he could possibly face as Victor is Verdance, and there you see it, the Victor versus Verdance, 1 versus 2 in our finals.
Yeah, and you have to tip your hats. Of course, Chris Iaali performing very well on a sort of rogue hero in Riptide, getting all the way to the semifinals, as we now have come to expect Chris to do. But of course, John Zapata, undefeated on the day. Will he be able to keep his streak going, Michael?
And I think I remember talking about this last time we had an undefeated person go into the semifinals, that I don't know if we've had an undefeated player at all in AGE.
We did last month.
Last month we did.
Anthony DT Zichella on Cindra, I believe, went on and threw into...
so I think that's what we were talking about then, is he might have been the first. And now we're setting a precedent that if you're going to win it all, you're going to do it undefeated. Unless, of course, Marcus Brown has something to say about that. But we're going to take a quick break as we get the next game set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with the finals.
And we're back with the finals of the July AG Open. It's been a long road, long hot road, Michael. And we have our two players. They're ready to go in the feature match area. So
Let's
why
get
don't we
right
go
into
over
it.
It's Marcus Brown on Victor Goldmane High and Mighty versus John Zapata on Verdance Thorn of the Rose, who we just saw take down Chris Iaali on Riptide Lurker of the Deep. And if you're paying attention, Chris is actually in the left side of the screen as well.
Yeah, looks like he's taken sides here, choosing to back Marcus Brown, hoping that the person he fell to then gets taken out in response.
John with the beautiful Verdant sleeves here. A vibrant green. Been doing him well today, Michael, in that he's undefeated on the day. As we've talked about a couple of times, will he be the second player, the player for the second month in a row to go completely undefeated, not just in Swifts, but on the day?
I got to say, I really like his prospects here. And it looks like half of each of our predictions went through. You predicting the Verdance and I predicting the Victor. And unfortunately for me, the way that lines up is definitely going to be a challenge for Victor. The thing that makes it so challenging is that Victor doesn't present a whole lot of aggression and at the same time doesn't bring a whole lot of defense in the form of arcane protection. Just not really able to hit either axis of the Verdance. That being said, Victor can string together meaningful damage. It's just not the entire deck's purpose. So if Marcus is able to hit the gas and keep it going, he certainly has a fighting chance here. And especially if John Zapata is not able to get the cards he needs to get online early will be very important. And also if he's not able to, in some rare cases can draw all red hands. I mean, there's a lot of clunk that can happen in Verdance that if it does, that's what Marcus will need to see in order to have a fighting chance here.
Yeah, and he needs the sort of draws he had earlier today when he took down a different wizard in Oscilio. He had the hot Visit the Goldmane Estate, pitching a Riches of Tropoldani-like hands, just present lots of damage that is maybe above average for, to your point, what is otherwise a more mid-range focus deck.
Yeah, if Marcus can see those early gold generation followed by the Goldmane Estate right after, maybe sprinkle in some pummels and some Rousey Ancients, he'll be actually looking very good. But that is only about a quarter of his deck, and the rest of it doesn't really have go again or much to say other than a big number printed on the card. So for his sake, I'm hoping that he can get those extenders when he needs them, because he's going to need to put that pressure on and keep it.
And these two players showing the efficacy of Swiss. We have the first and second seed going against each other. Marcus found the only player who would not give him turn priority choice.
One thing to note is Marcus is bringing the Miller's Grindstone, which I've actually heard is one of the weapons of choice into this matchup, specifically for the chance to snipe some of those important cards off the top, like Ring of Roses, for example. But that is not going to happen here as John Zapata gets that rolling turn 0. Absolutely devastating start for Marcus Brown. That just added a couple miles to the hill he's going to need to climb. And you even see him exhaling in disappointment with a shake of the head. Yeah. Not what he wants to see turn 0.
Yeah, a dream start for John Zapata, gaining some life of Fruits of the Forest into Ring of Roses. So, yeah, to your point, Michael, it's going to be really difficult. Marcus is going to have to draw the good parts of his deck, I think, in the right order here to be able to present enough to claw his way back.
Here he is having to think, though, about what card to start things off with. I did see Arouse the Ancients in hand, and that is not what he plays. Visit the Goldmane Estate will create the first gold naturally of the game. 3 mites off the back and a card drawn.
Good start for Marcus to the extent that he is he's going to be able to do much. And I think he just drew a pummel off the top.
Okay. Does he have the cards to support that? I know he has a Rouse, so he's got the blue base possibly. Goes ahead and makes a Seismic Surge token here. 1 float.
And it looks like he just has I couldn't see the. Oh, so he does have a Rousey Ancients and an Enlightened Strike, which is not pummelable. Maybe going to go fishing here for something that is.
Wow, early fishing.
Oh, is Marcus going to go for it? Yes, converting his last gold, I guess, unless you count his shield, into basically a free card off the top.
And And he does have the E-Strike to bottom some of these reds. Looking just for the utmost aggression out the gate here as he chooses mode go again for
Are we
5.
sure he chose go again?
It
I
must
feel like I
be.
might have
There's-
seen him say
really?
7.
Oh,
I'm
no.
not quite sure. And it is indeed a 7, so clearly not drawing the sort of cards he was fishing for there. Thus far, Michael, it's looking like everything's coming up John Zapata.
Yeah. Yeah, was probably looking for some blues to pair with that pummel. Instead, just a bunch of red bricks and an IP penalty off the back of that.
And these players, of course, Michael, playing for the difference, not just in $200 cash, but also critical AG points, 10 point difference between first and second place.
I
So
think it's 30 or 25.
okay, maybe just a 5-point difference. But in either case, Marcus, I know, has been jockeying for position recently in the top 16 leaderboard. This will go far in solidifying his position.
He just goes ahead and passes.
John Zapata now, starting off with ending too, with an Ether Pulse Life.
And extending that with a little bit of amp, thanks to the arcane twining.
Yeah, so this will come in for 5 instead of the typical 4. We will see a Ring of Roses trigger as well.
And this is already a huge value proposition.
Yeah, not exactly the dream start for Marcus here. Despite opening with Visit the Gold Maiden Saint, you'd really love to have more gold available to him. Quite unfortunate that he had to go fishing on his last turn and not really getting paid off. But he does have a pummel in Arsenal, which is one of the cards that he can really use to sort of shift some tempo heavily in his favor.
Seismic Surge proccing at the start of the action phase means John Zapata does have a chance to respond. Marcus asking him if he does. He says no, thank you, and then sends his Zealous Belting. This is 5. Go again. Sorry, 8 with the mites.
Yeah, and it seems as if Marcus sort of took your admonition at the beginning of the game that he was not going to be able to present a lot of damage, and took it to heart because he's doing a decent job, at least thus far. 8 on this first swing, likely to be followed up by something significant, at the very minimum, an Enlightened Strike for 7, I would imagine.
Yeah, 15 damage is okay. I think ninjas would sort of snicker at that statement, but as a Guardian player, 15 is hard to come by. So if Marcus can keep... and instead it's a pummel.
Yeah, so here taking the extra 4 damage and disruption over the potential to send an Enlightened Strike, to send the Enlightened Strike that remains in his hand for another 7 damage on the second swing.
Yeah, I do like that. And I do also kind of expect to see the Miller's Grindstone come through, hoping to snipe something big like a Burn Bear or a Heartbeat of Candlehold, assuming that is in fact what he does.
Looks priced into it, given that he had, otherwise, I believe it's just an Enlightened Strike in hand.
Yeah.
And yep, pitching Enlightened Strike here to swing Miller's Grindstone for 4. This will lead to the first of what I would imagine, well, maybe not many, but several clashes we'll see throughout the day in this Victor matchup.
Disable. Ooh, and Fruits of the Forest is shown. So that actually loses the clash on the side of Marcus Brown unless he breaks his shield.
And poor Marcus says, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, this is not going well so far. Losing that extra point on the Miller's Grindstone is a huge deal. It basically turns it off for the rest of the game.
Marcus they have a tank here. If it's worth popping his shield,
and he
he goes for it. I think that to your point, he really does need Miller's Grindstone to maintain that extra point of damage for the remainder of his game. If he's
losing 3 points of value, but at least winning the clash, and he knows that he needs to keep that extra point on the Miller's Grindstone. So valuing it more than the 3 block that is present on the shield. But now he has absolutely no gold left on the table. If there's any point that he has to clash again and loses, he's dead in the water.
At least he got a Ramping Growth Life. That's one of the better hits he could have gotten here, as that presents the opportunity for John to play towards a pitch-stacked combo kill. 1/3 of those now gone. Cadaverous Tilling coming in for 8. One of the cards in John's deck that do not care about the amount of cards that have been decomposed thus far. It will be 8 no matter what.
And Marcus with the Trounce and some armor covers that up.
Chokeslam here, winning the first round of this Trounce battle.
And 8 plays 6, winning again. Lucky for Marcus,
Yeah.
because those were 2 big cards he had to get through.
Those were not slouches on John's side, so Marcus getting a bit of fortune his way finally. It feels like he's been swimming upstream for a lot of this matchup. This draw off of Trounce may just be exactly what he needed.
Yeah, getting that gold back was really, really important for the future of his clashes.
But notably, Marcus did block with equipment there on Cadaverous Stealing. That heavily suggests to me that Marcus is going to be able to utilize each of the cards in his hand.
I agree with you there. And also, I think because Marcus wants to play this game as fast as possible, just getting the block value out of the equipment early is usually a pretty smart play, because sometimes later in the game you can get stuck in a spot where you haven't used it and all of a sudden it's just arcane for the rest of the game. As Marcus now starts the turn off with a Zealous Belting for 6 thanks to the Might and the Vigor.
Last time we saw one of these, it was pummeled. Don't think that's likely to happen here quite again, but if you're John, it crosses your mind.
Yeah, he is representing the pummel with 2 floating, so.
John, I think Warmonger's Diplomacy, not that far off from a blue block 3 in this matchup. I guess you're stopping the sort of pie in the sky cast homes into cast homes sort of shenanigans, but otherwise, a card easy enough to play around.
Yeah, and John just taking the damage, going down to 25. Marcus with 2 floating decides to make a Seismic Surge token with the chest. I thought he just cracked a gold. I was like, no way. And just pitches for that blue disable that we saw off the top earlier. 6 coming through once again with a semi-meaningful crush at -2. And I think John just looking to cover this one up with the cards that he can do efficiently. Getting rid of the Command and Conquer due to no arsenal on the side of Marcus makes sense.
Yeah, it will be intriguing to see what John kept, and it is another Ether Pulse Life presenting 4 damage, 3 of which is effectively unpreventable.
Yeah. So 2 card, what is this, 7 with the heal?
Yes.
And the Waning Moon?
I think that's exactly right, Michael. So Marcus opting to pitch, maybe showing that that's not a card he was otherwise going to be able to convert in his hand, because trading a card for, and I guess the Waning Moon follows, so he'll be able to turn this into 2 values. Not terrible.
Yeah, I like the play. With the Seismic Surge, it's unlikely to be able to utilize all of those cards. And if he could have, I'm sure we would have seen him keep it. So just getting the value where he can and going up to his next turn here.
John drawing up a double Burn Bear hand. Don't love to see that. Not as if you can pitch it to itself. So I think if given the opportunity, maybe a good time to do some Sink Below filtering here. Get rid of one of them, perhaps.
If there's a Sink Below, that would be a fantastic card to guarantee to be on the bottom of your deck if you do end up in that late game scenario.
The player's moving pretty quickly, though. It seems less and less likely that we are moving towards the sort of end game combo kill sort of end state. Instead, John blocking with the Burn Bear. Doesn't do you much good to have 2 in your hand.
And then Miller's for 4.
Oh, it's not there.
John going to cover up the Miller's Grindstone here, not wanting to, choosing to utilize the Sink Below for the full 4 value there, opting instead not to potentially lose a card from top of his deck and just keep an arsenal.
And instead of sinking, he just goes ahead and says, I want to play this Burn Bear. I mean, the arcane damage is so annoying for the Victor to deal with, so it's basically true damage at this point.
Yeah, and Marcus, as he did last turn, maybe just pricing a pitching 1 card and preventing 2 of this incoming damage.
Well, he can only prevent 1 because he only has Arcane Barrier 1.
Right, but the Ring of Roses will trigger,
oh, that's
right?
true. That's
so
a good point.
That's what he did last turn, I think. So not quite. It doesn't feel quite as bad as just pitching for 1 value, but of course that also implies that there's a Ring of Roses on the battlefield, which is already putting Marcus in a bad spot.
Take 5.
Marcus sending down, believes at 26. No, 21. Okay, that was not updated. 22. And no Ring of Roses trigger there. Am I misremembering how Ring of Roses works?
The first time you deal arcane, heal 1. Is that right?
Yeah. So I guess he covered.
I think he gained 1.
Okay. All right.
They probably just moved through it quickly.
Yeah. I'm so intrigued by how Marcus is going to be able to dig himself out of this hole he finds himself in here. He does have a Visit the Goldmane Estate in hand. That is one of the cards that he can use to sort of...
he doesn't have the gold to get the mites out of it.
That's true. Doesn't even have the shield.
Yeah, might still just do it anyway, just to kind of draw the card and filter a little bit, dig deeper. But no mites is
Rectifying Chris.
not where you want to be with the cast homes. And instead just uses the only gold on... Oh, not cracking the gold. Okay.
There's going to be 7 damage here for Marcus Brown. 7 vanilla damage. Not great off of a 3-card hand.
I would even say not good.
Would you say okay?
No.
All right.
3-card 7?
Yeah.
We're getting into like Oscilio bricking territory.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Marcus here. And if we do a peek over at John's hand here, first 1 damage will look over here.
Sure. Okay.
And goes for the Plume of Evergrowth here, deciding to cash it in to have a nice 2-card 8 on the follow-up.
Aggressive use of the plume here for John. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's online yet.
Well, this would make him online. He was at 5, and
okay.
so now with the last decompose here, he can go up to 8. And I think that's exactly why we saw that use, because what's better than Ring of Roses? Ring of Roses and a hero power that is online.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure he would have loved to have had a Felling of the Crown in graveyard there, but he'll take 8 damage nonetheless in the spot.
Yeah, Marcus committing the last of his armor. And 2 cards from hand means certainly not much meaningful offense coming out on this turn.
Let's see what it is. It's disable.
Okay.
Red.
I can do 2-card 8s as well, says Marcus.
And John, prescient, has drawn up Felling of the Crown in hand. Seems likely to me that John would commit the 2 other cards in his hand and just keep a Felling and a blue here.
I don't have a might here.
Yeah. John reaching over for that chess piece. Very powerful card when paired with the non-attacks that block 3. We see one here in John's hand.
So this would block 7 with just 1 card, I believe, right? No, so there was
6.
2. Yeah, 6, right? Because he'd have 2 embodiments of Earth. So John gonna have a think. Doesn't want a repeat of last game. Where he misread life totals, perhaps.
Okay, no sync.
Goes for the sync, no sync. Likes the resource curve in his hand, it appears. Maybe not going for that felling play.
He's got one more. That Barkskin of the Millennium Tree shouldn't be in graveyard, right? Maybe just I don't think he had blocked with it. I think that might have been his first block with it, unless I'm mistaken. I don't know.
Could be that he mismarked it, but I don't remember him playing it. So
make a gold. Proc Victor.
That's not a bad way to.
Can have the -1 on it.
No.
Oh, there it is. Judge catching the mistake.
Connor is on top of it. Rest assured, everybody.
Not so sleepy today, are we, Connor?
So Marcus pitching Riches of Tropaldani, the newest card from High Seas, to Arcane Barrier. We'll draw a card on John's turn.
No, you do have to pitch for this one.
Yes.
Felling of the Crown, 8, and asking Marcus to bottom that card. Really tough spot here. Life parity is not where you want to be against a Verdance.
Yeah, especially with a Ring of Roses and a hero ability not, live and active. So Marcus, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but it's not a great spot.
Yeah, just inching towards victory is John Zapata. Slow and steady, but just very convincing. It feels impenetrable, the wall that Marcus Brown is up against. Already drew off of the gold, so this, even if he wins, will not draw him a card.
Yeah.
5.
And
doesn't win anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't win anyway. That's sort of been the story of the match thus far for Marcus. We'll see if he uses one of his precious 2 golds to give another go here.
Yeah. Because he can't draw off of this, I wouldn't fault him in the
Because
slightest.
I've already drawn a card to Riches.
But getting that might and that vigor could be meaningful, especially if Marcus is holding on to.
It's just I really want the damage.
Marcus kindly sharing his thought process with us here, mirroring exactly what you would suspected would be the case, Michael.
I'm gonna pay a gold.
And
he goes
sure
for
enough,
it.
Have you reclash?
Oh,
all
really?
right, interesting choice there. So this is a blue Battlefront Passion, so
It's
that'll be for
more
5, right? So, and he loses. Cadaver, I believe that's a loss, right? Cadaver, something that comes in for 6.
But he won the first one, so
Okay.
overall it's still a wash.
Yeah.
And I think I would have liked Marcus to bottom his own card there, but it's kind of hard to say. He knows better than I do the ratios that he's up against.
It doesn't seem like a great spot either way to have
No.
matching 5s on each side of the deck. Marcus only going to have 1 card to do anything with here. Wonder if he just passes the turnover.
It's likely a blue if you kept it. No.
Make a search. Pass
Just
priority.
seismic surge pass. Interesting play by Marcus, prioritizing having a seismic surge on the field instead of just going ahead and arsenaling for a future turn.
Yeah.
Golden Sun, powerful way to push through, potentially push through damage that John is unable to block. Of course, John has so many D-reacts, so maybe not even valuing the card in this matchup. It's tough to say.
One thing I will say, though, is that the amount of attacks that John is bringing compared to the amount of arcane damage that he's threatening is interesting. I see, Marcus has only lost half of his life so far. 20's a lot, but, we're only halfway there on the side of John, so he will need to keep pushing that damage. And I always wonder when I watch these heroes play into the Verdance if there's ever a world where you can just block all the physical damage and then fatigue out the arcane and manage to cross the finish line that way. So we'll have to see if Marcus starts to pivot towards that out or if instead he keeps trying to play aggressive.
And he reaches for 3 cards to commit to the combat chain here, so blocking out seeming like the plan of choice here for Marcus. Wonder if he'll be able to do anything to convert this seismic surge on his own turn. Likely not, right? With 1 card.
No shot.
Yeah. Instead, sending the Millers, hoping to be able to connect here and maybe destroy a card from John's deck to that.
We've got the sink below in hand, so that isn't going to happen.
Yeah,
but
well, he doesn't know that.
hoping you said it, and that is the operative word here. Not going to be so lucky.
Sinking away here, maybe finding a card that will allow him to make use of all the cards he has available to him.
Yep, and more arcane damage is exactly what he wants to see, that sort of true damage proposition. I think it was a blue Emerita Scalding, so not exactly on the higher end of true damage, but it's still enough to trigger a Ring of Roses and a Waning Moon. We'll see if that's the direction he goes. And instead, it's the Heartbeat of Candlehold. So Marcus showing why he brought the AB1. Really important to be able to shore up these pings at the very least.
Definitely a much more efficient arcane barrier proposition for Marcus than the last few turns. Here, John following it up with 8 true physical damage from yet another Cadaverous Tilling. I feel like I've seen 7 Cadaverous Tillings.
And importantly, John has the 2 floating for the Waning Moon follow-up as well. So looks like Marcus will at least take 1 ping of Arcane.
Clash to test the strength.
Another Clash.
Ooh, and another... Oh!
Okay. Victor.
Marcus gets to win a Clash here. We'll draw the battle from Bash.
Take 1.
And that potion is a scary thing to see. If John's able to establish those potions, if he even wants to, that spells a lot of ramp damage.
You're at 27. Yep.
A lot of combo potential from John's side. Yeah, I mean, it seemed early on in this game that we were going to be at a point where life totals were dwindling so fast that the combo finish wasn't going to be in play, but clearly not the case, as Marcus has maybe felt forced into this, but quickly pivoting to a more defensive game plan.
Another Miller for 4. John this time doesn't look like he has the break point in the form of a D-react.
No reactions.
Interesting decision not to block here to John. That does suggest, of course, he can use the cards in his hand. And Thunderquake gonna super win that Clash.
Woo. Lucky that he got the 8 there, because that is a 7 power.
Yeah. Thunderquake, of course, name of the card that Michael could not recall earlier today.
And Lightning Strike now coming through. Choosing mode. Go again?
I would presume so. I didn't see him. I've seen John mount the 7.
Yeah. So just trying to present damage and thin out the victor's hand. Taking 2 physical here, going down to 14, and a plow under. That's annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, Marcus can't love to see that. Didn't quite notice what he had in Arsenal, but he seemed displeased to be losing it here.
Yeah, I think it's just the amount of cards he's losing, wanting to maintain more tempo than he has been able to so far.
Mark is forced to block with a Command and Conquer there. You have to wonder what card he decided to keep. Maybe just a blue to swing Millers and have something to do to send back.
Swing Millers for 4.
Yep, Millers for 4 here.
We see another potion in John Zapata's hand, not establishing the last one, instead opting to pitch it. Seems like he's pretty comfortable closing this game out without utilizing those damage amplifiers at the late game.
And this time, John, once again, having the card with 4 in the corner effectively to be able to block out this Miller Trimestone. Have to imagine that's what he's going to choose to do here defensively.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Just preserving the number of cards in your deck, and when Marcus is out, is milling. Just not letting him do that is really nice.
Yeah. I've never put 2 and 2 together that Miller's Grindstone mills you effectively.
Yeah.
Oh. John, taking some time here to remember the density of threats he has remaining in his deck.
Yeah, very
He's
important.
decomposed quite a bit already today.
I think we've seen 2 Burn Bears hit the graveyard, so maybe 1 left in deck, as well as a few of those Aether Bloom Lives, I got to imagine.
Rampant Growth Lives will be key here.
Yeah.
We did see one destroyed by Miller's Grindstone. I don't think we've seen any others. And sure enough, John will decompose with Rootbound Carapace and fully block out this Miller's Grindstone. No milling at this moment.
This is the Guardian gameplay I'm used to seeing. Just block out, swing hammer for 4, do it over and over until you inevitably fatigue your opponent. But when your opponent has arcane damage and you have AB1, it's a much more challenging proposition.
Yeah, I mean, as riveting as that Guardian gameplay that you're talking about sounds, I do like that John, he's going to force some action from Marcus, I think, because he has the inevitability that a combo decks like Verdance promises.
Yeah, that being said, I do like this game plan right now of Marcus of just praying to snipe cards with Miller's Grindstone. I think that's the out that he has to play to. Ooh, and a gold main estate. Okay, at the very least, he knows that that's coming up.
No, I'm going to say no one wins this.
Yeah. I like this a lot because just because it's such a good card for him, he's happy to just leave it there and know that it's showing up later. But it would have been really nice for him if it was maybe like 1 lower and he could win the clash and draw it up. But it is what it is. We've seen Marcus whiff on a lot of clashes in this matchup.
And I do appreciate Marcus talking us through his game decisions as we go along. Perhaps we can just let him freestyle.
Yeah, you know, he's a caster at heart and just showing us why as he commentates the game for us.
Looking very sharp here. Would be great for Marcus to be able to be dressed for the occasion of being the AG July 2025 champion. John Zapata's undefeated record, however, would beg to differ. John likely priced into blocking with this Command and Conquer, if only because Marcus has no arsenal.
John happy to lose the arsenal, says don't really value that D-React enough to block to preserve it. Instead, I'd rather just keep the 3 cards and send this very, very annoying 6 Arcane.
Yeah, and John choosing to let 3 damage through and allow his Roguebound Carapace to be destroyed in order to have the Heartbeat of Candlehold available for a future turn in his graveyard.
I think it might be just as likely that we see him pitch it to the Waning Moon and just keep trying to push that chip damage.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, Michael. Astute observation.
We'll see, though. I mean, I don't know 100%. And no, he actually values keeping it in the arsenal for a future play. It is certainly a lot more valuable to be played.
Play this estate.
And there is the estate that we saw Marcus clash with last turn and draw up, so was guaranteed to happen. Marcus having he was down to 0 multiple times in this game, having a non-embarrassing amount of gold to be working with here at 3.
Yeah, you know, this late in the game, 3 mites is like the bare minimum you can hope for. It's nice to see that he was able to go back up from 0 back to 3. But certainly in another universe, he'd be sitting on 6 or 7 and be a lot happier right now.
Yeah. In this universe, he is in trouble, Michael. He's been on the back foot since the beginning of his game. John Zapata, of course, going first, opening with life gain into Ring of Roses. So he knew it was going to be tough. doing what he can to navigate the matchup, digging some more with some gold here. Maybe do a peek here at what Marcus has available to him.
Some blues. Is that a block card? I missed it. Drawing another card. Is that a pummel?
That would be a nice draw. Marcus
Create a surge.
making a surge token here.
Millers for 4.
Seismic surge and just a Miller's Grindstone. That doesn't seem great to me, Michael.
No.
I mean, it is an outlet for a potential pummel, I suppose, and it does look like he has that in hand.
Sure,
Yeah.
but is that? I think it might be paired with a red.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, would he have made a seismic surge? Do you think?
He did.
Yeah. So I guess choosing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, playing the pummel and the Miller's Grindstone.
I guess he drew a card since then, so it
Yeah.
wasn't working out perfect information.
It's rough to be in that spot. You break 2 gold and still just the best you can do is play the Miller's Grindstone as John Zapata opens with one of the best cards in his deck, gaining 3 life, Heartbeat of Candlehold, and asking, what are you going to do about 3 pings of Arcane?
And I would argue it's going to be followed up by the actual best card in his deck, which is Fouling of the Crown. So you can see exactly why John elected to keep his. He had to pay the tax to keep a Heartbeat of Candlehold in his arsenal, but using it to tremendous effect on this turn.
Yeah.
AB won 3 times.
And seems like Art Marcus upset that he really needed that blue to have a meaningful turn, needing to pitch it here.
Nothing on that, sir.
Waning Moon, the follow-up.
Yeah. 7.
2 damage to Marcus.
Yep.
Ring of Roses trigger.
Ooh.
5. I got a 6.
And 6
Marcus getting awful low here.
is a
Felling of the Crown
really
follow-up.
scary place to be when you have our AB1 against that Verdance. This feels like the final, maybe the third to final nail in the coffin with the rate that things are going, but it is definitely looking very grim for Marcus Brown on Goldmane.
Yeah. Well, look at it this way, Michael. I mean, if Marcus is able to crawl back from this spot, that would be quite impressive
absolutely.
achievement. So, look, you have
And
to
another clash loss.
Number 1 on Trouts. 0.
Oh, brutal.
Oh, I can't do that. I need this to happen.
He's at 1 gold
I'm
left.
gonna pop a gold.
I'm gonna use it here.
Choose myself. Gotta beat a 5. Gotta beat a 5.
Can he do it?
Oh.
He can tie it. He can tie a 5,
Wins that clash.
but he cannot beat it.
And Victor just not coming up the way he needs to on many of these clashes.
Yeah. And that's unfortunately been the story of the game for Marcus.
Yeah.
Since turn 0, John has just showing in all gas, showing exactly the sort of plays that have gotten him into this very privileged seat he finds himself in.
Yeah, the superior deck order being shown off.
Nothing on this one.
Okay.
Right, Marcus, yeah. All he can do is pass. Ugh, very sad to see 3 mites and the seismic surge just completely go to waste here.
It is. And here comes the Emeritus Scalding for 4 with the Waning Moon follow-up.
Got nothing for that.
And
Take 1.
surely that is
4. Got a 1.
Marcus down to 1,
Game.
followed up by Waning Moon, and that will do it.
Well done, John.
John Zapata, he's done it. Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, undefeated in Swiss, undefeated in top 8. Doesn't he look thrilled?
He looks absolutely over the moon. What a game. It was definitely a grind, and John felt in control for pretty much all of it, but it certainly must feel good to be the winner of today's match, especially considering that John was sitting in 16th place in the top 16. That's going to rocket him definitely up, I think, to maybe top 5. I'd have to check the standings and see how everyone else landed, but certainly locking himself in for that Players' Championship with a win like that. We're going to cut to break real quickly and then be back with the winners interview. So don't go anywhere. We've got that interview coming up next.
Control, I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me, me? Bring it back to me, Bring it back to me, Bring it back to me, It's making me feel so weak. Feeling like a
And we're back with the champion of the July AG Open Series, John Zapata, a man of few words but many plays. John, you are the AG Open July 2025 champion. Here's your medal, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a while. I think I won like February, like 2 years ago. So it's been a while.
Yeah, we're back. John, not only did you win, you absolutely crushed the competition all day. You went undefeated in Swiss, undefeated in top 8, obviously, since you're here. What, how did the deck feel? What went right today?
No, yeah, I think the deck is just so well built. It's pretty much just the Nationals winning list with a few adjustments, like twinning, and I had sigils in there to help with gravy.
You mean Majin Bay's list?
Yeah, Imagine base list. So he built it so well. Like it's such a it runs so well. Like at least for this meta, like I really enjoy like how to play it. It's fun to play and it's pretty strong.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I've been building. I've always wanted to play Verdance because I played Icelander for like a year since she was legal, like her whole life cycle. So once Verdance came out, I've been wanting to play her, but she wasn't like in a good position in the meta. But I've been slowly acquiring all the bling, like the Marvel and the cold foil meld cards. And then in Nationals, like I finally acquired some of the last things that I wanted. And then at the same time, like she was the one that it was her breakout. So like, okay, it's Verdance.
Yeah, it's ordained. So how do you feel about? And I know you spoke a little bit about this in here, but how do you feel about Verdance's place in the meta with respect to? It does feel like sort of Verdance is one of the counterbalances, not counterbalance, but one of the there aren't that many decks at the very top. There's Cindra, there's Gravy, there's Slippy. How do you feel about Verdance into each of those?
I feel like she has like at least a 50-50, if not a little bit favored, at least against Cindra. And then Gravy, I would say like around, it might be unfavored, but I've been like today I won against Gravy and I've been practicing some games with our team and I've been winning it as well. So so maybe I'm just getting the high side of variance, but I feel like she has game against like the top decks, including the assassins.
Yeah, so I think you in the quarterfinals you defeated Luke Gilmore, I believe, on Cindra. I think that was a matchup some people expected you to lose. Some people think that Cindra really can just run over Verdance. You just said you think it's close to 50-50. Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
Yeah, I think because you can defend her flicks very well with 3 mental blocks and 3 shelters. And then you have a lot of defense reactions to like. So I'm just trying to stop the mass draw the whole time, and then chip her like along the way because she has AB 0 and pretty much no armor, right?
Yeah, just the Spell Void Dagger, I guess, would be the only way. Yeah.
So like to avoid the Spell Void Dagger value, you just send big attacks like Felling and Cadaver Stillings, and then at the end if he's stuck in the blacking pattern, like he can never re-equip the Club and Serikar because you can't go wide enough. So it's pretty much what happened in our game.
Yeah. Okay. And then your semifinals matchup, we had you on stream against Chris Iaali on Riptide. How did you feel about that matchup going in?
Yeah, I think when they were practicing that deck with our team, like I almost like played the test game, but I couldn't because I didn't have time. So like now I wish I could have played it. So like I knew what to expect, but I knew he was gonna be aggressive. What I didn't know if he was gonna do Dreadbore or Red Spine Mantra. So because I have 12 D-Reacts in my deck and I could get stuck here. But I figured like even if you're in Dreadbore, you still send like Scars and like regular attacks that I can still D-React from hand. So
yeah, and in your matchup, it seemed there was a moment where we thought, did he know that Chris would be on Dreadbore and take out all of his D-Reacts? I don't think you saw a Rootbound Carapace until pretty like halfway maybe through the matchup. But yeah, it seemed like you did a great job of using it on the non-arrow attack actions throughout.
Yes, yeah, just wait for the non-arrows. But definitely I misplayed in the middle game of that one where I pick War on the Warmongers instead of just blocking it, and then I couldn't play out my hand because I had a Felling and no pitch cards, so I just had to pass. So should have just picked. I tried to like crown for a blue card to play the Felling, but it never came, so I just IP3'd. So like I thought I lost the game from there, but I don't know, worked out. Maybe it's like meant to be today.
Yeah, and you had another moment during that matchup against Chris where you went to utilize your Storm Striders on Chris's turns and then quickly walked back that decision.
I knew the stream will make fun of that.
So those of us on stream were speculating Chris was at 9 life, that maybe from your angle it looked like he was at 6 life. Is that what happened there?
Yeah, a little bit because it was reversed on the iPad. And so I thought it was 6. And then I kind of figured out after I played it that, that might be 9, so like maybe I should just let this go and it's still gonna kill. But then I forgot he still had Trench and the Quiver, so he would have survived at I guess 2.
Yeah.
So like, but I quickly like rewinded it and asked Chris if he's okay with it, and he said it was fine. And he's always like willing to like take back if it's pretty quick and no information has been gained. So he's been very kind enough to like take that one back because I think I would have lost the game for sure. I would have been fatigued.
And so you defeat teammate Chris Iaali, ascend to the finals against another teammate, Marcus Brown, on Victor, a matchup people perceive you to be in the favored seat for. And of course, your turn 0, you start off with a Fruits of the Forest into Ring of the Roses. Is there a better start that you could have imagined in that spot?
No, yeah, Ring of Roses, or at least like if I had another fruits, that would have been even better. But yeah, like just the Ring of Roses had so much value in that game. Like I think it gained me like at least 4 or 5 life there.
Yeah. And is this a matchup, even if you hadn't had the sort of dream start, is that a matchup you generally feel very comfortable closing out anyway?
I think so, yeah, because Victor obviously like I think Verdance is favored. Even here we played in Swiss and he did AV1 against me, and I still sided in the combo package in case like he switched it up in the finals and just brings AB3 and just blocks me out. But he was still an AB1. Then he told me at the end he didn't even have AB3 in the deck. So, but like it's still risky for me to like bring in the H pots because they're no block, and then rampant growth like no blocks as well because he's being aggro. But I have to like hedge in case like he switches to unfatigue game plan. Yeah.
And John, before this tournament, you were in, I believe, either the 15th or 16th seed in the
16.
Open Series, 16th seed, right at the precipice. I think you've really solidified your spot with only one more Open Series to go. In terms of, and I don't know if you intend on joining us again next month.
I
would hope so, yeah. That you, what are you thinking Verdance may be, I know you're somebody who likes to switch decks pretty often, may be the choice for the Open Series championship?
Yeah, I think I'll be playing Verdance until she's not in a good place. As long as she's viable, I'll be playing her. Like I did that during Icelander's time. So like, and she feels like pretty much very close to that vibe, and I really vibe with this type of deck. So. But yeah, so I'm glad to get out. I was in 16th place coming into today. I missed the last 2 opens. One because it was at the same time as Taipei, and the second one I got sick. So like I was getting worried I won't make it, but yeah, like figured today, let me get like 8 points. But yeah, I think with the win today. Like,
well, John, you get 30. You go from 40 in 16th place, going to shoot up all the way to 70. I'm not quite sure exactly where that'll put you with all the points, but I think you're definitely going to be in the 1 through 8 side of the bracket. So excellent play today, John. Yeah. It was great to see you absolutely crush the competition every time you had the opportunity to do so. Any parting words to the audience here before we wrap up what has been a very long day, I'm sure, for you?
No, yeah, thanks for watching. I know the streams have been fun, and I'll see whoever's watching. If you're in Singapore, I'll be there, and
say hi to John in Singapore, everybody. Everybody else, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a beautiful, long day of flesh and blood, and we hope to see you again back here for the August iteration. Goodbye.